Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for your indulgence.
All right, thank you. So we're a bit behind. It's a really busy day today. We've handled a number of hearings, and we have more work to do. The city council order today will be, we have no presentations. We're going to take consent calendar. We will handle fund transfer. We'll do general public comment. Then we're going to go back and reorder the budget hearing, and then we'll do the hearing on JP 23. So we have a really busy agenda. So we'll start with our consent calendar once everyone is logged in and reset.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Richardson, I believe item 7 was requested by Councilmember Supernaw.
All right.
And item number 11, please.
Okay, so we'll hold 7 and 11 to the side, and we have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Is any public comment on the consent calendar?
If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on the consent calendar, except for items 7 and 11, please line up at the podium or use the raise hand feature if you're dialing in. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price.
Aye.
Councilman Supernaw.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga.
Aye.
Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
Motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. So we'll now take item 7, please.
Item 7 is a report from Financial Management. Recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing city manager to execute a contract with John Gross, DBA Financial Management and Systems Consulting, in an amount not to exceed $262,080 citywide.
Thank you. Councilmember Supernaw.
Okay, thank you. Reading from the support materials. The city charter section 1801 requires that contracts for city purchases be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder after a competitive bid process, but allows for awards without a competitive bid process if accompanied by a resolution adopted by the city council. So in my view, it should require a very compelling reason for city council to award a no bid contract. And I don't see that compelling evidence in the agenda items. And the one thing that kind of struck me was that, and this is from the resolution, section 1, it states that, and this is what we're being asked to do. The city council acknowledges that John Gross possesses substantial knowledge of the city and the LB Coast project, which cannot be procured elsewhere through a competitive bid process. And I would argue that that is exactly how you tell if he's the one and only guy who can do this job, is through a competitive bid process. And that has not been done to my knowledge in this case. So I don't think I can support the item as written. And the scope of the, another point is the scope from page 1 of the agenda item. Second paragraph under discussion, it says the scope of the services currently provides embedded quality assurance for LB Coast. I think elsewhere in the materials, it says that we're moving away from LB Coast. We're going to a different plan moving forward. So now we have the expert that we're going to give another 1-year contract to. And then we don't know. We don't know if it expands beyond this 1 year for $260,000. So based on what I have here, I cannot support the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
And if allowed, I'd like to speak on my second.
Okay, just in the future, we have the queue phone here, so we'll just manage things that way. Councilmember Mungo.
Thank you. Sorry, during this Breastfeeding Awareness Month, I am breastfeeding my baby during this agenda item, so I didn't really have an extra hand. But I was a big fan of John Gross when he was here, and I think that's besides the point. I think that there's a couple of things at play, and a no bid contract is a concern. In my other line of work, we use what's called a sole source justification, and the requirements are very, very stringent to pass a sole source justification. I am further concerned that in discussions with staff who have been a part of the project, that they have some concerns as well, that we haven't always been making the right decision. I really appreciate our new finance director, and I look to him to lead us through this process. And I think that a bid needs to be sought after. There are lots of other city employees that have retired that know the system. And quite frankly, there are lots of other employees of other agencies that have successfully implemented these two systems that might also be able to provide additional perspective. And sometimes you don't know what you don't know until you bring in someone else that's already done the work. So thank you.
Thank you. All valid points. Madam City Manager, would you like to address any of these concerns?
I'd like to just broadly say that the city has been in the ERP process for a few years now, and there is a substantial amount of benefit that comes with the complexities of a unique city like the city of Long Beach. No city is the same, and we are a fairly large city, and there are a lot of complexities to the city's operations that it's critical in terms of the effectiveness of the work towards getting the system rolled out for someone who understands those complexities with the first-hand understanding of all of the different departments and the varying needs in the departments. So what I'd like to do is to get a little bit more perspective. I'd like to turn the response over from the purchasing perspective to our purchasing agent, Michelle Wilson, who can further detail this the approach that was taken here regarding this contract. And we also have Kevin Riper here, who is our finance director, and he's worked on ERP systems in other cities, and he can speak further to the complexities and the really critical component of having someone who is understanding of the systems that they're going to be working on, rather than someone from outside who may not be aware of those complexities. So I'll turn it over to Michelle Wilson, purchasing agent.
I'm actually going to hand it to Kevin first to go through the complexities. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mungo, you are absolutely right. You could get external expertise of people who have been through ERP implementations elsewhere. I'm one of those people. I've done 4 ERP implementations in other cities. So yes, that expertise is available elsewhere. Councilman Supernaw, you're also right. This is the second consecutive sole source award to John Gross, and this is the substantive reason why. For the specialized knowledge that Mr. Gross brings to this project, he was the project sponsor for Phase 1 core financials for the Munis software. So he already knows how the city successfully implemented Phase 1 because he led it. And because Phase 1 core financials is so important for the next 4 modules, which are time entry, payroll, budget, and human resources, the knowledge that John has from the inside of how Phase 1 will feed into and interact with Phase 2 is something that can't be replicated because he was on the inside. And then the second advantage that Mr. Gross has is he knows the City of Long Beach organization, having served here with distinction for more than a decade. And that's also not something you can replicate from the outside. I've been here almost 10 months, and I don't know the organization nearly as well as John because he was here for 10 times as long as that. So I can say with 100% certainty we would not find anyone in the outside world with close to the inside experiential knowledge that John Gross has. Councilman Supernaw, you mentioned about the pivot for the LB Coast project. So you're right, we're changing software providers for the LB Coast project for time entry and payroll and budget and human resources. But the LB Coast project, that's the name for the whole ERP project. So we're just moving away from Tyler Technology and Munis. So we will be implementing, again, with council's approval, we will be acquiring and implementing different software than the Munis software. And Mr. Gross's experience and expertise in that area is equally valuable to the organization. And then my final point is I would love to do this all by myself. Mr. Gross puts in 40 to 50 hours a week on the LB Coast project for a fixed price, both for his first contract and for this proposed contract. But I don't have another 40 to 50 hours a week. We need that kind of expertise that only he has, and that can supplement and support the whole LB Coast project. So that's why we're bringing you a second consecutive no bid project. But you're both right. That's what it is.
Thank you. And Councilmember Supernall has a motion. Councilmember Supernall, what is your motion?
That we don't approve this tonight, and we look to other sources for expertise. And I'll just reiterate that, staff can say, hey, this is a great guy, but we're the ones sticking our necks out. We're the ones who are being asked to do this extraordinary act to violate the policies of bidding. And I would just reiterate that we don't know what's out there if we don't have an open bid process. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this process has taken 5 years already, and that we have to get a consulting contract with someone who's left the city. We just don't know how long this is going to last. Are we going to continue to do these one-year contracts? I grew up as a Dodger fan, and the Dodger manager, Walter Austin, signed 23 one-year contracts. So that gives me a little concern about how long this is going to last, as opposed to hiring or employing a consultant who can gain that knowledge and then serve this purpose here. But as I said, you don't know if you don't take it out to bid, or as Councilman Mungo said, there might be other systems, just so we get that in here. So we're not approving something tonight that is asking for us to circumvent a standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, if the motion is to oppose, wouldn't we just vote no? Or can you make a motion to just oppose the staff recommendation?
You can make a motion to go against the staff recommendation and not go forward with this.
Okay. And it's been seconded by Councilwoman Mungo. I'm in support of the staff recommendation, so I'll entertain a motion a substitute motion to approve the staff recommendation. I'll make the motion to approve the staff recommendation. Okay, and I'll just speak to it. I would just like to say that the question about how long this contract will go on, I think was implied in the response, in that we're in a transition with the software. We've had discussions internally on the city council about the challenges whenever we build custom systems, and sometimes they don't go well, but you need to somehow maintain some of the team that was there at the beginning of it. I understand folks retire, and that sometimes there's a practice to make sure you have some of that expertise. So I don't really want to gamble on something as important as our financial systems. So I'm in support of the staff recommendation. Is there any other comment here? If not, we'll go to public comment.
I have a comment.
And I've queued as well.
Okay. All right, I'll tell you what, we'll go to public comment, then we'll come back since we already called for public comment.
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 7 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now. In person?
So I can face 6th District resident. Mr. Pat West had to sit down for a year before he could start doing business with the city. I don't really understand conceptually how someone can essentially retire with a defined benefit program and they get rehired only months later by the same city that they just got their 80% or whatever. I don't know what senior staff gets, city manager, but I know it's a couple $100,000. And I just sat through you guys essentially telling me that you're gonna raise my trash bill And it's not like I had a opportunity to take that to the ballot and fight it. And so I don't understand how, as a city, we just allow hundreds of thousands of dollars just slip through with no competitive bid, no bid process here. Everyone else has to go. If you're a nonprofit, you have to go through a RFP program and show the city why you're an effective partner and why it's going to cost the city less than other people. And so I don't know why someone that's a former city employee doesn't have to go through the same process that the rest of the public does. I think that Mr. Supernal brings up a great example with the Dodger manager. We don't know how long this is going to take. I know that we started this process pre-COVID, and now years later we're still working on it. We could be working on this for another 5-6 years, and now it'll be $1 million plus out of the general fund to pay an ex-city employee who retired with a couple $100,000 a year he was getting paid. So it's not to speak ill of the expertise of the worker, or it's just we as the public, I think we should open it up for other people to tell us why they're experts in it, and maybe it'll cost us as a city less. So I hope that we can come back and think a little further about this. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Ann Cantrell in Zoom. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Ann Cantrell, 4th District, and I want to thank my council person for pulling this from the consent calendar. That was what I was planning to do tonight, was to ask one of you to pull this because it doesn't pass the smell test. And it may be that John Gross has the most knowledge. He'd be the cheapest, but as been said before, you don't know until you put it out for bid. So I hope that you will take the high road on this and put it out for bid. And if John is the best person, then you can hire them with a clear conscience. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Councilwoman Allen.
Yes, thank you. Vice Mayor, one of the things that I want to say from that there should be instances, legal services, accounting services, we don't necessarily want the lowest bidder. I don't want the lowest bidder when I'm going to court and we're fighting, when we're defending ourselves. And these accountants, and this position is very important. It's very specialized, and I think that John is the right person for all the reasons that we just talked about. I do want to address, someone mentioned in the public comments about, he's a former employee. He's retired. He's earned his benefits. And if he wants to go out and start another company or consulting company, I don't have a problem with that. I do know that there's a lot of policies throughout the state. I don't know if the city, someone from purchasing can talk about that, but we did have exemptions, and most people have exemptions for very specialized services like lawyers and accountant. They're called professional services. And also, someone who's bid on in my old business, a lot of contracts, it's not fair to go out to contract. It wastes a lot of time for people who aren't qualified to do this work. Responding to an RFP, if anyone's never done it, I suggest that someone should do that. So you'll understand the complexities and how laborious that is and time consuming. So it's also not fair to say you should go out to RFP, because some things don't make sense to go out to RFP. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilman Mungo.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of what Councilwoman Allen said. I think that my biggest concern is that a year ago, I specifically spoke to the requirement of us building that internal bench. We are choosing to outsource something again, where we have internal staff members who have been on this team for quite a long time that can be built up. We are not always upgrading the right positions and rewarding the internal staff that have been working on the project. And I want to see a bench. I want to see us not be in a position of reliance where when we don't have one person and or for us to be as an organization relying on one person and their expertise, because something could happen to that one person tomorrow. I appreciate the bid process. I agree with Councilman Allen about how the bid process can be laborious, but I also see a lot of value in maybe doing an RFSQ where people could just submit their qualifications and their rate. And we could agree on what we need and when we need it and how often we need it. $260,000. I mean, you're talking about $250,000 for a contractor when we are struggling with a deficit in multiple categories. And again, everyone knows I was the budget chair with John Gross as a finance manager. I thought he was excellent and I did a lot of great work with him. That doesn't change the fact that where's our internal bench? Where are our staff? What are we doing as a city to build those individuals up? And why does it need to be for a full year? I mean, what are the timelines and expectations and the statement of work and the measurable outcomes? I don't prefer to pay contractors on an hourly basis. I want to pay them for outcomes. I want to say, okay, Q1, you need to provide the following targets that you have to hit. And when you hit those targets, here's your first quarter check, second quarter check. And I get it. It's very complex and there's 9 of us that have different opinions. But my main concern is before I was elected to the city council, we had a challenge with payroll problems. And there were council members who spoke forward on getting an off the shelf system, this, that, and the other. How can we do it? Oh my gosh, we're so big. Oh my gosh, we're so complex. There's a lot of big cities across this country. There's a lot of complex cities across this country. And there's a lot of great expertise out there. Now, having sat in high-level interviews for city manager and other positions across our city, I know and understand that Long Beach does have a lot more talent than some of the other places. I saw it firsthand where the top talent from across the country just was not comparable with what we had internally. And that was a great source of pride. But on that as well, we have to continue to build that talent from within and make sure that people in our organization have those opportunities to be those experts. And I do appreciate John and his talents. A lot of that internal strength only comes when we need to and when there's not an alternative. And a lot of times our city is saying, what's the easy answer to get us over the next hurdle? I think for a year before we did anything online or teleworked, I said over and over again, we need to move to teleworking. We need to move to hoteling our employees. And it was impossible. There's no way we could ever do it. And then a pandemic hit and our city did it in 45 days. And so we can say there's no other way, but if we get John back, I'm going to move forward with the item on the floor and support it. But I really want our finance department to really take a really hard internal look on who John's replacement is and who are we building up inside our organization. And I need you to be honest with us as a council of what level position we need to lead this project internally, because Kevin doesn't have another 40 to 50 hours a week. That's great. Then we need a position for that. And people say, oh, well, that position will eventually go away because we'll have implemented. There are always things to repurpose that position into if they're a talented individual. And so I would like to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Price.
Thank you. So we're talking about a pretty significant contract here. I mean, it's $260,000. And I don't like the idea that we're, and again, all the same things that were said about John Gross, I concur. He's fantastic. He's really great. But it seems as though we're giving preferential treatment to someone who was on the inside and not making this a fair process. So I'd like to make a substitute motion that this contract go to bid and the most qualified bidder be awarded the contract. I'm not sure if there's going to be a second, but it is disappointing to me that we're not able to provide these services in-house, because contracting out these services is so much more expensive than hiring someone, full-time that could help us in-house. That's just my thoughts on it.
Thank you. Councilman Austin.
I second the motion, and I really appreciate the conversation here this evening. I just can't in good conscience support this without at least going to bid and understanding what options are out there for this council and for our city management to consider. We, as an organization, and I think Councilmember Mungo, I think said it best. I mean, we should be an anti-fragile organization that is resilient and not dependent on any one individual
or group for the operations of our city. And so for that, I'm supportive of the sub.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price, were you queued again? No. Okay. All right. We'll go to our roll call vote in a moment. I'm just going to offer. So first, I tend to agree with much of what I heard tonight in terms of Councilwoman Mungo and Councilwoman Allen in terms of our ability to build the bench and have the capacity to move forward. I think we should seriously weigh that before this comes back again. Depending on the outcome of the vote. I would also say that I would also want to just understand the impact of going to bid. Are you still able to go through your implementation process, or are we going to have to put that on pause through the bid process?
Of course, we can put this out to bid. And if I may answer a couple of the questions, the bench is much broader than John Gross. I've lost my deputy finance director, Sandy Tsang Palmer, to the ERP project. I'm essentially functioning without a deputy finance director because Ms. Tsang Palmer is almost exclusively devoted to this project. And we have stream leads for payroll and human resources in the human resources department, and for time entry, and certainly for budget, who are almost exclusively devoted to this project. And when it resumes again with the new software vendor that we hope to come back to you within a year, there will be several dozen people fully on this project, and so their skills are being built. And the nature of ERP implementations is some of your best people then go get hired by the firm that implements the software because they're so good at what they do. And in a big complex organization like Long Beach, I'm sure we'll lose a person or two after we build that bench and build their skills. So your points are well taken, and we are already underway in doing that. It's the only way to get through an ERP implementation is to build a deep bench.
Right. In terms of the timing on the out to bid, so you're able to continue your implementation and still do the bid?
Yes, we'll do
it. Fantastic. Then I'm going to support going out to bid then. Thank you. Let's have a roll call vote.
Vice Mayor, I have one additional question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see the queue. Go for it.
Thank you. Kevin, there's nothing written into the contract, or is it even viable to write something into the contract that the vendor we hire can't steal our staff that we're training?
Yeah, that's an antitrust issue.
It seems like an anti-compete clause should be considered.
Yeah, those are tough. Yeah.
Okay.
I should defer to the city attorney.
It's hard. Thank you.
Great. Fantastic. Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Aye.
Councilman Allen.
No.
Councilwoman Price.
Aye.
Councilman Supernaw.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
Aye.
Councilmember Yoronga.
Nay.
Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 11, please.
Item 11 is a report from police, recommendation to adopt resolution authorizing city manager to execute an agreement with the State of California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control to accept and expend grant funding in the amount of $75,000 citywide.
All right, I see Councilwoman Price, you motioned. I think Councilwoman Sorrow pulled this.
Oh, what do you want me to do?
Councilman Sorrow pulled it. I think she had wanted to to this. This was pulled. Councilman Sorrow, you want to move? You want a second now? Councilwoman Price? All right. Let's hear the staff report, please.
I'd like to introduce Commander Don Mock to provide a brief staff report for this item.
Hello, Vice Mayor and council members. So what we're asking is for the council to approve a $75,000 grant coming from ABC. It'll run from July 1st, 2022.
I'm not going to do the food vendor, and I don't need to do JP 23.
Maybe Councilwoman Price, you might want to mute yourself. Mungo, sorry.
Councilwoman Mungo, you might want to mute your mic.
I was muted. I'll try again. Please confirm.
We can still hear it. Now we cannot hear you.
All right, carry on.
Okay. It'll run through June 30th. And what this grant does is it gives us funds to conduct undercover operations, conduct on and off-site locations. We'll visit ABC establishments, and this is strictly for alcohol-related locations. We're allowed to train academy training police recruits, and we attend large events such as the Grand Prix, Pride, and stuff like that. And so this grant will give us approximately 720 hours and allow us, in the past, it's allowed us to visit approximately 160 locations and take some type of enforcement action. And the locations come as complaints from our residents. We utilize calls for service and other data to evaluate the locations that we'll visit. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you, Councilman Sorrow.
Thank you, Commander Mock, for the presentation. I really appreciate what the police department's doing and your continued effort as far as addressing the alcohol-related incidents and nuisances. I think we've been having troubling incidents, more so, I think, in the last few years. And I just wanted to make sure, and I know that our city is working on updating the efficacy of the alcohol nuisance abatement ordinance, but I just wanted to make sure I circle back with a question around just interdepartmental work, because it's more than obviously just the police department working directly with ABC on this around the establishment. Was just curious about your collaborative effort also with development services, because as well as health department, who also helps do some education. So I just wanted to hear a little bit more about how that would work with the other departments.
So thank you for the question, Council Member. And yes, this isn't just a PD response. So this gives us some money to start the investigation, but we work with all our city departments, and some of them you mentioned, the health department, the fire department, building and code. But we bring in all our departments. It's not just a one department approach, and it depends on what the complaint is. At a lot of these establishments, it could be loitering outside, it could be drug related, but we each division will take the lead and identify the issues and the problems, and then they'll reach out to whether it be people within our department or other city departments, and we take a team approach to resolve any issues.
And the other question I have is just, as you were saying, a lot of these are in regards to calls that are made by constituents that alerts PD to investigate or further continue its activity around how to reduce or provide education. Is that correct? That's why it's important that residents call regarding establishments that are concerning, that has activities that are concerning?
Yes, Council Member. So it's both complaints from our citizens, and it's from the data that we evaluate daily, not daily, but monthly. And I also, you brought up a point, part of this grant is education. Not only are we educating our police officers, but we're educating the business owners and the citizens around us to how they can contact us, file complaints. Then we go out to the businesses and educate them as to what they can and can't do. So it's a multi-level pronged approach.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I hope that we continue to explore more grant opportunities like this, where education and partnership not only with the other department, but also with residents and neighborhood groups to make sure that we're reducing alcohol-related nuisances and activity as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Price.
Thank you. Do we have the ABC classes for our bartenders on responsible service and not over serving? Are those back up? Because I know they suspended them during COVID. I would like all the bars really to be encouraged to send their bartenders to that program.
Councilmember, I don't know the answer to that question as far as if ABC has the classes, but our vice detail goes out and will educate the various bars and liquor stores. I can check that and get back to you.
Okay, because this grant is from ABC, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I would really encourage us to re-engage with ABC. We work very closely with them in my council district. We're in regular communication with them, and I know that they suspended those classes for bartenders during COVID, but I think it's time to resume them, especially in bars that have presented nuisance type activity that are located in residential neighborhoods. The one thing I often hear from a lot of bars is like, we don't know what they drank before they came into the bar. So if they're leaving intoxicated, that may not necessarily be our fault. But the responsibility is on the bartender to make a judgment call as to whether or not to serve the person an alcoholic beverage. So if they're slurring their speech, they're not having balance, they're not able to care for themselves, they shouldn't be getting any additional alcohol. And I thought those classes were really good. And since we're partnering with ABC, I'm hoping that we can use this opportunity to partner with them on getting some of our bars signed up for those classes.
Yes, I'll look into that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any public comment on item 11?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 11 in person, please sign up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now. In person.
Thank you, Dave Shukla, 3rd District. I'd like to thank my councilwoman for her comments and for the council in its support for this item. And I'd also like to respectfully ask that if you're partnering with ABC, you take advantage of any programs they have or any LBPD resources on known facilities, known establishments where the spiking of drinks occurs. That's something that's been a problem in 3rd District on 2nd Street, as well as in other parts of town. It's something that I don't think people talk about enough. That happens. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Fantastic. Thank you. Councilman Price, is the queue again?
Yes, I do have one thing. I saw a news story last night on a new test kit that they have that a lot of cities are giving out. I think it was the city of West Hollywood is what the story was about, and they can be taken to a bar or wherever, a party, and people can put a sample of whatever it is they're drinking on the test kit, and it will say definitively if it contains one of these substances that we're starting to see in a lot of cases where drinks are spiked, in a lot of date rape cases, sexual assault cases. Is that something that the police department can look into? Maybe this is something that as part of the education, we could use some of these grant dollars to purchase those test kits and maybe give them out as a pilot and a project. We do have a university and a city college, multiple business corridors that cater to bar customers and patrons. And I think we know that more and more people are getting, we have incidents of drinks getting substances put into them, open containers getting substances put into them. And so I'm wondering if that's something we could use this money for, and if not, if that's something Vice can look into.
Council member, the way this grant is, it doesn't appear to allow for that, but what we'll do is definitely look in to those devices, and we'll talk with ABC and see if there's some possible other grants that we can apply for.
That's great. Yeah, it's just a disposable kit that they can carry in their purse, and I know there's cities that are passing them out, and that would be great if that's something we could do. Thank you. Maybe we can pass them out at a college campus, at the city college campus, at back to school or something. So, thank you.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price. Aye. Councilman Supernaw.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga.
Aye.
Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. We'll now do the fund transfer consent items.
Item 17, communication from Councilman Supernaw, Councilwoman Price. Recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the city manager department by $2,000 to provide a contribution to the Long Beach Public Library Foundation. Item 18, communication from Councilmember Uranga. Recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the city manager department by $5,000 to provide support for the Uptown Jazz Festival. Item 19, a communication from Councilmember Uranga. Recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the city manager department by $1,000 to provide a contribution to Central Cha. Item 20, a communication from Councilmember Uranga. Recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the city manager department by $1,500 to provide a contribution to Goals for Life. Item 21, communication from Councilmember Uranga. Recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the city manager department by $200 to provide a contribution to Friends of the Long Beach Public Library. Item 29, communication from Councilwoman Price. Recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the city manager department by $2,000 to support the community concert scheduled for September 10th, 2022. Item 30, communication from Councilwoman Sorrow. Recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the city manager department by $500 to provide a donation to Developing Future Leaders. Item 31, communication from Councilwoman Zendejas. Recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the city manager department by $2,000 to provide a donation to social and environmental entrepreneurs. And item 32, communication from Councilwoman Zendejas. Recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the city manager department by $1,000 to provide a contribution to Central Cha. That concludes the fund transfers.
Thank you, Councilman Sorrow.
No comment.
Councilman Price. Thank you. Public comment on these items?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on items 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 29, 30, 31, and 32, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now. We do have one in Zoom. And
This is public comment on the consent calendar.
Yes, comment on the library.
That's not this
That's
item.
not it?
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Soon.
for the fund transfer items, we have Jillian Xavier in Zoom. Your time begins now.
Yes, yes. And while you're transferring money, transfer the money that you got back from the state of California to give to social equity entrepreneurs. We're suffering out here. You guys have taken away our grants and we cannot open business. I would like you guys to put that on the agenda as well.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price. Aye. Councilman Superna.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga.
Aye.
Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
Motion is carried 9-0.
Fantastic. Thank you. We'll now do our general public comment. We have 5 speakers. If they could begin to line up now, it's Charles Song, Norman, Elliot Lewis, Sanai Kinfei, and Sangak Khan.
Oh, we doing, never mind.
We're going to handle public comment that's here first. Come forward, sir.
How's everybody? God bless you all.
They're going to help with the podium. All right,
How's
Norman, you have the
everybody?
floor.
God bless you all. You know, it's me. I'm trying to get at this Rico's Resource Center for the veterans. I consider veterans number one. I looked into this building. They want $1.6 million, which is too much. I'm trying to see if I can find something cheaper. But besides the Resource Center, I would like to have rooms on top where we could just have them there for a minute and then take them into permanent housing. So it's gonna be a challenge, but I'm going all the way gun ho. So that's why I come, because I believe that we should be number one because we gave a lot for this country. But that's what I'm doing. And in a couple of weeks, I'll come back with something else. See if it's more proper than this property that I saw. It's okay, but it doesn't. I don't think it fits. It will fit for the resource center, but I would love, like I said, to have rooms on top where we could keep them there just temporary and then put them into permanent housing. And we'll see where we could go from there. Is that okay?
Thank you. Does that conclude your comment? All right. Thank you for your time. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Honorable Vice Mayor, Council Member. As a supporter of education and literacy, I urge the City Council to increase the library fiscal year 2023's structural budget so that it may offer more materials to residents, increase its open hours, and permanently eliminate overdue fines. The 12 public libraries bridge educational, digital, economic, and cultural divide, despite the being open only 34.3 hours per week on average, and having a material budget that has not been increased in more than a decade. Library consider a secondary school to children and parents. Many parents I spoke to couldn't thank librarians and staff enough for their hard work and dedication, and they want to be here to show their support but couldn't come due to the work. One-time funding is not a sustainable way to promote equity, and in Long Beach, I urge you to provide the library with the structural funding necessary to increase its access to crucial education and resource. I thank you for your consideration and your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Elliot Lewis, excuse me, Catalyst Cannabis Co. I just wanted to go over some of the MA funding and the allocations. Obviously, you guys, I think this is a moral issue, but since we're talking money, I do want to go through the money. All these expenses, none of them really make sense. I have made some comments earlier at the 2 p.m. meeting. I mean, it's kind of just fugazi. The only people that I know that work in cannabis are Vince, Lori, and Layla, by the way, very good workers. We really enjoy working with them. Seneda used to be the other health person. She's no longer with us. Our sales tax is $5 million. That would easily cover that. All these other positions, I'm not aware that they even exist. And if you go through them, a lot of the stuff doesn't make sense. There's a new allocation under city manager for $300,000 for enforcement. How is enforcement our responsibility? It's bad state policy and bad city policy that continues to create the need to enforce, and we were already enforcing before cannabis came legal, and we were trying to end the war on drugs. The social equity, $2.6 million, that's pretty ridiculous. We were able to do a private sector social equity program that we're really proud of in about 90 days from when we kicked off. It's been 15 months now. It's still going on, and we spent about $200,000. The city, with all its resources and all its ideas and everything that it's done, the one successful social equity applicant has just been evicted from her place. So we have 0 successes despite the money that we spent. Then you have this public health and safety number. All these numbers seem exact. My position would be that, when you give somebody accounting, they should be entitled to a detailed accounting, or we could just admit that it's going into the general fund and a lot of the money is going to police and fire. That would be at least a little more upfront about the discussion. You have in here a fire captain for diversity recruitment. So you have to add another fire captain. With all due respect, anybody with 2 eyes can do diversity recruitment. In addition to that, there's a $453 charge for fire. All these things really belong under the fire budget, but it appears, again, we're trying to play hide the ball, and we don't want to say the fire budget's getting higher or the police budget's getting higher. There's police officers in here. Look, if there's reasonable programs like the REACH team or Veterans Affairs, and we do a detailed accounting, and we really want to hold on to these programs, we want to be, somebody who gives back to the city. But when you're putting costs of fire on us that are hidden costs, costs of police that are hidden costs, costs of enforcement, none of it really makes sense. Again, this is just you guys trying to put money in the general fund. There was an idea thrown around today that's terrible, a $12 million floor. That's a terrible idea. We're not going to get $12 million in cannabis revenue this year, even if the tax was still 8%, and everybody forgets about the $5 million in sales tax. The revenue is falling. I would suggest that staff go and look and see what the revenue is. In particular, over the last quarter, the black market's getting stronger and stronger. Anybody in the industry knows the sales are going down. My final statement will be this 25-page report is not dynamic. It's also riddled with errors. There's a lot of updates that are happening. Cities are lowering tax. Long Beach should be a leader. Thanks. Demand 0.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hassanai Kinfei, 6th District resident. Over the weekend, we did a very successful back to school community health day in coordination with Office of City Prosecutor and the 6th District office. So just wanted to thank the two of them for coordinating with members of the community on that event. Today, speaking in support of Assemblyman Chris Holden in the 41st District, that's Pasadena area. He is bringing into the current legislative session the California Mandela Act. It's a transformational legislative work. It's essentially banning the use of solitary confinement for more than 15 days consecutively and no more than 45 days in total. It's named after, I bring this up because this is August. August is Black August is a month of the year where we commemorate the continued incarceration and oppression of political freedom fighters across the country and the world. It's something that started here in California. So I'm just commending Assemblyman Holden because statistically it's been proven both by the American Medical Association, Yale, and a couple other top 20 public universities that solitary confinement serves no purpose in the rehabilitation of incarcerated people. And so it's named after Nelson Mandela, who's the first the first African Prime Minister of South Africa after hundreds of years of European oppression. And he served 18 years of solitary confinement at Robins Island. I think about people like my uncle, Michael Reed DeRoe, who served 26 years of solitary confinement here in the state of California, Pelican Bay, because of a request for a dietary change to match his religion. And so, yes, I hope that we can support more ideas like this because, it's not just enough that people are incarcerated in prison. They then have to come home here and try to repair and rebuild after their minds have been damaged. 78% of people who are put in solitary confinement commit suicide after a 6-month process of coming out of solitary confinement. And so I just want to support publicly these types of efforts because we have a lot of reentry population here in the city of Long Beach, and we want to make sure that they're able to make a new path for their lives when they come back. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Vice Mayor, Council members, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sang Hak Kon with my family of 5, 3 kids, my wife. We would like to ask you to invest in our library. Let me share a little bit from our family story. My 3 kids, they consider a library as the second school, and they grew up with the library. We are not just only benefit from the library. At the same time, we can transfer our knowledge by work very closely with the Long Beach Public Library, conducting many programs before COVID-19 pandemic, like a Khmer class, English class, computer class, and with other activities. Because of the COVID pandemic, it stopped us for a while, but we still using the resources from the Long Beach Public Library for conducting our story time, reading time with the kids, and also with our program with the community. But because of the cost living keep rising, the inflation, I cannot work alone to survive my whole family. So we decided, my wife, she's looking for another job. Even though the one of us, we have a full-time job and part-time job, and we allocate other time for our kids in order to access to the library. But we learned that Long Beach Public Library still has limited in terms of open hours. So it's very hard for us to fully access to the Long Beach Public Library. So my kids, my wife, and I would like to request to increase the library budget 2023 structural budget for the materials and open hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, that satisfies public comment. We will now go and return and reopen the budget hearing. So we're going to now pass it to staff. We have 4 departments today, so we'll have 4 presentations. Whenever you're set up and ready, Assistant City Manager, you have it.
Yes, Vice Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to just acknowledge the directors that will be presenting in the order that appears on the agenda. We'll first have Kathy De Leon, the Director of Library Services, followed by Christopher Kuntz, the Acting Director of Development Services, followed by Johnny Vallejo, Acting Director of Economic Development, and finally Reggie Harrison, Director of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Communications. So we will hear each of those 4 presentations consecutively in that order. So let's start with library.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Vice Mayor and Council members. I'm Kathy De Leon, the new Director of Library Services. It's my honor to present the fiscal year 2023 Library Services budget. Since its founding in 1896, the Long Beach Public Library has been a gathering place and community hub for residents, one which focused on access to education, information, and enrichment resources such as books, music, newspapers, and magazines. That mission remains a constant even 126 years later, but has evolved and grown just as it should in response to the needs of our community. Now, side by side with books, library users can borrow Chromebooks and mobile hotspots. They can choose to browse books on physical shelves or virtual ones on their smartphones, both full of enticing novels and riveting stories. While we still offer a relative amount of quiet for those who wish to use our buildings to study, we are now a place where children have their very first encounters with reading and literacy by singing and dancing at story time, or where teens can learn about possible future careers hands-on through activities like computer coding and video game design workshops in our studio and learning lab spaces. The needs of our residents have evolved over time, and thankfully so have we. The Long Beach Public Library endeavors to provide accurate and timely information to patrons, promotes access to books not just for learning, but also for the pure joy of getting lost in a good story, works to get technology into the hands of those who can't afford it, and connects students to research to advance their educational and career goals. We encourage learning for all, regardless of age, race, gender, sexual orientation, and income level. What does this look like in a public library? For some teens, it's learning to crochet or sew for the first time and finding joy in creating something with your own hands. For our older adults, it's learning how to use a computer and finally seeing your grandkids who live on the other side of the country through social media. For a working adult who was unable to complete their high school education on the traditional timeline, it's earning an accredited high school diploma for free through our Career Online High School, which I'm proud to say just held a cap and gown ceremony for its 14 newest graduates. At the Billie Jean King Main Library and our 11 neighborhood libraries, Long Beach residents can access information that they can trust and resources to uplift their lives and the lives of their loved ones in a myriad of ways. In fiscal year 2022, despite wrestling with the pandemic, Library Services experienced a banner year as we looked both inward and outward to revamp and transform public programs with an eye toward equity, diversity, and inclusion, and through key partnerships with the California State Library, our Health and Human Services Department, Cal State University Long Beach City College, and local minority-owned small businesses. In May of 2022, we organized Long Beach's first Festival of Asian American and Pacific Islander books in collaboration with local AAPI small business owners, which drew over 200 participants and 14 local authors in celebration of AAPI children's, teen, and adult literature. Library Services is in the process of welcoming 3 health educators, which, thanks to our health department, to support persons experiencing homelessness, mental health struggles, and substance abuse issues. Other new ventures for us included an early learning festival, a virtual student career fair, the launching of our ESL program, and hosting LBCC non-credit courses at the Michelle Obama Library. With federal, state, and Measure U.S. support, this past summer we launched our Seed STEAM Ecosystem Summer Camp, the first of which was held at the Growing Experience Urban Farm located in the Carmelitos Housing Development and in partnership with Cal State Long Beach. During this free summer camp, 89 teens learned how to compost, grow healthy fruit and vegetables, and about sustainable farming practices. This year, we also introduced the loaning of California State Parks passes, made possible by the California State Library, which allow residents to visit any California State Park for free. So far, 143 park passes have been checked out, with 88 people currently in the holds queue to borrow one. I'm most proud of our staff who have stepped up to diversify our public programs and embrace development of program experiences that are culturally focused and identity affirming. While we have much work to do to continue to grow in this area, I'm happy to share that this past year, our Pride Month programs garnered an overall participation of 513 people, and Vida Latina, our Hispanic Heritage Month programming, welcomed over 2,600 participants. This slide here provides an overall picture of some of our core library services metrics from the past calendar year, such as the number of items borrowed, use of our online databases, and attendance at our youth programs. 3.2 million books, DVDs, and other print and digital resources were borrowed or accessed in 2021. Our online resources were accessed on average about 150,000 times per month. Our youth development staff had a hand in 52,000 interactions with youth across the city through programs like Storytime, school visits, summer reading program, and Dive Into Learning. Again, I'm in awe of our librarians and library workers that interact with and serve our residents every day, providing excellent customer service, research assistance, reader's advisory, aka what book should I read next, literacy and learning programs, and technology instruction. Together, they work to create an environment in which library users not only feel welcome, but also feel seen and heard. What we've accomplished this year statistically is something the whole city can be proud of. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that thanks to our city auditor's office, we've spent the past year reevaluating and reshaping our policies, programs, and services to be more reflective of the diverse and multilingual community that we serve. We've taken a hard look at our policies and really asked ourselves, what can we do to eliminate barriers to service? In response to the 2021 program performance audit, we are currently piloting earlier open hours at 3 libraries and revised our lending policies to make it easier to get a library card. We've now completed the second phase of our KMI cataloging project and added an additional 2,700 items for patrons to borrow. We've completed a diversity and inclusion inventory of our entire print collection and identified gaps that need to be filled by purchasing titles that reflect the experiences of people with disabilities and our Black, Latinx, AAPI, and LGBTQ+ communities. We've also added a significant number of bilingual staff to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our large Spanish-speaking population. Looking forward to FY23, I'm elated at the prospect of our proposed budget enhancements. These enhancements include $400,000 in structural investment in library materials and another $400,000 in one-time funds, both of which will be used to build a library collection that is responsive to community needs, promotes reliable and accurate information, provides access to high-quality literature and high-demand titles, and is reflective of the life experiences of Long Beach residents. The FY23 budget also includes the addition of a senior librarian to oversee multilingual collection development and internal and external equity initiatives. In other public library systems, there are staff dedicated to building non-English language collections, and it's only right that Long Beach make the same commitment to our non-English speaking residents. Acquiring non-English language materials is often an arduous process, requiring staff to go to great lengths, including traveling to Mexico and Cambodia with the help of our friends of the Librarian Foundation, to purchase the best possible high-quality non-English language library materials because they are not readily available through traditional U.S. book vendors. Having a staff member dedicated to this effort ensures that we expend those allocated funds expertly and efficiently. Identified in the library audit as a significant barrier to library use by those with socioeconomic challenges, the elimination of library overdue fines is an absolute game changer for LBPL. I am incredibly grateful that our council will be weighing this change for FY23. Taking this bold step brings Long Beach in line with the largest and most well-renowned public library systems in the country, such as New York Public, Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles City, and Los Angeles County public libraries, and the hundreds of other public libraries across the country that have already eliminated library fines in an effort to promote equity and inclusion. Studies have shown that library fines do not increase the likelihood that books will be returned, and that fines have disproportionately had a negative impact on communities of color. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Vice Mayor and council members, for considering this change and striving to make Long Beach Public Library more equitable for all. Other focus areas in FY23 include the expansion of library services and collections and the reevaluation of library open hours as we continue to implement the changes recommended by the library programs audit. We're looking forward to additional grant-funded opportunities that will grow our English as a Second Language learning program, early literacy programs, and STEM programs. Our SEED STEAM ecosystem programs will aim to increase youth participation in Central and West Long Beach, particularly amongst Cambodian and Filipino teens. Other forecasted projects include a revitalization of the African American Resource Area at the Burnett Library, an interdepartmental collaboration to design public programs to celebrate Kwanzaa, and the development of a Tagalog language and Filipino American experience focused collection at the Hart Library. Another focus area includes expansion of Long Beach City College free non-credit course offerings to more library sites. The new 5-year infrastructure plan includes critical improvements to several libraries and will address vital deferred maintenance projects such as ADA improvements at the Bayshore Library and HVAC projects at Mark Twain and Burnett Libraries. All 12 of our public libraries, just like our parks buildings, are designated cooling centers, and with significant climate changes anticipated in the very near future, the structural integrity of our libraries and their ability to provide respite from the elements is essential for our older adult population and the economically disadvantaged communities most severely impacted by climate change. I want to thank the team at Public Works for helping us to identify and prioritize those projects. So growing doesn't come without growing pains, and the library is not without its own challenges in the imminent future. The ongoing pandemic continues to impact operations in ways such as staff shortages resulting from illness, and the continued hesitancy by some families and older adults to re-enter public spaces like the library. Like our fellow departments and other municipal and private organizations, we are hobbled by our difficulty in recruiting and retaining staff with the necessary background and qualifications to work within a library setting. Grant funding is absolutely a blessing and allows us to push forward with innovative work like that of our STEAM programs, but it doesn't support operational needs, and the staff needed to simply open the doors and keep our buildings operationally safe. Contrary to popular perception, not everyone who works in a library is a librarian, and being a public librarian requires a unique combination of required education, community-mindedness, and a heart for public service, which is often tough to find in a competitive job market where other library systems offer better compensation and benefits. And as the number of persons experiencing homelessness rises, there exists an increasing need for social services, outreach, and support that goes beyond what library staff are able to offer. We strive to create a safe and welcoming environment for all library patrons, both housed and unhoused. Maintaining that safe environment is a tricky balancing act and often falls directly on the shoulders of library workers in a way that increasingly goes beyond what we've expected of them in the past. It is taxing and stressful work that has begun to take a toll. More than ever, our staff is in need of wellness and mental health support to cope with the direct and vicarious trauma they experience on a frequent basis. Our partnership with the Health Department and the Homeless Services Bureau is a truly innovative step in the right direction, and we hope that this collaboration continues and grows as we learn to work together to connect our most vulnerable patrons to vital services. Despite some of the speed bumps ahead, there is a vast opportunity to forge new pathways and strengthen existing ones. In FY23, we have a couple large technology initiatives that we're working on, including the submission of an RFP for a new online catalog and the upgrading and replacement of all of our public computers. A new library catalog will enable us to create a more intuitive user experience and increase accessibility for our residents who speak languages other than English. Other highlights include $250,000 in federal earmark funding for the expansion of bilingual early childhood programs and community outreach based out of the Michelle Obama Library, and the continued support of teen mental health and wellness programs through the Recovery Act and Measure US funds. Lincoln Park and the Billie Jean King Main Library Terrace are growing into what is starting to feel like Long Beach's own town square. And the synergy between library services, parks, and local community groups is gaining momentum. The ongoing collaboration to activate that space is a wonderful chance to promote communal gathering and offer free enrichment opportunities to downtown residents. In the last year, we've partnered with several departments to host community events in the park and look forward to doing so again in the coming months. Lastly, the elimination of fines is going to be a huge opportunity for us to re-engage with those in our city who felt like the library's doors were closed to them. The ones who were too embarrassed to come back because they had to choose between buying food and paying library fines. It's our chance to welcome those residents back, to include them in all the dynamic and wonderful things that are happening at the Long Beach Public Library. And that concludes my presentation on Library Services Fiscal Year 2023 budget. We may be a small department, but we are mighty in the impact we have on people's lives. Vice Mayor Richardson and council members, thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to continue on and do all the presentations.
So we'll next hear from Development Services, Christopher Kuntz.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me this evening. Christopher Kuntz, your Acting Director of Development Services, and in the audience I have the team, including our Admin and Financial Services Bureau Manager, Lisa Fall, that helped put all of this together. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we do in Development Services and our budget for the coming year. So in Development Services, what we really do is we create community and we create neighborhoods, and we do that in a couple different ways. The first is through the creation of physical development. So we are the entity for all private development that oversees everything from planning and long-term visioning to individual projects and inspecting them and making sure everything is safe. We also create community in less physical ways through enforcing community standards with code enforcement, doing our affordable housing development so everyone in Long Beach can enjoy the city's benefits and live here, and through neighborhood improvements such as tree planting and cleanups. We have a lot of accomplishments over the last couple years, including the last year. We adopted our housing element, which isn't just a paper exercise. We were one of the first in the region to gain compliance, and actually still one of the few in the region to gain compliance. And it's our plan to address one of the biggest needs in our city, which is having a housing stock that serves our residents and addresses the large affordability and availability needs for housing. Just the other day, we approved the Climate Action Plan in front of this council, which is our city's way of doing their part to reduce greenhouse gases, but just as importantly, preparing for inevitable climate change and sea level rise. The future is great, and we're excited about the future, but in terms of development, some of the great projects we've seen over recent years also mean that the easy sites are gone. So what we have a lot of in our city are more challenging development sites that may have past oil and gas activity, may be smaller sites, may have different challenges in our work to create ordinances that deal with construction in the vicinity of oil wells and deal with methane is all part of that long-term transition away from oil and gas. In terms of housing and community support, last year more than 1,000 housing starts, and that's been consistent for the last 3 years. That's not just a number, that's a huge accomplishment for this mayor and council and this department. If you look back 10 years ago, we were averaging around 100 housing starts a year and no ADUs. Now we're at 10 times that level, over 1,000 units per year and over 400 ADUs per year. We're continuing to facilitate affordable housing by updating ordinances such as density bonus and doing high quality projects such as the Bloom at Magnolia at PCH and Magnolia that you see on the screen. And beginning construction on 4 new affordable projects at this moment. We're really proud of the work that we do in communities. So planting 600 trees, 140 cleanups, over 1,000 tons of debris removal. But that's really not just about the trees and the cleanup. Those events are a way to have neighbors connect with each other, to create capacity in neighborhood organizations that we partner with in these events, and to be able to build social capacity in every neighborhood in the city. In terms of facilitating development, we have over $475 million worth of construction underway. Through the end of July, our activity had exceeded the entire previous fiscal year in terms of permits issued and the value of those permits. We have over 4,000 residential units in the pipeline. We've made some progress on technology, but for the year ahead, that's a huge need for the department, and we'll be working with our partners at TID to make continued technology improvements. And we're seeing very robust ADU activity. That's something that happens across the city in all council districts and all neighborhoods. It's a great opportunity and one that we need to adapt to and embrace. So in terms of being able to track our progress and be responsive to customers, we have an ombudsperson that was brought to us through Recovery Act funding. And with that, we've been able to start surveying in a more automated way every customer that comes to our Development Service Center, also known as the counter. We're consistently receiving scores of 4.6 or above out of 5 in terms of the responsiveness, courteousness, and providing information to our customers. We believe that having this type of data will help us to continue to serve our customers well. In development services, we're all about embracing change. So some recent changes have happened already, being able to resume expedited building and planning review services, which is where a customer pays a higher fee and staff does those reviews on an overtime expedited basis. That's important to our customers, and we're glad to resume that service. We're also facilitating ADU development, whether that's through our express garage conversions, multifamily and single-family ADUs, our pre-approved standard plans program, which is underway, and working to stay on top of various changes at the state level that impact the way that we interact with our customers and do ADUs. Why am I here? Oftentimes, Development Services does not present during the budget cycle, and that's because we are not, we're primarily a specially funded department. Most of our activities relate to an enterprise fund, which means that our customers' fees and charges pay for the staff that is providing the service. But we do have general funded services related to code enforcement. And we are the entity that oversees the successor agency activities. So some of that successor agency money comes in, and then a lot of it goes back out to make debt service payments. In terms of FTEs, we are increasing FTEs this year, reflective of our need to provide services and our growing level of activity. So what are the changes in this budget year all about? It's about projects that need additional staffing. So I wanted to give this council just one, real world example. So, in the director chair, I try to keep track of, are we being efficient? Does it take employee A or employee B longer to do a given task? Is our average wait time going up or going down? How long does it take to do the average conditional use permit? But sometimes those aren't fair comparisons. So in Council District 1, 2, and 3, we have the coastal zone, and we have an extra set of regulations from the state, and we have city regulations, and those are all important. And we have 2 additional planners coming on to do that. Just the sheer amount of work and steps involved to accomplish the same task, that complexity has increased greatly over the recent years. Our permit center has been extremely busy, so we're adding permit techs, which is the person that the customer interacts with. That's sort of the face of the city, and oftentimes the customer has no other interaction with the city other than that visit to the counter, so getting that right is really important. We need customer service reps to handle payments, and we're continuing the ombudsman person. We're not just responding to current needs, so we're looking towards the future. Creating the housing element and creating the climate action plan were both extremely difficult, and in many ways they were the easy part, right? So both of those policy documents now have to be implemented. They have to be turned into ordinances and spending and individual projects. And that's what we're doing in this budget with the appropriate staffing, as well as contract and other support. We don't think that overtime is a bad word, so we're also making some changes with being able to fund overtime allows, when I have a planner go to a planning commission meeting or a community meeting, to come to work the next day rather than being told to flex that time by staying home the next day, which is what happens when we don't have overtime authority. We are participating in the city's 5-year infrastructure plan. Not everyone may know, but the city puts itself through the same rigorous process that we put private entities to. So anytime that we're doing a public project, be it a library, a park, or a storm drain, it does go through the development review process in development services. And then as part of the 5-year infrastructure, we are also leading the design for the LGBTQ+ cultural district on Broadway. So while we're very optimistic, there are some challenges just to be aware of. Retaining planning, engineering, and inspection staff has been a challenge. Filling vacant positions has been a challenge, but we're thankful for the support from civil service and HR. Accommodating increasing complex state mandates while maintaining customer service is extremely challenging. So I spoke a moment ago about the coastal zone to give you a real world example. 5 years ago, if someone in the coastal zone wanted to demolish a single family home, they would come with a basic demolition plan to the Development Service Center. It was a task that they could accomplish in 1 hour. So with changes in local and state law, they now would come to us on an appointment basis. It will take 6 to 8 weeks to process that request. That's because instead of just checking the safety of the demolition, the city now has to look at what's the entire occupancy history of that single family home for the past 10 years. What were the rents? What were the incomes of the person occupying it? What is the replacement structure? Does it meet various no net loss standards and other standards? Those are all important, legal and policy changes, but communicating to the customer that something that used to take 1 hour is now going to take 8 weeks is a challenge, especially when those changes are made at the state level and then implemented here locally. So that remains a challenge, and our biggest challenge remains replacing our legacy software system, which will be occurring over the coming year and years. So with those challenges come great opportunities. We're able to improve customer service, and I'm very excited to have the positions in this budget because it will allow us to have staff concentrating on the tasks that are within their classifications. In the department, we get the work done as necessary. So over the past 2 years, because of staffing shortages, furloughs, COVID closing the counter, we've had people doing what was necessary to get the work done, whether that was a planner working as a cashier, our building official also plan checking solar, our inspection staff personally reviewing pools. I was moonlighting answering our building and safety email box at one point. We did what was necessary to keep the lights on and be responsive to our customers, but the positions in this budget will allow us to have the ability to have staff working on what they're best qualified to work on and get the work done for the benefit of our customer. We're very excited also to resume more direct engagement and events and in-person outreach to the communities that we serve in the year ahead. So that concludes my presentation. I look forward to your questions later tonight.
Johnny Vallejo, Acting Economic Development Director, will present next.
Hello and good evening, Vice Mayor and Council members. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to present to you an overview of our FY23 proposed budget for economic development. I really appreciate the notion in our mission that a strong economy provides opportunity to those who work in our community, those that make the commitment to invest in our community, and those that are creative, ambitious, and smart enough to do business in Long Beach. We've also trained a constant eye on ensuring that our work is designed towards equitable opportunities and outcomes throughout our city. Some important ways we work towards our mission: we strive to grow and strengthen established industry clusters. We see this as we help pivot our aerospace industry to embrace new space technologies. We seek to increase access to economic opportunities in low-income communities by designing our business support programs to have equitable access to both funds and education. And in supporting both small business and industry with workforce assistance, job training, grants, and loan access, we are investing in the long-term success of our economy in every area of our city. Our response to COVID required the department to be agile, creative, and resourceful, and the team heeded the call to action. To continue to provide this high level of service to our community and allow us to better communicate access to important resources and opportunities, the business operations team is seeking to enhance outreach efforts with a dedicated communications position. Many of these notable resources and opportunities are made available through our Business Development Bureau. The Business Development team provides access to capital via small business loans and grants and technical assistance and education, such as preparing business plans and navigating the business license process. This team also supports the city's 10 business improvement districts, who in turn provide valuable services to some of the city's most important corridors. The business development team continues to expand their abilities to outreach to existing businesses, but also to outreach to those that may be considering starting or moving their business to Long Beach. The Real Estate Development Bureau provides local knowledge expertise of our real estate market and can assist in the promotion of private sector investment. With access to a cadre of on-call brokers and development expertise, the team supports tenant attraction and site selection when needed. The Real Estate Development team is also responsible for administering real property and related transactions, including acquisition and dispositions in support of initiatives like housing development and addressing homelessness, negotiating leases in support of city services, leasing of city-owned properties such as Town Center, Pike, and Shoreline Village, and the administration of key city assets such as the Long Beach Convention and Entertainment Center. And finally, during these challenging times, our workforce team is actively supporting both workers and businesses. Under the branding of Pacific Gateway, the team provides rapid response to businesses experiencing significant layoffs and assists with finding employment for affected workers as quickly as possible. The workforce team also uses their knowledge of the local labor force and access to subsidized training and employment resources to support Long Beach businesses. At the core, though, the workforce team exists to support our workers through consultation, education, training, and placement, for which this team has become a model throughout the state. The impact of COVID-19 continues to be felt by our community, particularly as it relates to our economy. During FY22, the Economic Development Department has played an important role in mitigating some of these impacts to our local workforce and businesses. We have provided more than 2,200 adults and youth with career counseling, job search assistance, work experience, and occupational training through Pacific Gateway's workforce centers. We launched 4 Long Beach Recovery small business and nonprofit relief grant programs totaling over $8 million. We implemented a commercial rental assistance grant that provided $1.3 million to 326 businesses to pay outstanding or upcoming commercial rental payments. And we have continued the BizCare hotline and pop-ups that have provided businesses with resources and information, in fact, to over 2,500 small businesses during this fiscal year. As touched upon in that last bullet, business outreach has been a hallmark of our response to the ongoing economic impacts, and we've been very intentional in creating a robust program for this effort. Through our staff-hosted pop-ups, we have assisted over 900 businesses to date. Through our 4Biz email, we have responded to over 1,400 communications from local businesses. Our 4Biz telephone hotline has answered over 7,400 calls. Our boots-on-the-ground BizCare outreach team has visited over 1,000 local businesses, and we have partnered with 27 community-based organizations at community events throughout Long Beach. The department is fortunate to support our residents and investors and business owners in many different ways, some of which include our workforce team recently hosted the largest in-person job fair in Southern California at the Long Beach Convention Center with over 2,000 attendees and more than 150 employers. Our real estate team assisted in a multi-departmental effort to identify and acquire an additional 102-room facility for implementation of Project Homekey. We negotiated a purchase and sale agreement for the former Long Beach Armory to add 64 units of workforce housing, 63 of which will be affordable units. And we launched the Space Beach program with support of a $1.6 million grant from the Conrad N.H. Hilton Foundation. Space Beach is a job skills training program to connect Long Beach youth with career exploration opportunities in the aerospace industry. The program's success is growing and continues to match workers with innovative world-class companies. The initial iteration of the city's blueprint for economic development was comprehensive yet simple in presentation, and provided a guide for staff and community to refer to when designing or reviewing projects and programs. But events at the national and local level related to equity and inclusion necessitated a stronger emphasis on ensuring a more inclusive and sustainable economy. While many of the focus areas remain the same, the proposed update to Blueprint for Economic Development, or Blueprint 2.0, will provide the same comprehensive but straightforward format to guide workers, investors, entrepreneurs, and city partners in creating a more inclusive and sustainable economy by 2030. The department will continue to lead the city's COVID-19 economic recovery strategy under the Long Beach Recovery Act. Some of the most important projects ready for implementation include a Long Beach Guaranteed Income Pilot, $6.3 million to establish the Long Beach Youth Climate Corps, $3 million to develop economic empowerment zones throughout the city, and $2.8 million for fee waivers to businesses and nonprofits to help address negative economic impacts. The department is focused on improving the preservation and management of key city assets, including 2 high-profile assets in the Queen Mary and Long Beach Convention and Entertainment Center. We have engaged in a new hotel management agreement with an operator for the Queen Mary and will enthusiastically work with them and our partners in Public Works towards a reopening this year. We have proposed in this year's budget the addition of a bureau manager and an administrative analyst as the initial personnel resources needed to manage this agreement and others within Pier H. The new bureau will oversee the reopening, operating, and ongoing maintenance of the Queen Mary and surrounding area, offset by anticipated revenue to be generated by the Queen Mary, special events, and associated leases, and would be transferred to the port if that determination is made. We also have a new and amended restated operating agreement at the Long Beach Convention and Entertainment Center. The new agreement provides for more oversight and control. As we operationalize the new agreement, we will likely add additional new policies and procedures, and this will take time and effort to manage. A convention center analyst is being sought to address issues, navigate city approvals, review performance reports, and enforce the terms of this contract. While we have developed considerable LBRA resources to assist businesses in need, we want to develop long-term structural capacity to support business attraction and retention. To support this effort and the development of more targeted sector-specific strategies, we have proposed a business liaison position within the Business Development Bureau. The position will serve as the primary point of contact for business owners and entrepreneurs that need financial and technical assistance. They will provide support in resolving issues and provide guidance for those seeking to start a business in or relocate to Long Beach. And finally, we will consolidate the cannabis equity business and cannabis equity hire programs under business development to better align operations. Previously, some components of these programs were housed in our Workforce Development Bureau. This alignment will provide more efficient administration of the programs, resulting in more streamlined support for this important new business sector. As part of the city's new 5-year infrastructure plan, the Economic Development Department will have responsibility for 3 key projects. The Convention Center marquee sign will be an important and notable feature of the Convention Center and downtown. Improvements to the Expo building in support of the African American Cultural Center are important to the Big Mills Atlantic Corridor and highlight the city's commitment to creating an inclusive economy. And Project Home Key, in partnership with the city's Department of Health and Human Services, has already proved a successful concept. Enhancing the city's capacity to house persons experiencing homelessness is a priority from an economic perspective, from a health perspective, and simply shows compassion for some of our most vulnerable residents. As many of you are aware, we've been challenged with some key vacancies in our department. We are confident that the search being conducted for a director will be successful, but in the meantime, we have several key positions being filled in acting capacities and several related vacancies. Capacity has been an issue at times, but the team is dedicated to advancing our important projects and programs. An obvious challenge being faced by every worker, business owner, and resident of our city at this time is the current economic environment. We are fortunate to have many of our Long Beach Recovery Act programs in place to help, and others like the Guaranteed Income Pilot coming soon. But we also know that the long-term sustainability of programs like these are in question. As the city moves through these difficult times, we'll need to identify which of these programs might be supported in a smaller or on a longer-term scale. And finally, we have been fortunate to have a council and city manager with the thoughtfulness to incorporate equity into both strategy and implementation when it comes to economic development. We need to ensure that this focus remains, does not become performative, and results in long-term sustained change. And finally, while we are facing some obvious challenges, Long Beach continues to be really well poised for the future. As a coastal city, we host an active port, airport, conventions, concerts, tourism, an urban downtown, every type of residential opportunity, fantastic schools, incredible retail and restaurant options. And while traditional industry continues to call Long Beach home, we're also attracting some of the brightest and most creative minds to develop new technologies and new industries, as evidenced by our emerging Space Beach brand. And it's not just high tech. Long Beach remains a community that truly embraces and welcomes small business. Our Recovery Act programs are resulting in immediate investment and also helping guide how we grow our economy to a more inclusive one for all residents, because it truly is important that the community sees our commitment to an inclusive economy. And this commitment will be leveraged by the strong collaboration we have with our community-based organizations. Whether it's business improvement districts, cultural or community organizations, or others, the Long Beach community is eager to work together, improving our economy. And finally, this eagerness extends beyond formal economic development efforts. As we transition post-pandemic, we see both residents and visitors anxious and excited to visit our waterfront, explore creative offerings like Uptown Commons, the Long Beach Exchange, downtown, and our new beach concessions. We're excited to share what Long Beach has to offer. With that, I hope you feel my excitement and the excitement of our department, and we are available for questions.
And our final budget presentation will be Reggie Harrison, the Disaster Preparedness Department.
Good afternoon. Your mic was off. Vice Mayor Richardson, members of the City Council, thank you for this opportunity. I'm Reggie Harrison. I'm the Director of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Communications. We're going to present to you tonight our budget overview as well as an update on our 911 operations. Our department is faced with complex and evolving challenges, including greater public demands for service with limited resources. For an unprecedented 2 years, our Emergency Operations Center has been activated, the longest period of activation in the history of the city. We activated first in March 2020 to assist the Health Department in the COVID-19 pandemic response. We quickly pivoted to assist the Police Department on a number of social issues, including First Amendment rights activities and voters' rights to ensure an orderly election process, all the while maintaining a focus on the COVID-19 pandemic as we continue today. Our public safety dispatchers are the first voice the public hears when they call for help. They are the first point of contact in the city's continuum of public safety, connecting the public with police, fire, and emergency medical services. They too are impacted by the aforementioned social issues as well as COVID-19 outbreaks in the communications center, the rising number of non-emergency and emergency calls for service, and in the mental fatigue provided through extended work hours. Our 911 dispatchers and disaster preparedness staff worked throughout the pandemic from their offices or in the communications center, like our public safety partners. In the police department and fire department, through it all, staff came to work every day, bringing professionalism and dedication while providing outstanding service to the public. The department is comprised of 3 divisions that are imperative to maintaining the safety and well-being of the city of Long Beach, its residents, business community, and first responders. The Emergency Communications Division houses the city's 911 public safety dispatchers, who are responsible for receiving and dispatching calls for police, fire, and emergency medical services. The Administration Division not only oversees all of the administrative functions of the department, but also provide oversight to the city's Homeland Security Grants Program, assisting subject matter experts in police and public safety departments, as well as other city departments, to ensure receipt of critical funding for terrorism mitigation, disaster preparedness training, planning, and equipment acquisition. The Disaster Preparedness Division manages the city's Emergency Operations Center, which serves as a hub for representation from across the city to work together in response to an emergency like COVID-19, an earthquake, tsunami, or other catastrophic events. Disaster Preparedness also coordinates all hazards trainings and exercises for the public and city staff. And just this week, we completed our second in a series of active shooter trainings with our finance department. The Disaster Preparedness Division also oversees Alert Long Beach, the city's mass notification system, which provides notification to our deaf and hard of hearing residents via American Sign Language videos. We encourage all residents to sign up to receive Alert Long Beach. The majority of my presentation will focus on the 911 Emergency Communications Center, but first I do want to just highlight a few of the accomplishments of the other divisions. As was mentioned, our disaster preparedness division has maintained an activated status since March 2020, during which time more than 200 city employees were assigned to report to our EOC to assist the health department in managing the response to COVID-19 pandemic. The Disaster Preparedness Division manages citywide emergency plans, including continuity of government plan, mass communications plans, and the hazardous mitigation plan, which I will be bringing to you in the coming weeks, an updated hazardous mitigation plan for your approval. We are currently implementing the city's first Family Assistance Plan. The Family Assistance Center, when activated, will serve as a place to aid families separated during a disaster and provide comfort, support, and reunification. This plan would be activated in a situation similar to that of the Florida condo building collapse. You may recall that families spent weeks at that incident site trying to obtain information on the status of separated loved ones to alleviate the hardships of uncertainty. I want to highlight the work of our Homeland Security Grants team to successfully leverage grant funding to establish the city's first permanent 911 backup center located at the Energy Resources Department. The backup center includes 14 fully functioning workstations that closely mirror the consoles in the main center as depicted. In partnership with subject matter experts in our sister public safety departments and others, the division provides oversight to a grant portfolio of $25.5 million, which includes management of $15.5 million in active Homeland Security grant funds and $10 million in new grant funding requests. Over the past few weeks, you have heard a number of dispatchers come to the podium to express their concern over the high number of calls they take and extended work hours. Some of those dispatchers are our best and brightest, and I share their concerns. Throughout this presentation, I will discuss the challenges and opportunities moving forward. The 911 Center, which includes police and fire communications, has a budget of $10 million that includes 78 budgeted positions responsible for 911 call taking, radio dispatching, and administrative functions. 61 of those positions are currently filled. We supplement our staffing in the 911 Center with 5 part-time dispatchers and 3 retired dispatchers, annuitants. We currently have 12 dispatchers in various stages of training. In an effort to address recruitment and retention issues for this high-priority public safety position, in April 2020, City Council approved a 4% raise across the board for dispatchers. In addition, dispatchers received a negotiated 3% increase in that same year. At that time, those increases made Long Beach 911 salaries competitive in the region. However, since that time, other agencies have also received salary increases. Today, entry-level post-probationary dispatchers have a salary of $62,600 and can earn up to $76,600 on the top step, and those salaries can obviously be augmented through a number of skill pays. Dispatchers will receive an additional 2% cost of living adjustment in August 22 and another 1% in August 23 as part of a negotiated contract. Last year, the 911 Center received over 700,000 calls for police and fire emergency and medical emergency services, which equates to a little over 80 calls per hour. This is an unbelievable number of calls. In this region, only Los Angeles City and County answer more calls for service per year than Long Beach. Our dispatchers answered on average 80% of those calls within 15 seconds. In recent years, dispatchers have received a consistently increasing number of non-emergency calls. In fact, in 2021, 60% of all calls, a little over 422,000, were for non-emergency services, as depicted on the graph on the screen. Non-emergency calls, including those for city services such as booking, arrest, and bail information, take precious time away from the dispatcher's ability to answer urgent calls for emergency services. To reduce the impact of this high volume of calls, we plan to hire call taker only positions in FY23. These call takers will be trained in telephone procedures and interpersonal communication skills. Call takers will not initially receive training in radio protocols, making it much faster to utilize them in supplementing staffing in the communications center. In addition, next year we will launch a campaign, Help Us Help You. Focus on educating the public on when it is appropriate to call 911 and when it should utilize the city's newly implemented one-number system that enables all city services to be reached through a single phone number, 562-570-5000. Further, in response to the influx of call volume earlier this year, the department implemented a non-emergency phone tree to reduce the number of non-emergency calls answered by 911 dispatchers. I want to spend just a little bit of time discussing this innovative system. In May of this year, the department seamlessly implemented a non-emergency phone tree that connects callers directly to commonly requested city services. Again, like booking, arrest, and bail information. The phone tree provides callers with a more streamlined experience while freeing dispatchers to answer urgent calls requiring immediate assistance. In the event that a non-emergency call escalates to an emergency situation, callers have within the phone tree the option to speak with a dispatcher. Since implementing the phone tree, we have seen a 25% reduction in the number of non-emergency calls answered by dispatchers. So now, in addition to tracking call volumes, the department also closely monitors a number of other status. Priority 1 calls. These are the highest priority of police response. The 911 center answered and entered 81% of priority calls within 60 seconds. Talk time. This is the amount of time each dispatcher spends on a call. Year-to-date, police dispatchers average 1 minute 43 seconds on each call. This time is impacted by the numbers of calls requesting information on COVID-19 protocols, non-emergency calls for city services, and non-emergency calls regarding public health emergencies. Year-to-date, fire dispatchers average 2 minutes 13 seconds on each call. This time is impacted by dispatchers asking key questions about the medical conditions of the patient and providing pre-arrival medical instructions to the calling party, as well as asking COVID-19 screening questions. We also have an active quality assurance program where we monthly review 10% of our calls answered by dispatchers, and we also have a continuing education program whereby dispatchers are required to take 12 hours of police standards training, as well as our fire dispatchers to take 12 hours of emergency medical training. In 2021, the 911 Communications Center had a cumulative 27,000 hours of overtime. This is equivalent to $1.3 million or 13 full-time employees. Dispatchers work 4 10-hour shifts and can be assigned 2 to 6 hours of overtime for a variety of reasons. Issues that drive overtime include, in recent years, we have seen the job market become increasingly competitive. There are a lot less complex jobs available than being a public safety dispatcher. The 911 Center is a 24-hour operation, which means that if there are any vacancies or absences, mandatory overtime is required to maintain operational proficiency and the safety of our residents and first responders. There are times when we must ramp up staffing during periods of especially high call volumes, like the 4th of July, New Year's Eve, or an intensive police and fire activities. Overtime is also impacted by extended leaves like FMLA, workers' comp, COVID-19 illnesses. At one point, we had 5 dispatchers out on COVID-19 leave at the same time. Those absences had to be covered by overtime, approximately 200 hours in 1 week. The time it takes to fill vacancies is another driver of overtime. Candidates must complete a background investigation, same as police officers, which includes a polygraph exam, psychological exam, as well as interviewing families, friends, and previous employers. This process takes months to complete, and many recruits do not pass this stage of the process. Of those who do pass and accept the offer of employment, they begin a lengthy probationary period of 1 year before they are fully trained to help alleviate staffing shortages and reduce overtimes. So our dispatchers are one of only 3 groups in the city, including police and firefighters, who have a 1-year probationary period. Recruitment and retention of 911 dispatchers is a challenge across the nation, and Long Beach is no exception. The work of a 911 dispatcher is complex and requires constant multitasking. The job is also demanding given the nature of the work. Since 2019, the 911 Center has hired 50 dispatchers. During that same period, we have lost 52 dispatchers to a combination of probationary resignation, dismissal, employee resignations, and retirement. Our recruitment strategies are robust and varied. Recruitment for 911 dispatchers are open and continuous throughout the year, meaning we do not have to wait for an eligibility list to be created. Staff attends community events and job fairs to recruit dispatchers, and we offer sit-alongs to potential candidates so that they can get a real feel for the job. We are excited to participate in the city's recently approved Recruitment Incentive Program, where newly hired dispatchers will receive a bonus of $5,000 paid over an 18-month period. We will be one of few 911 agencies in the region that offers hiring incentive. Thank you, council members. In FY23, we plan to fill our vacant Communication Center Coordinator position with a dedicated responsibility of overseeing recruitment and retention strategies. We launched an extensive update to our department website and social media account with a focus on our newly implemented Join LB911 campaign. I previously talked about our call-taking only positions that we plan to hire, and we also hire part-time dispatchers and recently retired dispatchers, or again, retired annuitants. And finally, earlier this year, in April, we hired a consulting firm to conduct a 911 staffing study, which will identify benchmarks and best practices, including staffing levels, recruitment, and hiring practices, and overtime requirements. We anticipate this study to be completed by the end of this fiscal year. We see this staffing study as a blueprint for our way forward. Long Beach Public Safety dispatchers are part of the city's continuum of public safety, along with the police and fire departments. When a resident has experienced what in many times is the worst day of their lives, our dispatchers are the first point of contact. And while dispatchers never leave the communications center, they describe a very vivid scene of the incident to arriving police and firefighters. This subjects them to sometimes horrific situations, and they rarely get closure on the event. This can create significant level of distress. While we cannot change the nature of the job, we can create a work environment that promotes health and wellness. Over the past few years, we have made a number of enhancements to our facility, including updating equipment in our on-site gym and updating break rooms with new chairs and recliners that dispatchers use to relax and decompose during scheduled breaks. We have contracted with the Counseling Team International to provide staff with on-site counseling services in the aftermath of traumatic events. Additionally, we provide our staff with wellness items each year. For instance, in conjunction with the update of our gym, we provided staff with department-branded gym towels and reusable water bottles to promote and encourage wellness. This year, we began hosting quarterly K9 visits to our site. Our dispatchers and administrative staff are happy to stop by for a visit and get a big lick during their break. So looking forward, there are many opportunities that we have identified for our department to improve operations, reduce overtime, increase staffing, and engage with the public. In summary, the completed 911 staffing study will identify industry benchmarks and best practices in the areas of staffing levels, recruitment, hiring practices, and other overtime requirements. We will reduce the impact of non-emergency calls on dispatchers by hiring call-taker-only positions, launching our Help You educational campaign, and promoting the city's one-number system. Recruitment and retention initiatives include hiring a dedicated 911 recruitment coordinator, participating in the city's recruitment incentive program, and building the Join LB911 campaign. Lastly, at the heart of our department is our focus on serving the community. As in-person events are expected to be in full motion in fiscal year 23, we have significant opportunities to re-engage with the public through preparedness exercises like the Shakeout Earthquake Drill, Tsunami Walk, Pet Preparedness Month activities, and promote Join LB911 efforts at job fairs and community events. That concludes my presentation. I thank you, council members, vice mayor, for your time and attention.
That concludes the staff presentations.
Fantastic. Thank you. So, to the community, this is the second budget hearing. This is a continuation of earlier today, where we took a lot of public comment. But I do know that a number of people have requested to do public comment. So I am inclined to allow a limited public comment to individuals who didn't speak earlier, and we'll have an opportunity now. And we'll judge how much time we're going to allow to public comment based on how many people are going to speak. So show of hands, how many folks? Okay, it's a significant number. We're going to do 60 seconds on public comment, and now will be the time. Please line up, and we're going to do this. And again, this is our second public comment, because I understand some folks couldn't come at 3 o'clock due to work concerns, and we want to make sure that we accommodate that. Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you. Karen Reeside, I'm the president of the Long Beach Gray Panthers. These departments are probably the most departments that impact the quality of life in our community than any other departments within the city. There's some things missing in the presentations. Everybody talked about equity and inclusion. Nobody mentioned one thing about older adults. Which is kind of shocking. If you look at who owns most of the wealth in our community, it is older adults. If you look at who starts most of the businesses in Long Beach, it's older adults. So I think people need to re-look at their presentations and look at how you can include older adults in your presentation. We still don't have an emergency plan. My building had a fire in March. People still don't know what to do. We have a new 988 mental health hotline. That needs to be mentioned. I want Alert Long Beach to actually tell me when there's emergencies going on so I can keep myself safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. This is a good flow. We're moving expeditiously.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Veronica Garcia Davalos. I am the Executive Director and CEO of the Long Beach Public Library Foundation, and appreciate you allowing us all to say a few words. I just want to let you know we had a lot of individuals that were scheduled to be here today at 5. Individuals from PTA, our disabled community, Long Beach City College trustees, students, Centro Cha, prominent Long Beach author, and others. And we're here because we care. We care about our communities. We care about the support for our libraries, and it's more than books. Libraries promote equity, provide much needed resources, and addresses the digital divide, all things that we all really care about. And you know, we're a world-class city, and our residents deserve more. And although the budget recommendations had an increase, we really are urging you for more funding, longer hours, more support. We thank you for supporting the elimination of fines. That was wonderful, but we respectfully request your support for more funding and more hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, if it has not been made abundantly clear, we love libraries. We're an overzealous group of volunteers, unpaid professionals, most of us, who are in support of libraries, not for libraries' sake, but for what libraries do for communities. You have invested wonderfully into our libraries, but you are the council that deserves to be an historic council. It's been 10 years. City council members, and you have the ripe opportunity to vote for substantive change and improvements in the city's public libraries. We hope you'll do that. You've heard from the community. We're the voice of the community, and we love libraries. We're not your grandmother's library. You know that, right? Libraries do so much more, so we look forward to your vote in the affirmative, and I look forward to seeing you at Great Expectations.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, council members and Vice Mayor Richardson. My name is Fernanda Garcia Cortez, and I'm with the organization Long Beach Residents Empowered. Renters are systemically made to live in unsafe conditions, with children growing up with cockroaches and black mold because housing conditions are not being enforced. Housing codes are not being enforced, and landlords are issuing unjust evictions. We need a structurally funded and fully staffed rental housing division that will monitor and enforce tenant protection laws, centralize information and forms, Administer a tenant habitability program to mitigate substantial remodel evictions and begin research on rent stabilization models per the housing justice element. Councilwoman Zendejas, this is how residents in your district are currently living. This is unacceptable. What these tenants are going through is an example of why we need stronger rental housing divisions. Tenants are made to live in poor housing conditions, and their negligent property owners are trying to get tenants to self-evict as a loophole to substantial remodel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. Elsa Tong, District 5 resident and member of the Long Beach People's Budget Coalition, which is organized on a central principle that Black Lives Matter. If you listen to your constituents today in the past meetings, the city is actually prioritizing the wrong things. Divest from police, born from slave patrols who consume more than 40% of the general fund, and invest in basic needs and services that actually create opportunity and safety. And actually fund the commitments that you already agreed to in the recently adopted housing element. You care about homelessness? You want to prevent homelessness? Invest $3 million in Tenant Right to Counsel program, which would go into the county program to provide legal services, outreach, and education to Long Beach renters facing eviction. This program has already served nearly 400 Long Beach households, disproportionately Black, effectively reducing evictions and preventing homelessness. Invest in the people now.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dave Shuklip, 3rd District. I second everything that Elsa Tung just said. I have a couple points for disaster prep and emergency communications. First, strongly support more public trainings for earthquake preparedness. We are overdue for a big one. Second, for the hazard mitigation plan, I would like to see some research in there about what we know now about the health effects, especially the perinatal health effects from living next to oil and gas drilling. I'm glad that there's so many folks out here today out in support for the libraries. With the library presentation, slide 8, I think the city has a tremendous opportunity to invest in these cooling centers. Karen Reeside earlier mentioned we haven't said anything about seniors. Cooling centers are something that seniors are definitely going to need in the future, and we should own not only the retrofits for these HVACs on the roofs, but the solar and storage to make sure the AC is running when it's hot. We don't have to pay through the nose for it. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mayra García, del Distrito 2. Soy de la Coalición de Justicia para el Lenguaje. Dedicar el personal adecuado para implementar completamente las pólizas de acceso al lenguaje de la ciudad. De manera consistente y finalmente crear su justicia del lenguaje. Trasladar permanentemente los servicios de interpretación y traducción internamente para brindar una interpretación y traducción simultánea y con mayor calidad. Los residentes con dominio limitado del inglés proporcionarán intérpretes en español y Khmer en todas las reuniones. Del concilio y comisiones de la ciudad sin tener que hacer una solicitud por adelantado. Dedicar recursos para las necesidades del lenguaje que no cubren especialistas de acceso en lenguajes internos para garantizar la inclusión del lenguaje y el acceso equitativo para todos los miembros de la comunidad de Long Beach, proporcionando las organizaciones comunitarias que trabajen con comunidades de lenguaje marginados estipendios continuos para llevar a cabo actividades de divulgación sobre la póliza. Es una vergüenza que el concilio tenga que esperar media hora para poder tener traducción. Eso fue lo que esperé hoy y muchas de las personas pueden levantar la mano, todos los que necesitan traducción.
Me permite que se le va el tiempo. Así lo digo. My name is Myra, and I'm coming here representing language justice. We have to dedicate personnel that can implement the policies for access to language in the entire city in a very good way, and finally create a language translation service permanent inside the city for permanent translation and interpretation, and to have simultaneous interpretation with better quality than what we have for the residents that had limited understanding of the English language, to provide interpretation in Spanish and Khmer in all the meetings available by the council and the different committees in the city without having to make an application or a request in order to get access to the interpreters in those languages, and without having those specialists with special access that are internally hired, trying to create more inclusion in the language and equal access to language for all the members in the community of Long Beach, giving the organizations, community organizations that work with communities with marginal languages, the stipends to continue having activities of outreach activities to inform about policies. Thank you. It is a shame that I have been waiting for a half hour in order to be able to speak.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Todas estas personas tuvieron que esperar por traducción. Levanten la mano, por favor.
Everyone had to
wait for translation.
We see you. Gracias.
Ma'am, your time's
Interpretation is ready. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jamilet, and I'm an organizer with the Long Beach Immigrants' Rights Coalition, part of the People's Budget Coalition, and the Anti-Surveillance Coalition. I am queer and proud daughter of immigrants. My identities are not the only parts of me that I carry as a reminder of who I am, but more so my childhood experiences of feeling uncertainty, of loved ones not returning home from work, grocery runs, everyday errands, because I knew deportation was always a risk. I stand here because I owe it to my ancestors and family towards building a just world that prioritizes community care, not policing, not surveillance that often leads to deportations. Everyone in the people's budgets knows that the struggle of our communities, because they have deep connection to each other and because their experiences resonate with them in their own homes. I believe resources like the Justice Fund help many of our community members and chosen family to stay safe, together, and happy. Increase the Justice Fund to $1 million. This way we can have expanded services that include U visas, T visas, BAU applications in the Long Beach Justice Fund. Provide $2,825,000 funding in language justice so that these meetings are more accessible to non-English speaking communities. This has been known for a very long time.
Ma'am, your time is concluded. Thank you.
So much. Our next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eric, and I'm the Organizing and Program Manager with the Long Beach Immigrants' Rights Coalition. So the $300,000 that's currently allotted to the Long Beach Justice Fund is structural. We're asking for an additional $700K on top of that for a total of $1 million to address the holistic needs that come with fighting a deportation beyond the monetary. And so these are the psychological effects, these are the emotional effects, the physical effects that it has to have to fight a deportation, all of which I know firsthand after fighting a deportation for 10 years. It's important to understand that Long Beach is in a very unique position and has only taken the first step in offering deportation defense, where oftentimes folks that are coming to the Justice Fund, that's already their last resort. And so they've already had often previous contact with the criminal legal system. So the chances are slim they hit the Ninth Circuit, wherein it's the final appeal they have. And at that point, the Long Beach Justice Fund services end. And so we're trying to ensure that Long Beach is able to see its residents throughout the whole process in order for them to really fight the deportation and look beyond success, whether or not the case.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight to ask that you take seriously the demands of the people's budget. Please fully fund the Long Beach Tenant Right to Counsel program this year. The program would have made a significant difference in my life and the life of my neighbors as we were evicted under the substantial rehabilitation loophole in 2019. The city was unable to provide any legal assistance to defend us from what was hardly substantial remodeling, and my neighbors, including several sick and elderly folk, were evicted, and the only people that were able to offer us any guidance or support was our local nonprofit Libre. The Tenant Rights Council could have kept us in our homes, but it needs to be fully funded. Please seriously consider this demand, as well as the others outlined in the people's budget this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Sharon Buckley, and for the past 7 years, I have resided at a senior building
at Long Beach and 21st Street Apartments. Our building is managed by Western Senior Housing, and they have done nothing but harass and constantly intimidate the tenants. We are threatened constantly with eviction. There are tenants that have moved out in terror and have ended up on the street. They do not know their rights. We have contacted different agencies only to be told that they cannot help. We ask that the city support the hundreds of tenants who find themselves in similar circumstances by being able to connect them with appropriate services and work to enforce tenants' rights even when the families and people are not in crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jason Mercado. I am an organizer for Long Beach Residents Empowered. Councilman Oranga, residents in your district at Century Villages at Cabrillo are being assaulted and murdered. And Dr. Zulizado, I'm sorry if I butchered your name, by the way. Residents are also being harassed in some of the buildings, especially in HUD and Section 8 programs. A demand that we have is we need the city to invest $10 million to create a new structural program for ongoing rental assistance for low-income families. We've already seen struggling with sky-high inflations and facing a possible national recession. We need to stabilize our communities by creating a safety net for renters to keep families housed. This program would be administered by the Rental Housing Division and tie in with local tenant protections.
Sir, your time is concluded.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I will be speaking briefly on the need to fully fund tenant right to counsel in the city as part of the people's budget demands. The law does not matter and rights are not real when those rights are not enforced. While the substantial remodel loophole was closed, in effect, it does not matter. Recently, working as part of Libre, we walked up to a building that seemed to be having a yard sale in front. What we soon learned was that the entire building was being evicted, largely elderly, monolingual Spanish speakers, with 1 week verbal notice to leave. They knew that it was illegal, and they also knew that there was nothing they could do to fight it. We must fully fund tenant right to counsel and protect our renters in the city, which is over 60% of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is May. I'm a member of DSA Long Beach and a resident of District 3. So I'm calling on you today to adopt the people's budget. As Ruth Wilson Gilmore says, we need to treat life as precious. Unfortunately, the city of Long Beach and the budget as it stands does not treat life as precious. Spending an inordinate amount of policing that seeks to extinguish human life and to treat humans as problems that targets Black and brown communities, low-income folks, refugees, and immigrants is not treating life as precious. I speak from personal experience, having had a late brother who suffered from substance abuse, and seeing how much more equipped the city and society was to send police to essentially sweep him under the rug and invisibilize him, rather than support him with the things that we need. And this is a direct function of the choices and the power that you all have. I implore you to treat life as precious. Divest from policing, which is about extinguishing life and not treating life as precious, and invest in the things that we all deserve to thrive. Adopt the people's budget.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Kevin Yeager, D1, here supporting the people's budget. And to fund this, we must defund LBPD. Some numbers from policescorecard.org. LBPD uses more force than 97% of police departments. In accountability, LBPD is in the bottom 1% of California, and Black residents are 2.6 times more likely to be killed than white people. City Council looks at these numbers every year and gives LBPD a raise anyways. Instead of system change, now we're hiring more bike cops for community engagement. This so-called community policing is just an expensive attempt at PR, while increasing the scale of policing in Black and brown neighborhoods. We do not need more photo ops of cops petting dogs. Divest from guns and handcuffs, criminalization, and incarceration, Invest in our community's basic needs. Invest in housing. Support the people's budget.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I just want to draw attention before the next speaker
Interpreters?
goes up that the translation is off again. So can we get that situated before we move on?
We're working on it. Thank you. Can you please proceed?
Is there another, while we wait on interpretation, is there another speaker?
Yeah, but we would like our community to be able to hear.
Okay. So what's the situation with the
We are working on it right now. Our interpreters are in the back working on the equipment. We can take a pause if you'd like.
I think we need to take a pause. All right, folks. So here's what we'll do. Gracias. Here's what we're going to do. This was a second public comment period. Public comment was earlier. If we're going to wait, then we have to move on with the agenda. And when we get this situated, we'll come back to the public comment. So we're going to right. We're going to pause that. No, I think there's a technology issue, so their headsets aren't working.
So then we should invest more money into language access, right?
Well, we're not gonna just interrupt the meeting in the process. So we're trying to figure it out, and this respectfully. Right, and we agree, which is why we're gonna pause this for now. Pause the public comment until we get this resolved. All right. Right. So we're just going to pause for now. All right, so we're going to continue public comment. We're going to do simultaneous interpretation, so folks who are not here can hear, and folks who are in the room will be able to hear from our simultaneous interpreter. So that's how we will proceed with public comment. So the next speaker, now will be the time to proceed. And if we can get a good count, raise your hand, the last person in line, the last speaker in line. Okay, is there any other speakers beyond the final speaker? Okay, thank you. Let's proceed.
My name is
And let's
Marlene.
set the timer for 2 minutes for interpretation, because they need double. Thank
My
you.
name is Marlene Alvarado. I live in the 1st District. I'm a property owner, and I am not a NIMBY. When 48% of our budget goes to the police and 1% goes to social services, the health department in particular, we have homeless people on our streets. And this person eats out of my garbage can in the back. We spend 48% of our budget on the police, and we have not solved the homeless problem because we throw them in jail, and then they come out, and we need to spend more money on homelessness and also on renters' rights. You people passed this draconian police budget, and we live in a police state.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Oh, we're actually going to interpret. Thank you. Go ahead. Interpret in Spanish.
Mi nombre es Marlene Alvarado, vivo en el Distrito 1 y soy también propietaria. El 48% de nuestro presupuesto se gasta en la policía, el 10% en servicios sociales y en el Departamento de Salud, mientras que hay personas que viven en la calle sin hogar. Hay una persona que come de mi basurero y de nuevo estamos pasando 48%, gastando 48% del presupuesto en la policía. De ahí avientan a los homeless, a las personas sin hogar a las cárceles. Y cuando salen es otro problema otra vez. Necesitamos invertir dinero en problemas de personas sin hogar y también derechos de inquilinos.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Carla, and I'm here to demand the adoption of the people's budget. Long Beach Black, Brown, and Indigenous families deserve a safe place to raise their families. What's the best way, you may ask? Divesting funds from the Long Beach Police Department and investing in Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities is how you do it. I could spend my time here talking about how much money Long Beach spends on the police department versus public health, but you all should know because you all approved it. So instead, I will use my time to remind you that you are not doing enough for our community members. Our community members are still living paycheck to paycheck. Our community members are still scared of being separated from their families, and our community members are still scared of being murdered by your police members. And what are you all doing to end this fear? Each and every one of you sitting up there has a choice. So stop ignoring the root of the problem and invest in the care for our Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities now.
Thank you. We're going to do Spanish now. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Carla Deman y también quiero hablar del presupuesto del pueblo. Demando que se adopte el presupuesto del pueblo. No están invirtiendo en la población, en la comunidad hispana, afroamericana e indígena. Deben desinvertir en la policía e invertir ahora sí en el pueblo. Quiero recordarles que ustedes tenemos pueblo que está viviendo de cheque en cheque, tienen temor a ser asesinados y ustedes ¿qué están haciendo? Tienen la opción, la decisión, deben invertir en el pueblo.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Scott Foltz, District 2. I'm here with Democratic Socialists of America Long Beach Chapter and in support of the Long Beach People's Budget Coalition. Homelessness has increased by 62% since 2020, disproportionately affecting Black renters, while simultaneously, huge sums of the city budget are poured into police salaries, benefits, and overtime at the expense of basic services for working people who are all too often a paycheck away or less from eviction. I volunteer with others to distribute food and supplies to our unhoused neighbors in Long Beach, some of whom wanted to be here today to provide public comment, but couldn't because of the hardships that they face in association with their current living situations. Long Beach needs investment in its community. It needs decent and dignified and actually affordable housing. It does not need more money for police, landlords, and incarceration.
Thank you. Now we're gonna interpret that. Just a moment.
Hola, soy Scott y yo vengo de parte de un capítulo aquí en Long Beach. Es importante que adopten el presupuesto de la coalición de Long Beach. Ha habido un incremento en personas sin hogar desde el 2020, un 62%, desmedidamente de personas afroamericanas. Y han habido grandes inversiones en salarios, en beneficios para la policía, a costo de servicios básicos para el pueblo. Gente que está viviendo de un cheque en otro cheque. Personas que enfrentan el desalojo. Yo también sirvo como voluntario para dar comida, ayudar con vivienda aquí en Long Beach. Hubieron muchas otras personas que quisieron venir para estar aquí también, pero no pudieron. Deben invertir en el pueblo para dar vivienda digna y desinvertir en la policía y no invertir en los arrendadores.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Joanna Diaz, and I'm here as part of the People's Budget Coalition, the Anti-Surveillance Coalition, and the Language Justice Coalition. I'm also here to ask you, what does civic engagement mean to you? Does it mean having community attend your meeting so you can say you met with folks? Or does it mean creating a welcoming space that genuinely works to engage with community and ensuring that they have access to the information and resources by providing quality and consistent translation and interpretation? Does it mean having special meetings riddled with miscommunication during regular working hours when working folks and community are not available to attend, let alone speak? Or does it mean having clear processes that genuinely listens to community without rushing them, without cutting them off, setting up ridiculous obstacles, and instead providing consistent opportunities and opportunities with interpretation from in-house interpreters paid by structural funds and not two-year grants? Does it mean community being unsafe and violated by racially biased and severely invasive surveillance technology that is used to criminalize our loved ones?
Thank you. Your time is
Or
concluded.
does it
Thank you for your time.
Ma'am, your time is concluded.
Thank you. Let's interpret that now.
Soy Joana Díaz, estoy aquí por parte de la coalición del presupuesto del pueblo, la coalición de justicia del lenguaje también. Cuando ustedes hablan de la interacción con el público, ¿qué quiere decir con esto? Debe ser de dar una calurosa bienvenida, tener acceso a interpretación y traducción de calidad, interpretación y traducción por personal dentro de la organización durante reuniones, y debemos poder ser escuchados, tener las oportunidades constantes y también estar en un espacio seguro y no perjudicial.
Fantastic. All right, thank you. And that concludes public comment. And again, it sounds like there was a battery issue with the headsets, but that sort of worked out, having everything interpreted so everybody can participate. So thanks for bearing with us through that process. We will now take it back behind the rail. Check, headsets working? Great, I see thumbs up. Now we're going to take it back behind the rail for council deliberation.
Vice Mayor
Once we
Richardson?
conclude this,
We have people on Zoom who are...
we have people on Zoom. Fantastic. So we will not take it back behind the rail. We'll go to Zoom, and then we'll do council deliberation. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Josie. Please unmute. Josie Embry. Next speaker, Gabriel Perez.
My name is Gabriel Perez. I'm a community organizer with Lane's Long Beach Coalition. We're here in support of the Justice Fund. Like countless U.S. cities, like myself and so many of us, Long Beach is the product of immigrant labor, culture, and love. The urgent need to keep working families together and protect our most vulnerable goes without saying. To that end, publicly funded programs like the Justice Fund are crucial, not only to prevent deportation, but to provide access to life-changing resources and services that can lead to permanent status. Everyone deserves the right to free legal representation, especially when faced with the threat of separation from their homes and loved ones. The Justice Fund has funded defense for folks who have been criminalized and detained by ICE. Now is the time to strengthen the program by expanding legal assistance to Ninth Circuit appeals, U visas, and VIWA applications for survivors of crime and domestic violence. For this reason, we urge the City Council to allocate $1 million to the Justice Fund to provide free, comprehensive immigration support to residents, regardless of their background. As city leaders, you have the power to create a Long Beach where families no longer live in constant fear, loss, or uncertainty. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Lilia Ocampo. Lilia, please unmute.
¿Me pueden escuchar?
Sí.
Ya está abierto mi micrófono. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Lilia Ocampo. Y estoy aquí para apoyar el fondo del presupuesto del pueblo, para dar fondos para la justicia del lenguaje, para que puedan las personas que no hablan inglés tener interpretación y poder hacer escuchar su voz, que no sea una barrera el hecho de que no hablen inglés, y también para que den suficiente presupuesto o dinero, fondos para la justicia, para las casas, para los apartamentos que no hay suficiente
Perdón,
servicios
señorita.
y que no están en buen estado.
Perdón,
Y
señorita.
también tienen infestación de ratas y cucarachas, que se haga efectivo, que sea el code enforcement. También que den fondos para los
Señorita, ¿puede empezar
para
su comentario
la
de nuevo?
inmigración, para apoyar a los residentes inmigrantes que se enfrentan a la deportación y otros procedimientos que separan a las familias porque muchas veces no tienen fondos para defenderse. Entonces, les pido que apoyen y que den fondos para la justicia, para ayudar a los residentes de Long Beach con los procedimientos de migración. Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias. Let's have the interpretation.
Interpreter was trying to get the member to start her statement again, but apparently she didn't hear. So I'll give the interpretation as I heard it. So residents are facing infestation of roaches and other problems. We need funds to help immigrants who are facing deportation and facing being separated from their families. They don't have funds to do this. We need to support them. We need justice for Long Beach residents during proceedings for immigration hearings.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our last speaker is
just a
Jillian
moment.
Xavier.
Just a moment. Was there something else?
She also spoke about investment in the language access.
Investing in language access. Got it. All right. Fantastic. Next speaker, please.
Jillian, you may begin.
I'm Jillian Lisa Xavier. I'm the owner of Draglow Cannabis Testing Lab. I am a social equity entrepreneur with the city. And the city pulled funding. I want to read something for you guys. New York social equity, they're saying this: New York has moved slowly and thoughtfully in getting into the recreational cannabis market. Its leaders have studied the experiences of other states, noting complications and pitfall that has arisen in such states as California, right, where small cannabis operators have been squeezed out and the large illicit market has grown, right, to dwarf the tax-paying legal sector. The state have given you guys $1 million to give us grant money to help.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Fantastic. And again, so we normally try to do simultaneous. We have to switch to consecutive and then back when the technology stepped up. Let's check the batteries before, next time the mayor's out so that we're prepared for it. But thank you so much for bearing with us. And thank you to our interpreters for making sure that you were there. And these are interpreters that are in our Office of Equity that are here to support this work. So thank you. We'll now take it back behind the rail. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everybody who has patiently waited to provide public comments on the budget. I wanted to, there's 4 departments here, and I just want to thank the directors for your presentation. And I have questions more specifically for 2 of the departments for now. I wanted to just start with the library services since that was the first department that presented, and I really think that the presentation shows how we are not in an age where it's your traditional library anymore. It's no longer just about books. It's increased to obviously closing the digital divide, ensuring there's inclusion in language, accessible books and videos and many other resources, as well as cultural exchange and education to recognize various holidays and important events in our community. And, I grew up growing up in libraries because that was one of the safest places and the only place I had any quiet space to do my homework. And it was also a safe haven as well because I just didn't really know where else to go that was open also after school and on the weekends. And so that has made a difference in my life, and I know that libraries continue to make a difference in a lot of our residents' life, especially now that we're piloting some social services program. Particularly, I think we have some case managers and so I'm just interested in learning more. I know that we've had cuts in staffing that goes way back to even 18, right? And it's not been fully restored, but I wanted to understand why we continue to have limited library hours.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow. So actually our budget reductions go back to the recession of the late 2000s. So it's back to 2008 when, from my understanding, I've only been with the department about 5 years, but our staff was reduced by about, I want to say 40%. And that was way back when. And so we've never really come back up to that same level. So that's a big reason why we don't have as many hours. And so right now we have enough staff to be able to run a single shift, which is a 5-day, 40-hour shift. And so in order to expand library hours, we have to be able to have enough staff to run staggered shifts. And we don't have that right now. So that's kind of where we're at.
And that's where I want to think creatively, and where could there be a way and where there may be more hours, but maybe certain limited services, just like sometimes it's really just making sure that certain resources available or space is available. So those are just some things. And the other is, how do we make sure we enhance community or department partnerships as we're doing more of these economic development pop-ups, as well as maybe Health and Human Services doing their programming. So I'm just trying to make sure we're working off of building more of a relevant library services as well as hours for our community in a way that can be also affordable. So I'd really like us to consider that. The other is that I really I appreciate seeing that we're going to be having some improvements to the branches, particularly of the 2 of the 5, it's going to be Mark Twain and Burnett in my district. And, I think there's every month, due to HVAC reason, the library closes. So I just want to say that having infrastructure or improvements made also impact library hours as well and services. So I hope that this will also make sure that the hours it's already minimally providing continues because we're able to fix some of these HVAC challenges, right? The other question I have is really going back to, so that concludes my question for library department, but I did want to make sure to go to emergency preparedness and communication. It might be some musical chairs happening tonight with directors, but you know, I definitely understand having that there's always been staffing challenges with our dispatchers, and not that I think that should be a normal situation, but I just would like to better understand. I think you've shared the challenges we have because they are the first people that people in dire situation speak to. If you can just go a little bit more into what are, I mean, and the fact that we have so many overtime hours, right? How can we ensure we're recruiting and retaining our dispatchers? So those are a few of my questions.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Across the nation, there's a shortage of dispatchers. Just across the nation, every city in the region, there's a shortage of dispatchers. And as I said, you know, I described the job of a dispatcher as multitasking on steroids. You know, they're moving from a telephone where they're talking to a resident over to a radio where they're talking in code, either to police or fire. It's a very complex job. And as well as the descriptions that they provide to our arriving first responders is very, very vivid. It's almost like they are there at the scene, and that's the requirement so that the responders know exactly what to expect when they get there. Hiring of a dispatcher, what they have to go through is the same level of background as a police officer. They get a police level background that includes psychological exams. All of their relatives get interviewed, neighbors get interviews, previous employees get interviews, they get a psychological examination. It's a rigorous process first to even become a dispatcher. And then, as I said, it's one of only 3 positions in the city that has a 1-year probation. That goes to the complex nature of the job, the technical nature of the job. Our fire dispatchers are educated in emergency medical dispatching. I walk through the dispatch center all the time, and I'll hear a fire dispatcher walking somebody through the birthing process. It's just an amazing environment that we work in there, and it's complex as well. I appreciate the staff that has come down. Again, as I say, I agree with them. And as through my presentation, I hope that you could see a number of tracks that we're taking to improve ourselves here in the city of Long Beach with our recruitment and retention. And so I would say this, Councilmember, I will ask for council support with the educational programs that we're going to launch that help us help you, as well as getting residents to take another look at our one number system, because they can get a lot of the answers that they need through their one number system and not inundate our dispatchers with the non-emergency calls. It takes away time from the actual emergency calls. That's a long answer to a very, very difficult question.
Thank you. I know I'm timed out. I'll queue up again.
Thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First of all, thank you to all of the presenters today. I know these are some very, very important departments that presented today, like it was said earlier. I'm going to go one by one. First, starting with the library. Considering the amount of resources our public libraries provide to our community and the impact it has on our people's lives, I can say with confidence how important it is to recommend the proposed 400,000 in one-time funding for materials be part of our library structural budget. I think that's very important. This increase in the library structural budget for materials and for more open hours would enable our libraries to be open a minimum of 48 hours each week. And will help make us make a greater difference in our community and for our residents. I also think that permanently eliminating overdue fines is a step towards equity, because those that are already facing challenges due to their income would no longer be subjected to outdated policy. So I'm very happy to see that was able to move forward, and I think it's going to be a major difference. I don't think we put enough emphasis on how great our libraries are, and not seeing an increase in their budget for the last decade shows me that we have not been able to do that. I hope that we can change that and really see that our libraries impact the lives not only of our children but of their parents. One of the things that I love the most is being able to access the libraries for our nonprofit organizations that we have in the community, so that they can have a safe place to conduct workshops for youth, somewhere where they are able to empower not only the youth but also the parents in our communities. And I think that they bring so much more. I know that they have a great programs to be able to offer bilingual education on all aspects of the library, and think that that's also very important. And I thank all the hard work that all of the library team continues to do, from the library itself, our city staff in our library, to the foundation. Very proud of all the work that you've done. Also, moving on to development services. Wow, it's just been great being able to be a partner with you, especially in the 1st District, but also citywide. There's been so many new housing that has been developed, especially for the projects that house affordable housing, and that's always something that's going to be close to my heart, being able to provide affordable housing for our residents. And I know that in the last couple of years we have built so much, and so I think that that's really good, and we're moving in the right direction. Also, there's so much more that we are currently working on, and I think that that's very important. Economic development also, there's so much that is going on there, and I think that it's all making sure that we do the best that we can for our city, and that we continue the development of our city and making it the best that we can. Director Reggie, I just also want to thank you for all that your department does. And I did have a couple of questions, and was hoping that you could answer a couple of questions for me. I know that, this is a very sensitive department, and we handle some of the most critical calls through our dispatch center. And I know I get a lot of residents who are asking, why all the questions, and I know there's a reason for all the questions that are being asked. And I was hoping maybe you could share a little bit about, what it is that the dispatchers are trying to get through when they're asking these questions for our audience, please.
Yeah, so thank you, Councilmember. That's a good question, and it's one that I often get when I'm out at community events as well. Why all of the questions? And so, again, as I said, the dispatchers are trying to create the picture for the arriving police officers, firefighters. So we ask questions to identify who is it that the police should be looking for when they arrive on the scene. So they have an accurate description of the person apparently that the police are being called on. Even a homeless person, we ask questions like, what's the color of the blanket that they have? Because when you go into a neighborhood, unfortunately, there are a number of homeless people. And so we want to be sure that we concentrate our efforts on the person who has perpetrated a crime. Let's just say that. It's really just to identify who is it that they should pay attention to, what's the reason for the call, what's going on. I think another big part of the questions is to ensure, is this a dangerous situation? Is this person armed? Have you seen a weapon, or did you just hear them threaten with a weapon? Do they actually have a weapon? And so all of that makes all of the difference in the world to an arriving officer. And then, as I say now, with our fire dispatchers, they're still asking COVID-19 screening questions. It's still a part of the protocol for arriving paramedics. So just want to get the correct identification in a nutshell.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Councilwoman, if you want to queue back up, that would be good. Councilwoman Price.
Thank you. So thank you very much to all of our department heads for the presentations tonight. I just have a few questions. So for our library services division, first of all, I think this entire council has been incredibly supportive of libraries. We've all tried to do our part to support libraries. I know, gosh, about 8 years ago, I brought the Sunday library hours item forward, and unfortunately, due to budget limitations, we weren't able to keep those. But we also had an item for expanded weekly hours, support of the hearing loop, which was an item that I brought, multilingual materials collection, investment in buildings and infrastructure, our fee amnesty programs, kids programming, adult programming, keeping our libraries open during COVID with book pickups, supporting the main library. I know Councilman Uranga and I brought an item regarding the library services audit that was done and supporting some of those initiatives there. So I think, generally speaking, we're all very supportive of the libraries and anything that we can do to enhance the library services and also help the libraries as they adapt to the changes in how people use libraries. I think we're all very committed to that. I think to the extent that we can, we'll continue to do that and support the budget recommendations in that regard. But if I can ask, if you were to have, one thing that would be the biggest change you'd want to see in our library system over the next year, what would that be?
Now you're putting me on the spot. That's a great question.
Do you want to think about it and I'll go to someone else?
Yeah, it's hard to pick one thing. I mean, I think for us, our two biggest, I can't, I'm going to narrow it down to two. Our two biggest pain points are our lack of funds to support our collection. That was something that was identified in the audit, that we as a city spend per capita a lot less than similar cities to support, just our general book collection and our digital resources. So that's one thing. And the other thing for us is just, you need staff to open buildings. And that's kind of where we're in the spot that we're in now, is that, you can't just fling the doors open. It's really challenging to run a library. You have to have a certain level of expertise. There have to be a certain number of classified people in the building to make sure that it's safe. And so it's, really that's the critical thing is, I think, staffing. I'll pick one, staffing.
Okay, so with staffing, do you currently have budgeted vacancies that you need to fill, and how many are those? And if you were to fill those, I imagine you'd feel a little bit of relief.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have about 6 critical branch and division supervisorial level vacancies that we just haven't been able to fill, just because of our processes kind of take a little bit of time. And so, yes, we will definitely feel a lot better when we can fill those. And in our administrative staff, we actually also have 2 critical vacancies at our administrative level, and then also some at the various paraprofessional levels. So that once we can fill those, then we can just kind of get back to where we were, which is 34 hours a week at 12 locations. Anything beyond that is going to require a bit more support.
Okay, so in terms of recruitment, how realistic is it that you'd even be able to fill the positions that you currently have budgeted for in this year, let alone additional positions? Because I know that, it's as a department head, you want to try to advocate for more resources always. That makes sense. But realistically, given the recruitment and retention issues that we're seeing in every industry across the board, especially in the public sector, if we were to give you, 5 additional positions, you would have to add that to the vacancies that you already have to fill. And how realistic is that?
Probably not likely to be. We wouldn't be able to fill them by the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We need more time.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I think having that cushion there is helpful. I'm running out of time, so I'll queue back up for the other departments, but I just want to thank you. This was your first budget presentation, correct?
Yes, it was.
You rocked it. Nice job.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilman Austin.
Thank you, and I want to thank all of the departments and the department heads for their presentations this evening. I also want to thank my colleagues because they took a lot of my questions, so I hope I won't be too long. I think there's a common theme with every department presentation that we've heard thus far. We've heard from our city employees, but we have significant workforce challenges in front of us related to recruitment, hiring, retention, competitive salaries, and this runs the gamut with our departments. I think I appreciate hearing from the library and understanding the staffing challenges, and as well as your collections. I think the collection issues, I think the city council we should look to assist. I don't know what that number looks like. I haven't heard a number from anybody in terms of what is an appropriate level or what you need, and so I would love to learn more about the collection challenges that you have in terms of updating the collection. Economic development. I'm just curious. I see in addition, great presentation, awesome department. You guys are doing great work for our city. This is a department when we invest in, we get returns through business development. But I see an increase in 12 FTEs for your department this fiscal year. Is that accurate?
As I understand, there's only 4 new FTEs.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll scratch that and look.
So our primary additions are a management level position and an analyst level position to support the new Pure H Bureau in consideration for possible move to the port, if that's the direction the council and port go in. We also have an additional position in our supporting the convention center, and we have a new business liaison position. Those are our 4 primary structural FTEs.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. So how many FTEs do you currently have filled in the department?
Without looking through, I believe we went from 79, 80 to approximately 86 because there's some partial FTEs mixed in there. So approximately 86 for the department.
Currently filled?
No, not currently filled. We have several vacancies, and typically we do hold some vacancies within workforce development just because it is grant funded. So when funding is available, we can hire quickly. We've currently for proposed FY23 are looking at 86 FTEs.
Well, I actually see that the workforce development is actually going down in staffing about, looks like 8 positions.
Yes, and as I stated, we typically hold several vacancies within workforce development because funding might not be available, but if funding does become available, it allows us to fill it very quickly.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to give you a pass on Mr. Kuntz. But I do want to talk to you, Reggie. You mentioned the unprecedented activation of the Emergency Response Center, and I just want to salute you and your team, the entire city team, for making that happen, particularly during the COVID crisis. I don't think most people understand the resource that we have with that emergency. What is a resource center that we have that you manage? I wanted to figure out how we could help us help you with the campaign, what that actually looks like. What is it? Is it a public relations campaign, community information campaign? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, it's a campaign. This one is a campaign that's still coming to fruition, and we're going to couple this campaign again, as I said, with a real push for our communities to utilize our one number system as well. So the goal of the campaign is to educate the public on when is it appropriate to dial 911, and when should you use our not the non-emergency line, because our dispatchers answer that line as well. So in the dispatch center, whether it's a non-emergency call or an emergency call, it's the same group of people that are answering the calls. And the issue is for the non-emergency calls or calls for city services is that it's taking dispatchers' time away from answering urgent calls. The city, in its wisdom, last year implemented the one number system, and it's an excellent system. We try to refer people to it as much as possible, but we think that we need to step up that campaign, and through our Help Us, Help You, which is free up our dispatchers so that we can help you through your situation that you're dealing with. So it's going to be social media.
Okay.
We're going to do print. We'll do print. We're going to do more outreach on our website. We refurbished our website this year. We think it was pretty antiquated with the information there, so we really freshened it up.
Got it.
It highlights LB 911, and it will also highlight our Help Us Help You campaign.
Definitely want to help with that. And then lastly, the recruitment and retention. I see the hiring for public dispatchers.
Yes.
Right. I appreciate having this information in front of us. The salary range is $25 to $36 an hour. Is that comparable to the pay for other dispatchers throughout the region? Where do we rank?
I'm glad you asked that question. As I said, in 2020, when the council approved across the board increases for recognition of this critical public safety position, which at that time we were really at the bottom tier of centers in this region. And so there was a real need to do something to help us with our recruitment and retention efforts. When the dispatchers got their raise in 2020, it took them to the middle tier. It also included a couple of skill pays as well, skill pays to train dispatchers, skill pays to complete the cross-training program. Those are skill pays that we didn't have before. But that was 2020, so now we're fast-forwarding. Other agencies have gotten raises. We lost 3 dispatchers, a group of 3 that picked up and went to Beverly Hills. 1, higher pay, less work. As I said, we're one of the busiest centers, and what I say, we less pay for us and more work. And I also heard our police chief and our fire chief echo the same things. A lot of times we become a training ground for other agencies in the region. We can combat that. We've got through competitive wages, through some of our wellness programs that we do, and a community that appreciates the work.
Well, I think this is.
Thank you, council member. We got a couple more speakers. We're on like 10 minutes.
It's been 10 minutes.
Just push the button.
The whole time.
I know, but push the button. I got a couple people online queued up ahead of you, and then we'll come back to our round. Thank you, Councilwoman Allen.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I also want to say
Thank you to all the presenters. And so I'm just going to kind of go through all the presenters one by one. So yeah, just thank you, Kathy, for that. I really like that that the staff are including the recommendation to eliminate the library fines. I know that this is important for our kids and our families all to have access to the library, and sometimes fines will prevent that. I also love the Parks Pass program. It's such a great way for folks to have access to the outdoors. I really like what Councilwoman Sulisaro said too. I definitely relate to that, where those libraries were such a safe place for me and for so many folks in my community. And so these libraries are more than just book warehouses or reading rooms. They play a really incredible, important role in these young lives with their education. So it's really important. I've heard from many of my constituents about the need to strengthen our libraries, and I strongly support the ask to increase the library structural budget to fund and keep the libraries open. I really like Councilwoman Price's question, you know, what they needed. And, you know, it's obvious funds, I think, with staff and to create staff and for book collections, but it was clear that, you know, it does lack funding. And so I would definitely like to kindly, you know, just request that the budget committee take a look at that. And if we could look at the library's structural budget for, you know, funding their materials or staffing by at least $800,000. And I think that would be a good place to start. So if I could, I just asked our budget oversight committee to consider, you know, that ask. And then onto development services. I just want to thank you, Christopher, for that presentation. I know it's been a really tough couple of years, so it's great to see all the ADU and the other housing units permitted this year. And I know that there is a lot more to come. So just really thank you for your efforts on the ADU regulations and the successful housing element. And now that we have the cap is completed, so that was just a lot of great work. So thank you so much. And then just moving right along here, economic development. It's been, wow, what a year with everything that's happened in your department. With all the recovery grants and the Youth Climate Corps and reassuming control of the Queen Mary and working through transitions and staffing. I know this hasn't been easy, but just really appreciate all the efforts of you and your team. I'm really excited about the guaranteed income program that's going to roll out and just the positive impact that that's going to have on so many families. I also, the long-term effects of the economic empowerment zones is something that I'm going to be watching closely. And I think they can transform sectors and create so much opportunity in our city. And then for disaster preparedness, thank you, Reggie, for your presentation. And gosh, I tell you, we've heard a lot from your 911 operators, and just what a tough job. We can't thank them enough for all the great work that they do over there. I do have a question, Reggie, if you can clarify for me. So in the last year, how many people have we hired, and then how many people have we lost?
I don't know, Councilmember, that I have that answer at the tip of my tongue right now, exactly how many we hired in the past 12 months and how many we lost. We generally hire about 20 dispatchers per year. They go through a very, very long learning process. I don't have that number. The example that I gave you was in 2019. I believe we hired 50 dispatchers, and we lost 52 dispatchers in the same period of time. So there's been a revolving door that's taken place. Some of it is retirement. We've got a number of staff who have been with us for in excess of 30 years, and we have more, and so they're retiring out. And so it's a long hiring process. I can get back to you with that exact number.
Okay, all right, yeah, and so I guess what I was going to ask, that's just those numbers are incredible. How much training and how much time that we're putting into hiring these folks. They're leaving. I don't know that we have any other department that's like that, but I think this is kind of like a test ground of where we're heading with police and fire as well. I think you mentioned it earlier, and I think you hit it. We're asking them to work longer hours, for less pay when they can go to other cities, and if not for the same or more pay, and have less work on their plate. So I think that this is a real problem that we are going to have to really step back and examine, and we're going to have to address this, because this is, to me, is just a super red flag. But I do appreciate, Reggie, all the work that you're doing over there. I appreciate your employees, and I think that we just have to figure out as a council and as a city how we can keep our employees happy and working for the city of Long Beach, and not be a training ground for other cities. And then also, I see that you're answering 85% of calls within the industry standard.
Councilwoman Allen.
Of answering 95% of the calls within 15 seconds. Do we think it's like a staffing? Is there some way that we can get more to the industry standard? Is that like a staffing issue, or is that just we're constantly having new folks and we're trying to get them trained up? Do you have any suggestions how we do that?
Council member, before he answers, I'm going to let you know that you have to re-queue if you want to have any additional questions. We'll go ahead and allow him to answer this question, and then we'll move to the next person in queue. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I think it's a combination of factors, Council member. One, it's an overwhelming amount of calls that we receive, over 700,000 calls a year, 80 calls an hour is what it averages out to. So that's a substantial workload. And then couple that with vacant positions, long hiring processes. We're at 80% of our call, answering 80% of our calls within 15 seconds, which is the industry standard is 95% of calls within 15 seconds. I'm not aware of any large agencies like ours that can meet that standard. It's a tremendous standard to be able to meet. Now, we have a better chance of meeting that if we can reduce the number of non-emergency calls that dispatchers have to handle. So everything, mostly so that we can get a majority of calls that come in, that they're actually 911 calls. That'll put us in a much better position.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Supernaw.
Thank you very much. I'm going to limit my comments to Reggie Harrison. I guess I'm kind of responsible for him being here tonight. So if you'll forgive me, Reggie, I asked that you do a presentation, and I'm so glad I did, because it was just incredibly enlightening. I read your report when it was agendized, and it's very, very eye-opening, and certainly issues here that we just need to address them, and council needs to step up and do what's required to fix the situation. I'm also impressed with just your ability to, I would say, manage change, that your department is in, it seems to be kind of in a constant state of flux with what you're asked to do with limited numbers, and that's not changing. One thing that I've been asked about, it's part of this budget, the budget proposal, is converting from park rangers to safety ambassadors. And I think one of the most critical elements, if we do adopt this program, would be their interface with dispatch. I assume with park rangers, it was radios, but I don't know what it's going to be for safety ambassadors. So I would just say, let's get that dialed in early on, or let's have dispatch at the table early on for this discussion of using safety ambassadors moving forward. So that's it. Appreciate all the presentations and thank you.
Thank you. That's super not 5 minutes is no more than 3. Love it. I see Councilwoman Price is next, but I also see Councilman Uranga hasn't spoken yet. If you don't mind, I'll get everybody through the first round. Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for this opportunity. You know, every budget presentation I've heard up to tonight, police, fire, parks and rec, dispatch, you name it, every department has the same theme: staffing. And every complaint, let me rephrase that, every comment that I hear from the public has been, you're not doing enough, or you're not opening long enough, or you know your response times are slow. There's a whole measure of reasons why we are where we're at right now. We're not asking, or at least the city manager and the mayor did not put in their budget any cuts. So we're basically operating status quo that we've been for the last year, 2 years and a half, even during the pandemic. So we're in a conundrum. We're in a dilemma. We need to improve our services. And the only way we can do that is by hiring more staff. And the only way we can do that is by providing more resources into staff. And the only way we can keep them is to give them more money. How do we do all that? How do we provide a continuing excellent level of services at this city of approximately 500,000 people and keep it going strong? We just don't have the resource. We don't have the money. We need to find it. We don't know how. Of course, there's some solutions out there, some that are potentially good, others that are difficult to make. But the bottom line is that it's about service to the community, and how do we provide that service with quality staffing? We need to get more money. So that I'm just throwing that out there as the conundrum that we're under. What do we do? I mean, it's an open-ended question. If somebody has a great answer, but there are answers out there. You know, we could always go to a ballot measure. I know the schools did it one time in California, Measure E, to provide more money for teachers. Can we do that? Should we do that as a city to make sure that we raise enough funds to have a full staff, every department fully staffed to provide all the necessary resources and all the necessary services that our community deserves? So I'm throwing that out there just more as a hypothetical, rhetorical type of question, because that's what we're being faced with. It's show me the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. 2 minutes to spare. Thank you, Councilwoman Price.
Thank you. So I want to go on to economic development now. First of all, let me just start with a thought about the number of vacancies we have citywide. I really think that if our focus in FY23 was to fill the vacancies that we had in every department, it would take tremendous effort, tremendous creativity, and an entire year for us to fill just the vacancies that we have in every department. So while I understand the need and the want and the desire for us to allocate more money to each department for more staffing, the reality of it is not realistic for us to bring those bodies online given the number of vacancies we already have and the recruitment issues that every department is facing. So I think for the council, you know, it's almost like this fictional argument of where we allocate more money for staffing because we have so many vacancies that need to be the main focus right now of us filling. And so I know that's the case with so many departments, not necessarily economic development because we're adding some new positions, but generally speaking, that's a general comment. So one of the things that you, and congratulations, it was your first budget presentation as well. You rocked it too. But one of the things that is clear that we have no long-term structural funding for business support, retention, and recruitment. We just don't. We allocate really $0 to the specific effort of business recruitment and retention. Now, our economic development team works on that as part of your work, but we don't have any dedicated money to it. So one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, and I know I had talked to John Keisler about it, I've talked with Nick Schultz about it. Can you talk a little bit, and if you can't tonight, that's okay, I might bring an item in the future, but can you talk a little bit about kind of a tax increment proposal or a baseline proposal where we can set our sales tax revenue at a baseline, and anything above that we could put towards retention and recruitment of businesses?
Sure, thank you. So I would point out that we are looking at bringing on if it is approved as part of the budget, a new business liaison who will have some primary responsibility for addressing business retention. So that's not a team, but it is an FTE. In terms of opportunities for tax increment financing or some sort of I think what you might be referring to is we've been looking at and we are establishing a scope of work for a feasibility study for economic empowerment zones. And one of the considerations for those zones would be an opportunity for some sort of a special tax district or tax increment financing. So part of that study will provide us information on sites and areas within the city that might be able to support such special tax districts, timing and the needs and costs associated with setting those up, and perhaps some idea of what operations might look like. So it is something we're looking at, and it will be part of that economic empowerment zone study.
And I know we're looking at that for specific industry sectors, but I'm talking just in general. If we had a baseline of sales tax revenue and anything above that baseline that wasn't going into the general fund would be utilized specifically for business retention and recruitment. And I get that we're having a business liaison position. That's great. Trust me, my council office has a business liaison position. It's great. We have a lot of businesses in this city, and like Saeed was doing, it's very limited in terms of the type of support one person can offer to hundreds, thousands of businesses. So are we looking at anything on a broader scale in regards to a sales tax baseline, and then being able to use anything above the baseline to support businesses, not just in any industry sector, but citywide?
So I don't know if we're looking at something that broad, but I will say that we have opened up the scope. So the scope is not being limited to industry specific sectors, but really is looking at opportunities throughout the entire city. So the scope is broad enough that it will look at potential areas, zones within the city that might be able to support that type of tax increment financing.
Okay, great. And so I only have 19 seconds left, so I'm going to ask the question, and they won't cut Christopher off when he's answering it. Christopher, Mr. Coons, excellent presentation from you as well. We are sorely understaffed with planners. How many vacancies do we have, and how hopeful are you that we'll be able to fill those?
So I think the good news is we have about 3 vacancies in the planner world, which is a huge improvement from where we were 6 and 12 months ago. But even if all of our positions were filled, it's an inadequate level of staffing compared to our peer cities that we do compete with for investment. So there are 4 new planner positions in this budget, and I think that is the right amount because that will be a significant increase in staffing, but it will be a level of staffing that we can absorb. So we had looked at larger increases and smaller increases, and when you bring new staff on, it's super helpful in the long term. In the short term, you have to train that person, you have to take someone off of their normal duties to be training that person, there's a slight decrease in productivity in the short term. So I think those 4 additional FTEs are going to be really helpful, as well as filling the existing vacancies where we're getting a lot of traction lately, more so than in the past, in filling those vacancies. So I'm confident that over the course of the entire year, that you'll see results from this change in staffing.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Allen.
Sorry about that little delay there. So I just want to, I have just one more comment on the library budget that I like to share. I also support the ask from many community members to increase the average hours for library operations to 48 hours for staff. What I'd like to ask, could you please return with a cost estimate for that ask? And then also for budget oversight, would you please kindly consider this once you have those cost estimates in as well? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price, is that you again, or is that from before?
No, it's from before.
Okay. I think we're through with council deliberation. Thank you so much. That concludes the budget hearing. We don't need to take a vote to end it. We're just continuing it until September 6th. Right, until September 6th. Thank you so much for your patience. We will now go into the next hearing. Our next hearing is on JP 23. So, Madam Clerk, if you could pull up hearing item number 15, and I believe the oath is required.
Item 15 is a report from Financial Management, recommendation to receive supporting documentation into the record, conclude the public hearing, and reject the hearing officer's recommendation to reverse the denial of the business license application for JP23 Hospitality Company, and to not issue a business license, District 1. There is an oath required, so if all who will be testifying in this can...
Real quickly, can I, Vice Mayor?
I'm going to come right to you. Well, let's do it now. We have a recusal.
Yes, so I understand that a motion has been filed seeking my recusal from tonight's hearing regarding JP23. While I don't believe my participation presents a conflict of interest, after consulting with the city attorney's office about JP23's motion, I am recusing myself from the hearing out of an abundance of caution.
Thank you. Okay, so here's how this hearing is going to go. We have...
If I can do the oath before
Let's deliver the oath. Thank you.
Okay, do you and each of you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now and pending before this body shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Let me start that over because my microphone wasn't on. We're going to go through, here's our order of operations. We're going to have a presentation from staff and outside legal counsel. That will total 20 minutes. We will hear from JP23. That will be a total of 20 minutes. And then staff has a rebuttal exclusive of council questions. That's 10 minutes. Then we go to public comment. After that, we will take it back behind the rail for council deliberation and action. So that is the process. We will now pass it to staff to begin your 20 minutes.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This is a public hearing for the council to consider a determination by a hearing officer that council directed to regarding the city's denial of a business license for JP23. The business is located at Pine and Broadway in the downtown area. I'd like to introduce, for the purposes of a staff presentation, Amanda Hall. She's our Commercial Services Manager, and we have additional members on the team that would be available to answer specific questions from council. So with that, we will go ahead and start with the staff presentation.
If I may interrupt just real quickly, I just wanted to correct the procedure. I believe the Vice Mayor mentioned that the city would have 10 minutes for rebuttal. That's actually 5 minutes for the city and 5 minutes for JP23 for rebuttal. So just with that correction, we can proceed.
And if we could just delay it until we get the correct presentation up on the screen. This is the second presentation, and we'll start with the staff presentation. Still not the right presentation. If you could indulge us for 1 minute to get the correct presentation. It looks like Thank you. When the Vice Mayor returns, we can go ahead and get started.
Good evening, Vice Mayor.
We can proceed. We have a quorum.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of City Council. Again, my name is Amanda Hall, Commercial Services Bureau Manager, and I'm acting in place of our Deputy Finance Director, Sandy Sang Palmer, who is a bit under the weather and wasn't able to be with us tonight, but is available virtually if needed. I have with me tonight Deputy City Attorney Art Sanchez, who is representing this issue for the city, as well as Tara Bortenson, Business Services Bureau Manager, to address any specific and detailed questions you may have. Before you tonight is an item to address whether or not a business license should be issued to JP23 Hospitality Company. After considering the information provided this evening, City Council may take action to adopt, reject, or modify the hearing officer's decision, which was provided for your review and consideration in the agenda items attachments. Denying a business license application is a serious matter, and the Department of Financial Management took care to arrive at this point. This operator has a long history of operating out of compliance with city regulations, including important public safety measures. This level of initial and then ongoing noncompliance is highly unusual. As we typically do when encountering an unusual situation, we collaborated across impacted departments to ensure coordination and to provide clear and consistent guidance to the business. The city utilized a measured and education-first approach in addressing the business's actions to allow ample opportunity for a responsible business owner to come into compliance. It was only after 8 misdemeanor citations, 2 public safety violations with a cease and desist order, several meetings, calls, emails, and notice letters to clarify the regulations and process, and a significant number of resident nuisance complaints and public safety calls for service that we took action to deny this business license application. I am going to take the next 8 minutes or so to walk you through the actions taken by the business over about 8 months that led us to deny the application. I will also summarize the due diligence taken on the part of staff to ensure an appropriate determination was made in line with our duty per the municipal code, with appropriate collaboration of 7 city departments and oversight provided by executive leadership within the city. I would like to start off by providing some background related to the business location as well as its physical design. The business is located on the corner of Pine and Broadway, upstairs from the 7-Eleven. It is within the downtown dining and entertainment district and the downtown plan area. Both distinctions help guide the regulatory environment for the business's operation, the types of allowable uses, and how ultimate approval to operate is obtained. The business has been improved to have an open-air design with large open windows and a balcony on Pine, as shown in the pictures, with many large screens, an unpermitted stage, and an unpermitted mezzanine, and very sophisticated sound and lighting equipment. The business is broken into 2 parts, a bar area with tables and another space operated with reserved booths, bottle service, DJs, performers, and an area for dancing. In the first hearing, the owner testified he wanted an entertainment venue like a smaller House of Blues, which seems to be supported by the current improvements in operations. The final approved plans did not have this considered as the use, nor were all elements of the improvements included. The City of Long Beach's relationship with JP23 Hospitality Company began in 2017 with their ABC license, which was brought to City Council in January of 2018. At this point, the business was broadly described as a sports bar and barbecue restaurant. Public comment at the August 3rd, 2021 City Council meeting and a complaint received by business license brought to staff's attention the grand opening planned for Labor Day weekend. None of the usual final approvals required to operate a bar and restaurant had been issued, including the ones required for an occupancy permit, and the business had not yet submitted an application for a business license. In addition, an occasional event permit would have been required. Staff began to investigate further. Staff found social media posts like the one on the left, advertising the selling of tickets for live performances by well-known artists. The location was clearly still under construction as of September 1, and staff had significant concerns for the public safety if the event were to take place within 2 days. The vast majority of businesses that open in Long Beach are straightforward and can progress through a relatively linear license review. However, on those occasions when the city navigates unusual or concerning compliance issues involving the purview of multiple departments, we try to collaborate across departments to ensure we're being thorough, clear, and coordinated in our response in the best interest of the public. Given the lack of approvals in the state of construction 2 days out from major public events, this was definitely a highly unusual and highly concerning situation involving operations of multiple city departments, and so staff coordinated in this case. Several departments spoke with the business owner to address the steps required to legally have any member of the public who was not part of the construction team in the location. Subsequently, the event was advertised as moving to JP23 Hospitality Company's other location. Despite the outreach and education provided by the city, the owner of the business held an event on September 3rd, before even applying for a business license on the 16th and a temporary occupancy permit on the 24th. This was in direct conflict with fire and building safety codes, and notices of violations were later issued. In addition, just before 4 a.m. on the 4th, the fire department was called out for an emergency commercial fire alarm call. An event attendee pulled the fire alarm without any evidence of a fire. The fire department found the alarm to not be in working order and it had to be turned off. The business owner continued to take actions in conflict with regulations and community interests. In October, the business began advertising it was open a few days before receiving their temporary certificate of occupancy and opened without a business license. As would be expected at this point, criminal citations were issued for this activity and later for entertainment without an entertainment permit. The entertainment permit process itself is very important because it intends to have community engagement. In this case, there are hundreds of residents and property owners in close proximity, 300 feet or less. The entertainment permit process also gives the city an opportunity to review operational, site, and safety plans in order to best safeguard the health and safety of the public. As an act of good faith to help this new business be able to operate and become a responsible and vital member of the downtown business community, a conditional business license was issued while the investigation outlined and required in the Long Beach Municipal Code was ongoing. There were just 3 conditions applied: continue to work towards a final certificate of occupancy, comply with all applicable laws and regulations, and resolve the misdemeanor citations with the city prosecutor's office and the court. Also printed very clearly on the license was a reminder that the LBMC provides that the applicant may be rejected due to failure to comply with applicable laws and regulations at any time. The business was provided this warning in writing multiple times. Executive staff and financial management, along with the city attorney's office, met with the business owner and his counsel to present the conditional business license, go over the entertainment permit and occasional event permit regulations, and allow the business owner ample opportunity to answer questions. Illegal activity continued, and 3 additional criminal citations were issued despite additional informal and formal communications with the business owner. Once again, well-known artists were advertised and tickets were sold, this time for 3 days of events leading up to Super Bowl Sunday. The business owner was notified of the city's serious concerns for public safety and warned once again continued noncompliance would lead the city to take appropriate action. Quickly, this is a screenshot of the business's website with links to purchase tickets for Busta Rhymes, Nelly, and T-Pain leading up to Super Bowl Sunday. After the lengthy pattern of noncompliance, there was no more latitude that could be responsibly granted to this business, and their original business license was denied. An appeal request was received timely, and the City Council referred the item to a hearing officer, as is typically done with these types of matters. The hearing was conducted mid-May through early June. Shortly before the appeal hearing began, additional unpermitted entertainment activity for Cinco de Mayo was advertised. This concludes my portion of tonight's presentation. I'm going to hand it back to Ms. Tatum to introduce the next speaker, who will address the hearing officer's report.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. The next step in our presentation is just to acknowledge that upon receipt of the hearing officer's decision, which was to overturn the city's denial of the business license, the staff was pretty concerned. So we further explored the basis for the hearing officer's determination to deny the business, to overturn the city's denial of the business license. And the language that gave the city particular concern was the conclusion of the hearing officer's report, where he stated that the business owner's failure to come into compliance with the city's ordinances and regulations should not, or there was no basis for that to be concerned in determining an approval or denial of a business license. This is contrary to all of the city staff's previous understanding and protocols for how a business license is offered. We feel strongly, and the code has supported this for many years, that all of the business's actions and compliance with city regulations should be considered when determining whether or not to issue a business license. Based upon that concern and our interest in making sure that the city council had a full understanding of the implications of the hearing officer's decision and how it might affect our ability to issue or deny future business license was of a major concern. Accordingly, the city manager's office then contacted outside legal counsel and asked them to review the determination of the hearing officers so we could have a better understanding of our legal position regarding how the city reviews and approves or denies business licenses. So I'd like to introduce Christopher Pisano. He's with the outside legal counsel that the city asked to review the hearing officer's determination and give us advice regarding the basis for that determination.
Thank you. And before you begin, just Madam Clerk, I don't see a timer on. So did we not start the timer? Let's start the timer at 10 minutes for this portion. Just a moment so we get the timer. No, it's 20, so he gets 10 now. Is it going? Let me know when it's going.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'll just note that I noted the time when the presentation started, and we have about 10 minutes left, so that's
fantastic.
Correct.
So let's start the 10 now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and City Council members. It's an honor to be here. As indicated, my name is Christopher Pisano. I'm a partner with Best & Krieger, a law firm that has offices throughout California. I'm a partner in the municipal law and environmental law groups. I have with me here my colleague, Patrick Scahan. We prepared a memorandum that is part of the staff report. It's attachment G. There's a lot of legal authorities in the memorandum. I'm going to try to keep this more a presentation more along the lines of just plain English, but the legal authorities are in the memorandum that we provided. And as indicated, we were asked by city staff to do an independent review of the record and the hearing officer's decision and to make a recommendation to the city council. Can we go to the next slide, please? Oh, wait, I got it. Okay. The reason we're here is that there was a denial of a business license application. The applicant, JP23, applied for a business license. The matter was reviewed by the finance director and his team. And on March 14, 2022, the decision was made to deny the business license application. And going to the next page, this is a paragraph out of the denial letter that indicates that the reason for the denial is that the applicant has consistently refused to abide by the rules and regulations of the City of Long Beach, and therefore pursuant to the provisions of the Long Beach Municipal Code, chapters 3.80, 0.421.5, and 5.04.030 of the code, the applicant's application is denied. And it's essentially for failure to comply with applicable laws. We heard from staff what those violations were. What we heard, and I conducted a review, and my colleague conducted a review of the hearing officer's decision. And a lot of what the hearing officer relied upon was what the hearing officer felt was a ministerial duty on the part of the finance director as opposed to a discretionary action. Your code, section 3.80.410, this is the chapter, by the way, that deals with business license applications. It says that it shall be the duty of the Director of Financial Management, and he is hereby directed to administer and enforce each and all provisions of this chapter. A ministerial duty, ladies and gentlemen, is something that a public officer is required to perform in a prescribed manner in the obedience of legal authority. In other words, there has to be something, a statute, a law, a regulation that tells the public officer, thou shalt do this, or thou shalt not do this. Those are ministerial duties. Other duties where there is no guidance, there is no legal constraint, are more along the lines of discretionary actions. This code section, as I see it, sets forth the primary duty of the Director of Financial Management when it comes to these kinds of applications. And what it in essence says is that he or she has the duty to administer and enforce all the provisions of the chapter. In other words, do what is prescribed in this code section. That's what you are required to do. So now why are we here? Well, there was an appeal following the denial of the business license application by the applicant, and the City Council appointed a hearing officer, which is set forth in your code at section 2.93.050. The hearing officer then conducted a hearing where witnesses were heard and documents were presented. And this is both the first page and the last page of the decision. And I know it's a little hard to see, but when you go to the recommendations section, what struck me as unusual about this decision is that the hearing officer found that appellant's apparent ignorance or arrogance in flouting the city's ordinances, the plain meaning of LBMC 3.80.421.5 simply does not provide that those violations and appellant's failure to come into compliance with the city's ordinance be taken into consideration when issuing or denying a business license. And then the hearing officer went on to say, based on the foregoing, this hearing officer hereby recommends that the denial of appellant's business license application be reversed and the business license be issued in accordance with the LBMC. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, what the hearing officer said was, you're not allowed to ignore or you're not allowed to consider the history of violations of this applicant in determining whether or not to issue a business license. If the applicant submits all the paperwork and dots all the I's and crosses all the T's, you can't consider the past violations. You just have to issue the business license. What he, in essence, was saying is that this history of violations that had occurred must be ignored. It cannot be considered, even though you have occupancy without a certificate of occupancy, operation of the business without a license, and conducting events without an entertainment permit. So that struck me as odd, and we conducted some research and we looked very carefully at your code. And then, of course, we're here tonight because after review of a hearing officer's report, the city may adopt, reject, or modify the recommended decision. So in other words, members of the City Council, you can do one of three things. You can adopt the report, you can modify the report, or you can reject the report. So the hearing officer, recall, cited to this section 3.80 Enhancements.421.5. And this is the section that's in the business license chapter dealing with when an application is rejected. And it says that in the event that a particular department of the city rejects an application for the reasons that such business or location at which it is proposed to conduct the same will not so comply with applicable laws and ordinances, the Director of Financial Management shall not issue such license. Now, the hearing officer focused on the word will not and indicated in his decision that this means that it's prospective. Again, you cannot look to past conduct. The problem is that the hearing officer really conflated what the analysis is with what evidence can be presented. Let's go to the next section. This is the section that talks about how you conduct the analysis, how you conduct it. Again, you determine whether or not the applicant will comply, but nothing in your code says that you can't consider past conduct, past violations. You can't conflate the evidence that is to be reviewed with what the ultimate analysis is. Nothing in your code prohibits the finance director or anyone else from looking at that past conduct. And that's where I think the hearing officer was fundamentally flawed in his analysis and determination. Case law supports that you can look at past conduct in determining whether there will be future problems. And I'm not going to go through all the case law that's in our report, but this is not without precedent. You can look at past conduct in making those determinations. There is an alternate section that you can decide this matter on, and that is 3.80.421.1b. That section provides that in the instances where there's a conditional license, and there was one here, the applicant can be rejected at any time for failure to comply with additional laws and regulations at any time. That happened here. The finance director, within 180 days, issued the denial and in essence said, no more conditional business license. You do not get your business license. And I'm going to move on because I want to cover just one more point in my remaining time. And that is that there are two axioms in law, or two tenets in law, that number one is that...
I just want to note that we're out of time. So, Madam Clerk, what's the procedure here? We give additional time. We have to give the other side additional time. Is that correct?
Correct, or you can address these issues in your rebuttal, but...
I just need 30 seconds, and I'm happy to yield 30 seconds to...
okay, then we'll do 30 seconds, and we'll yield 30 seconds to the other side.
Okay. Courts are counseled by the absurdity canon to avoid any statutory construction that would produce absurd consequences. Members of the City Council, your staff has a way of looking at these applications. They have to look at past conduct. It would be an absolute absurd result to say you can't look at an applicant's history in determining what's going to happen in the future. Thus, we conclude, or we recommend, that the City Council reject the findings and recommendations of the hearing officer and uphold the denial of the business license application. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now go to JP 23. We'll set 20 minutes, and we'll wait for the applicant to come forward.
And just a slight correction, Vice Mayor, that'd be 20 minutes and 30 seconds.
10 minutes and 30 seconds. 20 minutes and 30 seconds. So let's set. I see it set at 5. Let's set it at 20 minutes and 30 seconds. Hang on. It says 2029. Just a moment. We're getting the timer right.
I don't know. No, that's your legal pad. Is this mine? I don't know.
All right. Ready when you are.
Can I control it from here? Let's see here. I guess I do. All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Ethan Reimers, and I represent JP23 Hospitality Company in this appeal. I want to take you first through what actually went on in this hearing. This hearing commenced on May 25th, 2022. 14 witnesses were heard over 5 days. 78 exhibits were submitted by JP23. 113 exhibits from the city, including 41 video exhibits, were submitted. And we submitted closing briefs on June 22nd, 2022. In the course of this hearing, JP23 proved that it was entitled to its business license. I want to refer the council to its own code section. When receiving an application for a business license, financial management is obligated to refer such application to the appropriate departments of the city in order that it may be ascertained whether the business proposed to be conducted or the premises in which it is proposed to locate such business will comply with the applicable fire, building safety, zoning, health, and other laws and regulations. And that's what JP23 proved. Financial management did refer its application to the Departments of Fire, Planning, Building, and Health. Those were the impacted departments. And the Departments of Fire, Planning, Building, and Health approved JP23's application. This was back in October of 2021. But the point here, ladies and gentlemen, is that financial management did not issue the business license after those approvals, as they were required to under the municipal code. I want to refer the city council to the email here. It was submitted during the course of the appeal hearing. And Mr. Gene Rodriguez, who is an employee, License Inspector 2 for business, the Business License Department, said, Tara, referring to Tara Mortensen, the bureau manager, "Your okay is the only thing holding up the license at this point. Do you want to release it? I don't see anything outstanding that we need at the moment for this license. Let me know, thank you." This was on October 19th, 2021. Ms. Mortensen responded, "Do not release it. We are going to do a review and it will have to be approved by the financial management director and city manager." Now, I obtained testimony during the course of the hearing wherein several employees said this was highly unusual. Ms. Rodriguez himself said the city manager, Ms. Mortensen, her boss, the financial management director do not usually get involved in these decisions. So instead of issuing the license like they were supposed to under the code, financial management did the following. They ignored JP23's pleas for guidance on the business license. There's evidence that was introduced during the appeal hearing where at least a couple of weeks went by where JP23 couldn't get a response from financial management about the status of its business license. And in fact, JP23 even had to retain counsel just to get financial management to respond. We now know that that period of 2 weeks was used to come up with a plan to delay the decision on the business license and eventually deny the license. The plan they came up with, this was introduced during the hearing, was that they were going to issue this conditional business license. But they issued this conditional business license after JP23 already received their approvals, again, from Fire, Planning, Building, and Health, who determined that JP23 will comply with the applicable regulations. They told JP23 they were ineligible for a temporary entertainment permit for a reason that's not found in the municipal code. Now, my client was told that he wasn't eligible for a temporary entertainment permit because there was no valid entertainment permit at that location in the last 12 months. I ask you, look at what the code actually says. I'll give you the number. Long Beach Municipal Code 5.72.15a. What that code section says is that in order to be eligible for a temporary entertainment permit, there must be no suspensions, denials, or revocations of an entertainment permit. And indeed, at this location, there have been no suspensions, denials, or revocations of an entertainment permit. My client was told he was ineligible for a temporary permit, but the code proves otherwise here. Now, this is an ongoing issue. This is a pattern in practice on the part of financial management, conducting themselves in bad faith in not only processing this application, but throughout their relationship with my client. They organized a task force to build a case against JP23 in order to eventually deny the business license. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, you know, the logical question is, why would they do this, right? They didn't just wake up and decide to put a target on my client's back out of nowhere. And the answer is because of unfounded hearsay allegations. Now, I don't think it's any secret to anyone on this council about the rumors and allegations surrounding my client's Fullerton location. And listen, you can have your own opinions, but the point is, financial management nor this council really knows what happened, and they cannot be used against my client in issuing a simple business license. Now, you heard a little bit today about whether or not financial management's role is regulatory or discretionary or ministerial here. And I'll point you to your own municipal code, 3.80110. This chapter, which includes the provisions for issuing a business license, is enacted solely for the purpose of raising revenue for general municipal purposes and for the usual current expenses of the city. It is not intended to be regulatory. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, financial management's role here is ministerial. Once they receive the application, send the application out to the relevant departments, and get the approvals back. Once those other departments decide that JP23 will comply with the applicable regulations, financial management's role is to issue the license. And that's not what happened here. They did not issue the license. In fact, they took it out of their normal workflow and built a task force specifically for today to make their case that to deny the license. Again, the hearing officer went through 14 witnesses, 5 days of hearing, literally over 100 exhibits, and he agreed that once the departments of fire, building, planning, and health completed their investigation and determined that an applicant's business will comply with the applicable laws and regulations, financial management has the ministerial duty to issue the license. Financial management's role pursuant to Chapter 3.80 of the Municipal Code is ministerial and not regulatory in nature. Upon approval by all concerned departments of the application as reflected in Infor, which is the system that the departments use to process the applications, on October 19th, 2021, financial management had a ministerial duty to issue the business license to applicant. You're being asked today to reject the findings and decision of a neutral hearing officer appointed pursuant to the Long Beach Municipal Code. With all due respect to Mr. Pisano, he wasn't there at the administrative hearing. He wasn't there to assess the credibility of the witnesses. He wasn't there to consider the evidence and consider the law as the hearing officer was, the neutral hearing officer appointed by this council. You also heard a little bit today about how this decision creates broader implications for the city's regulatory or enforcement powers. And frankly, ladies and gentlemen, that's nonsense. That's nonsense. The hearing officer, in fact, explicitly limited the scope of his decision to this case, to this application. I'll quote from the report. This hearing officer's recommendation is limited to the sole issue regarding the denial of appellant's business license application and outside the scope regarding the issue of the city's enforcement and police powers regarding appellant's violations and citations, unquote. What does that mean? It means that the hearing officer's decision does not implicate the city's broader regulatory powers. The city still has the power to regulate businesses and issue or not issue a business license and revoke a business license, suspend a business license, whatever the code allows them to do. That's the point. They're allowed to do what the code allows them to do. In this case, financial management was required to follow the code and issue the business license. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll try to keep it brief, I'm asking you to vote no to financial management's recommendation. It's not surprising that they made this recommendation, simply because they themselves were caught violating the municipal code, and the hearing officer agreed. Accordingly, we'll ask you to vote to adopt the neutral hearing officer's recommendation. And I'd like to make one more request. In light of the ongoing conduct of financial management here in regard to my client's temporary entertainment permit, I'd like the council to direct staff to issue a temporary entertainment permit to my client as he is entitled to under the code. Thank you.
Thank you. You still have 9 minutes. Does that satisfy the presentation, or is there additional speakers?
Good evening, guys. A long night. My kids are sleeping. I wish we met on different circumstances, but unfortunately, the minute I put my foot in the city, shit hit the fan around here, right? So, let me tell you a little story. I came in here approximately 5 years ago to this week, actually, when somebody told me about this location on Pine and Broadway. I was running a flourishing business in Fullerton at the time, probably one of the most prosperous, busiest restaurant bars in Orange County at the time. And I was looking to expand the brand to a second location, and I've always loved Long Beach, and I love the diversity of the city. I felt like I would fit right in here. And I walked into this really rundown business at the time, rundown building at the time, a building built in the 1920s. It needed a lot of work. It was an eyesore according to the city staff itself at the time in the city. This is Pine and Broadway. I'm sure all you guys know about that. When I walked in, I found out the history of it. It was owned by a patriarch. His name is Mr. Krinsky. He passed away in the 2000s, early 2010s, and his kids inherited his property. It was Nick, Margaret, and Bob. So they were just too busy with their father's death, and they never paid attention to the business. A lot of people wanted this location, and I asked to make a visit into this location, and lo and behold, this is the old Cohibas, and this is the old Mums. I walked in, I just saw it. It was just intact, exactly what it was 8 years ago, like a time capsule, and I thought to myself, I just felt like the vibe there was like, this is going to be an amazing place to do some entertainment. I could see that there was so much good memories in this place, just feeling that vibe, because that's the business I'm in. I proceeded to negotiate a lease with them. It was very difficult because, the three siblings were not getting along that well. So they came to visit my location in Fullerton, and they were impressed, and we signed a lease in November of 2017 for 25 years. That was my commitment. I immediately made plans with my architect to meet with the pre-development process people at the city. At that time, it was a honeymoon period, and the city was ecstatic. I showed them my concepts and what I wanted to do, how I was going to change and reform that whole building around, and I was welcomed with open hands. Now, obviously, I started construction probably, and plans were submitted, resubmittals. It's a difficult task because we're building on a building built in the 1920s. It's a 100-year-old building, so structurally, it's a very difficult thing to restore. So it took a lot of planning to do it, and by the time we finally started the construction, it was around in 2019. Now, in the middle of, I probably sunk about $1 million, $1.5 million in at this point, which is a big endeavor because I'm a private citizen. This is my own finance money, by the way. I got to a stage, and then March 2020 hit, and then boom, we're at the pandemic, right? So everything comes to a complete halt. I have to close my primary business down in Fullerton, where everything's closed down. Going through some financial hardship. Our staff, this is one of the hardest hit industries, is the restaurant industry. So the question was, do I continue with this or just drop the project? We're halfway through construction. And, with negotiating with the landlord, we decided, hey, you know what, let's push through. I just love the location. I just had such a vision for it to make it an entertainment venue. I knew the city of Long Beach and the residents will embrace it. And I was excited. I knew it would be a good profit making, and it will employ a lot of employees. There'll be probably revenue $1 million a month, maybe $10 million per year is what my estimate was on that location. So we couldn't really do a lot of things during 2020 because City was closed and trying to submit plans. I'm sorry, how much time do I have left? Oh, okay. City
5 minutes.
plans, the city was closed, so it's hard to get plans submitted and revisions, all that. So it was a process. It was a little bit hard, but we all were going through the same thing. It's understandable. So come early January 2020, we're back on full force, going to push it through. My plan was to start opening up for September. So don't forget, like this event that they talk about, what you don't get is that this is a restaurant, this is a bar, this is going to be a lounge, and I want to do concert series, comedians. There's big plans for me with this location. So we are planning this opening 3 months ahead. It's not because I'm doing it without permission from the city. So lo and behold, I was trying to get it open by September. A week before September, I got calls from the city. They said, look, man, there's no way you're going to open. I'm like, I think I can't open either. So I canceled everything. So I took a loss of almost $60,000 in concerts, fees for artists. So, so now, the strange thing that happened, and all of a sudden, you know, Fulton started picking up again because I pivoted well with my outdoor dining, and we had one of the nicest, funnest outdoor dining experiences in Fulton. So we're picking back up, you know, economy's opening up again, and in August the incident happened, and this was so unfortunate because it was just, you know, it's just, I don't know, it's like, you know, it was a nightmare for me and my family. I had death threats. I had to have security guards armed in my house. I have 3 boys that are sitting right there, 13, 12, and 8. So it was an unpleasant experience on false accusations. You know, there was a young lady that said that she was there, and so there's a young lady that was there, and she left for a. She claims she put an Instagram post saying that she feels like she was drugged at the. What her real claim was that she feels like she was drugged at the establishment and then later was sexually assaulted later at the parking structure nearby. And then this took its own head and went crazy, you know? Protesters outside every weekend, and this is a month before I'm about to open in Long Beach. So, you know, it wasn't a point of victim shame or anything. We just wanted to figure out the truth, because you got to understand something. There's young people that work there. Our hardworking people, bartenders, were accused of putting date rape drugs into people's drinks, and this became the story instead of finding the sexual assaulter, which is unfortunate. So it was an attack on the business. You know, you could call it cancel culture, but that's exactly what it was. So now moving forward, we're in September now, and I just knew. So I tried to get my business license. We got everything done, and normally I would just get. I mean, I have business in 5 other cities. We'll just get my business license, and instead, I got no responses from the financial department, and nobody wants to give me an answer why I can't get the business license. That was the most hardest part. If you want to talk about, you know, they have a right or it's their discretion, but you know, at least you need to have transparency. Talk to me and tell me what am I doing wrong. Why can't I get my business license? That's important. I'm a business that just invested $3 million in your city, and I knew it's because of the incident in Fullerton. And when I asked for public records right before a hearing, it all came out. Just so disturbing that behind my back, lying to me, meeting after meeting, I asked, does this have something to do with Fullerton? And it's clear in black and white, there's conversations, a lynch mob was created to make sure I do not open this business. That's what it was. That's exactly why we're here. My question is, you guys are here for the working class people, you know? Why are you not, you want to throw people, 80 people to, you know how stressful it is for them, my employees right now, every day, not knowing if they have a business open, what their job security is? Is that what you stand for? Why can't we find a solution why I can't keep this place open? What's wrong? Why is there no conversation? Where's the good faith? That's my question. Why can't we have a conversation? Why are people constantly lying to me of why I'm not getting my business license? Why can't, it's an entertainment permit. I need to play a DJ. I'm in an entertainment district. There's 5, 6, 15, 25 bars playing music every day, loudly. Why can't I have the same rights? Why can't my employees make money? Why can't they make a living? They have to pay rent just like you guys do. Why are they being ignored? They have their rights to earn a living. And you don't have a right to take away somebody's business just like that. We're meant to be good. We're here to work with the community. I promise that. If you want to give me a probationary period with entertainment, you'll see what a good citizens we are and what a great place we had for the city. That's enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the rebuttals. So there's 10 minutes allocated, 5 for staff, 5 for the applicant. Is that correct, Madam City Attorney?
That is correct, Vice Mayor.
Okay, great. All right, so now we'll hear the city's rebuttal. Let's queue up 5 minutes.
Thank you, council members. I am the attorney from our office that handled the administrative hearing. So I'm the one that conducted it. I'm the one that presented all the evidence on the city's behalf. And I was there to assess all the witnesses' credibility, assess the evidence that was presented, and I have a very good knowledge of all the evidence that was presented to the hearing officer. And to Mr. Reimer's point in his presentation, the hearing officer's decision was limited to a very specific question, and that was, and let me just pull it up from the sole issue on this appeal is whether the city complied with its own ordinance in denying the appellant's business license application, more specifically, Long Beach Municipal Code Section 3.80.421.5. That section, as has already been discussed by outside counsel, relates to looking at prior conduct in making a determination of whether or not to deny the business license application. There is nothing in the municipal code, as counsel indicated in his opinion and his memorandum, that says you cannot look at past conduct. There's nothing in the Long Beach Municipal Code that says that. And in addition, that is the process that business license has used and the language it's interpreted over the years to deny a business license application. Secondly, the hearing officer determined that the city had a ministerial duty to enforce the provisions of its municipal code, and specifically 3.80. And the language that's cited by JP23's counsel relating to 3.80.421.1 says the director shall refer such application to the appropriate departments of the city in order that it may be ascertained whether the business proposed to be conducted or the premises in which it is proposed to locate such business will comply with the applicable fire, building safety, zoning, health, and other laws and regulations. That is the specific language that they're referring to that the city has a ministerial duty to follow. If you look at the specific language, and as Mr. Pisano presented to you, you have to follow the exact language of that ordinance and that specific section. Nowhere in that section does it say that the city has to issue a business license in that language at all. The city complied with that provision, sent the application to the relevant departments for their review. The Department of Financial Management, through its Business License Bureau, is one of those departments that is reviewing, as part of their investigation, the entire application. They are the last department that makes the determination to issue the license. There is nothing in that section that says they have to do anything. And this is presuming that there's a ministerial duty to administer all of Chapter 3.80 of the Municipal Code. In addition, in Chapter 3.80 itself, and specifically the section that the Department of Business License Department used to issue the conditional business license, and that section is 3.80.421.1b, has discretionary language within it. The city has the discretion on whether or not to issue a conditional business license. So that very language in itself is inconsistent with the determination, or I guess conclusion, that was made by the hearing officer that the city only has a ministerial duty to apply all of the language in the Chapter 3.80. So there are inconsistencies based on what the hearing officer's decision states and how the language in our municipal code reads. And finally, the city presented 10 witnesses, or 12 witnesses, excuse me. JP 23 did not contest any of the evidence relating to the violations that were committed by the business. Zero. They didn't offer any evidence. They didn't offer any witnesses in rebuttal to those violations. And with that, I'll submit.
Thank you. Now we have a second opportunity for a rebuttal on behalf of the applicant. 5 minutes.
Thank you, council members. I want to make sure the timeline is real clear here because there's lots of talk about whether or not financial management can consider past violations. And I want to make sure a point comes across through this timeline. In October 2021, we got approvals, again, from Planning, Building, Fire, and Health. They all determined that JP 23 will comply with the applicable laws and regulations. Now, instead of issuing the business license like they were supposed to, they issued a conditional business license, right? And I want to make clear this came after the approvals. The conditional business license under the code is not intended for financial management to delay issuance of the permanent license while they come up with a way to deny it. The conditional business license is there so that a business can legally operate while the investigations are ongoing. But by the time they issued the conditional business license in this case, it was done. The investigations had happened. JP23 had its approvals unbeknownst to JP23 until the administrative appeal. And that's the point here. The vast majority of these alleged violations, and again, they are just allegations at this point, came after all the approval of a business license by Planning, Fire, Building, and Health. The conditional business license is not there so that financial management can create a task force to catch JP23 with its pants down. That's not what it's there for. The point here is that financial management was supposed to issue the business license when they received those approvals, and they didn't. You're hearing a lot about non-compliance today, but I have to ask you, doesn't that include the city? Don't city departments also have to follow the law? Thank you.
I mean, hi again. You guys are city council. You are the bosses of the city appointed by, and you're elected officials appointed by the city constituents. You have employees, and that's the city staff. Now, you got rogue city staff employees acting a certain way. They had a passionate reason for it, but it was wrong. You know, that's the bottom line. So ask the question, when everything got approved, and you should see the rush I had to go to try to get everything approved, just getting every single handicap thing. Like, it's a $3 million project I worked on for 4 years. And when everybody passed, everybody in the building department says, pass, 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 pass. And every other business I've ever had, the business license just goes, here's your business license. I paid the invoice that day. Then, just cut off in conversation from the business license. Now, I'm trying, emails every single day. Just imagine the stress, because I got employees working. I don't know who to put on staff, who to put on hours, and your people should at least call me back and tell me, what am I doing wrong? They wait 3.5, 4 weeks before they put me on a Zoom call to tell me that you just had a violation. But I wouldn't have violations if I got my business license, right? This is done on purpose. This is a setup because of what happened in Fullerton. That's the bottom line. Now, why are you making all the hardworking people that work in this business every day, single moms, single dads, families, working paycheck by paycheck, working class people, why are you making them suffer because of a few rogue employees at your city? Discipline them and take care of this. This is not how it's supposed to be done. This is not good. I'm a businessman. I got businessman friends. This is not a good look. It's not encouraging. You want to create jobs? You want to create revenue? You have budgetary issues for little things? Why are you closing a business down for? I have money to give you. Take it. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now that concludes this portion of the hearing. So now we'll end that portion and go into public comment. So Madam Clerk, now's the time to facilitate that.
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 15 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now. We'll have 90 seconds.
Just a moment. Let's see how many are lined up.
We have 7.
Okay. All right. So we're well beyond 10. So it'll be 90 seconds per comment. Thank you. You can go ahead and proceed.
I would like to request that you rule to deny the business license for JP23. The company has shown itself to be a bad actor and a bad neighbor. I have lived downtown for 17 years. I am a direct neighbor to JP23. From the beginning, the applicant and this establishment have shown to be unwilling to follow any regulations, codes, laws, or restrictions. We knew as early as the beginning of August that this location had no business license nor entertainment permit. And at the end of August, we saw the advertising for the event planned for Labor Day weekend. They still had no business license nor entertainment permit as confirmed through Freedom of Information. They had obviously begun planning these events with the full knowledge that they did not have the proper documentation in place. Even after being closed down that Friday by the city, they had a large event on Saturday. Again, flouting the code, regulations, and restrictions in place. The applicant stated in his testimony at the hearing that his plan has been for this to be an entertainment venue akin to the House of Blues. However, the building was built without glass in the windows nor any sound attenuation. This would result in a direct violation of Long Beach Municipal Code 8.80.170. Basically, this operator has shown no good faith and has shown to be unreliable in matters of following code, application process, restrictions, and simply being a responsible neighbor. So again, I ask that you uphold the denial of this business license for this operator.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Michelle Kagasoff, and I'm the general manager over at Bobo Kitchen and Rooftop. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I ask that you deny JP23 their business license. I've worked in downtown Long Beach for over 8 years now, and I've never felt such an increase of violence and crime in our community until JP23 opened its doors in our beloved city of Long Beach. At first, we were excited to have another business join our community, but the impression quickly changed when we were greeted by protesters, non-contained loads of trash piling up in our back alley, not being picked up until the following day, causing an uptick of disease-carrying pests, illegally parking and blocking in the alleyways, operating past business hours, and noise ordinances. They've made it crystal clear that they run their business to the beat of their own drum and do not follow the rules and regulations of the city. I've never witnessed so many fights break out, our local police having to station themselves right in the intersection every weekend, and chaos surrounding their business. The result is driving our local families, our locals, and potential business out of the downtown area because of the changed stigma around us. We are now living in fear and coming to work, and this has caused us to lose business and candidates to not want to work in the downtown due to the safety issues and concerns surrounding JP23. Our residences and businesses are spending money we don't have on extra security guards just to help with the safety of our business, guest teams, and members. At what cost are we willing to allow these constant issues to rise and turn a blind eye to these unsafe and illegal business practices? I've seen the positive progression within our community, and we've taken a huge step backwards. 8 years and not one incident has happened to me, but all has changed since then. Our safety is now at
Ma'am, your
stake.
time is
I was
concluded.
assaulted right outside of our back door. Am I over?
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Cajo Kelly. I'm a resident in downtown Long Beach since 2010. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I ask that you not issue a business license to JP23 Hospitality Company and reject the hearing officer's recommendation to reverse the denial. If Long Beach makes a concession to approve JP23's business license, we would be setting a precedent of leniency for any future bars, restaurants that apply for approvals, but decide not to follow any of the rules, requirements, and laws in place in our city. Since their entry into Long Beach, JP23 made it abundantly clear through their actions or lack thereof that they are willing to overlook many of their legal and ethical responsibilities. They have shown themselves to be an enterprise that will act by doing as they want, when they want, only to figure it out later if there happen to be any repercussions. If our city desires to continue to grow and attract quality businesses to Long Beach, we must stand firm with the requirements and laws that apply to all, especially with those entities who boldly demonstrate a repeated willingness to ignore requirements and their legal responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, City Council. My name is Robert Mares. I'm a multiple small business owner. I'm a pilot with an MBA in marketing. We have to be very careful as a city on what message we're sending to people who wish to open a business in Long Beach. JP 23 has gone through leaps and bounds to simply do business in Long Beach. Investing in an upward of $3 million into our city and to only be met with such red tape is what I like to call just a definite hardship. When you look at ill marketing and biases caused against JP23, how can any new business flourish? JP23 not only provides numerous jobs for people, it is a POI, a point of interest of Long Beach. Council, your actions today will set a precedent for small businesses to come to Long Beach. We should stand behind new businesses and work together for a transparent common resolve. If others choose to invest in Long Beach as a city, we should invest in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, City Council members. Thank you for having us. My name is Sammy Morzugi. I'm a manager for JP23. I've worked for Jacob Puzikala for over 7 years. I implore you to follow Mr. Navarro's recommendation in giving JP23 its business license and hopefully entertainment permit. The fact that the city wasted money and time on hiring a firm to overturn the hearing, their appointed recommendation, because they did not get the result they wanted due to the overwhelming proof, is disappointing and shocking. A negative image of Jacob has been painted by certain city employees, but Jacob is a caring boss. He helped me buy my first home, and he's been helping me with childcare due to my wife having cancer. So I urge the City Council to give Jacob, JP23, and over 100 employees a fair chance to do business in your city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Mark Nametu. I'm a resident here since 2004. I don't consider JP23 a good neighbor. I've lived in downtown for all those years. Trash, bad design. Like, who puts a fire lock on the outside of their building behind the fire door so you can't open the building? Who puts and builds a club that doesn't have any windows? It just doesn't make any sense. I feel bad for the employees that may or may not have jobs, but you've got over 300 people moving into downtown. You need to be respectful of people that live in that neighborhood. And if you dump garbage in the backyard, you park cars in an alley and don't move, you create conflict for the neighborhood, you're not a good neighbor. You're not a good partner. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. My name is Gurjeet. I do some consulting for Jake over the last few years. Don't really need to get into saying how great of a guy he is or whatnot. I want to stick to the facts and what's actually going on. It seems like the city, based on facts, there was they were circumventing, not letting him get his business license, which resulted in all this other haste, all the violations and whatnot. And there's clear evidence that, I think that maybe even criminal, not sure, but the city should also be investigated, because ultimately, the last time I spoke here, I also said the city should be helping us getting our business license. And it seems like, kind of like middle school, high school politics that's going on, and we're gonna cancel him because of rumors, and being somebody of color, we should understand that racism, rumors, stuff like this can really hurt somebody's personal life, and in this case, it's actually hurt people's financial life, including my own. Eventually, with all the down, and we've had to turn down, there's been a lot of work that has, not me included, with a lot of our other staff members have been let go, but because of a rumor and because we didn't get our license properly, which was proven, and it wasn't done in the right time. And mind you, remember, this meeting is to overturn something that an arbitrator has already agreed that the city didn't rule right. And when I'm listening to the lawyer and the city speak, they're not taking any accountability in avoiding what they did. They're just sitting there like, oh, these guys created all these problems, but who actually created the problems?
Included.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I've worked for JP23 for the last 8 years, And I just want to say it's not right. It's not right what myself and other employees have had to go through these past months as a result of not being able to fully open and have nightlife entertainment. Employees have experienced less hours and not as many scheduled shifts. As a business owner myself, opening and having locations in 2 different cities, I've never heard of an ordeal such as the one that's going on right now. It feels like JP23 is being bullied into closing its doors. I just have one thing to say. Each of you has an important decision to make that will impact financially the employees and ownership of JP23. I ask that you do the right thing and vote in favor of JP23 receiving its license. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is America Nájera. I come all the way from San Bernardino, and I will tell you why in a bit. But first, I would like to clarify it's not one victim. It's been 42 victims that have come forward. I come as a 15-plus year community organizer focused on safety. I focus on training organizations on safety protocols so they can be able to safely practice their constitutional right from freedom of speech. And I am highly concerned about JP23 and the actions they have taken against the people that have tried to speak up against them. I came here today all the way for San Bernardino to be able to accompany friends here because they do not feel safe. They have been harassed after protests. They have been beaten up. They have been followed to their cars here too in Long Beach. I hope that they are people that are here to speak against JP23 are allowed to go first so that they can safely reach their cars and not be in fear of danger to themselves. I demand that JP23 never be given a license to practice business here in Long Beach, and I hope that you take my words seriously. I come with many years of experience, and I am highly concerned of the actions that this company is doing against people that are speaking up against them, using their employees to harass people, walk all the way to follow them to their cars here, following them with dogs, and just to let you know that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. I am here tonight to urge you to follow the recommendation of your Department of Financial Management, the recommendation of the independent legal review, as well as the public opinion demonstrated by the hundreds of community members who have already emailed and submitted public comment on this issue tonight. So please deny JP23 their business license. In addition to the extremely frightening allegations of instances of violence conducted by JP23 security staff and even the owner himself, your independent legal review gives you clear reasoning for the denial of the business license. Here's a very short direct quote to consider from the end of the legal review, and I highly encourage you to read the entire legal review. We recommend the City Council reject the findings and recommendation in the report and uphold the denial of the appellant's business license application. The director was within his discretion in determining that the applicant will not so comply with LBMC based on their past failure to comply with applicable laws and ordinances. Sorry, I'm actually a little nervous and scared tonight because of what the previous commenter mentioned. If there is availability of some sort of escort back to our cars after this, we would appreciate that. Another point in the legal review, it does spell out clearly that approving this business license would set that precedent that would allow anyone to open a business and begin operating in our city without a license. That is in the report. Please look at it. I'm a business owner, and I think that would be absurd as well.
Sir, your time's concluded.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. I'm a District 1 resident. I'm also a little bit scared to give my name just because of the retaliation that we've heard previously. But it isn't just customers fighting at JP23. I was involved, I was at the Fullerton location when Jacob was involved in a physical altercation with protesters outside of the business. During this altercation, JP smacked my phone out of my hand. I have this altercation on video. Allowing JP23 to continue doing business in our city, a city that it seems like he has no actual respect for, cultivates and continues a toxic culture of violence. I'm asking that you deny JP23 their business license. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'd like to highlight that while neighboring businesses were giving their public comment and talking about how they did not appreciate the conduct that was starting to take place after JP23 moved into their community. The owner of JP23 scoffed. And I think that really highlights the disrespect that he shows for this community, for the city, and for city staff and elected officials here. He thinks that the rules don't apply to him. And clearly, coming here today and like very transparently paying a bunch of people to come give public comment and then intimidate people from speaking, intimidating people through legal attacks, shows how little respect he has also for women. Not only does he cultivate a culture of violence, but particularly a culture of violence towards women. And we cannot stand for that as long as we can't stand for that anywhere. But I would think that our elected officials here, in particular, can stand up against that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm going to take off my mask so everyone can see how young I am, so it can settle in. I've been living in Long Beach for 20 years, basically my whole life. As we all know, JP23 has sexual assault allegations within their club. Those allegations alone inspired my address today. I feel if we continue to house JP23, we are opening the doors for violence towards the women here in Long Beach, including myself, because I am young and I can go to, nightlife out here in Long Beach. It should not only be our jobs as residents to make sure our community is safe, but it should be your job as council members to ensure our safety. I believe there was systems in place that endangered women at JP23, and if we do allow for JP23 to stay, you have placed a target on women here in Long Beach, and given alleged predators a feeding frenzy. I am sure you have daughters, and I ask you to keep your daughters, your mothers, your granddaughters, your friends of Long Beach safe, and I ask you to keep me safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm here to demand that you uphold the denial of JP23's business license. You know what's been reported to happen at JP23. For you to allow them to continue conducting business in our community implies that you disregard victims, and it means that any harm caused by the establishment after today was your choice to allow, and you'll have to live with that for the rest of your lives.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Scott. I'm asking that you deny JP23 its business license. In particular, I'd like to address this comment to Councilmember Price. Earlier, you spoke of distributing drug detection tablets to college students in Long Beach as a mechanism to prevent sexual assault. JP23 is a known site of repeat sexual assault, predation, and misogynistic violence. If you want to make Long Beach safer for women, keeping JP23 out of our community is a first step towards making that happen.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, members of the council, and good evening, Long Beach community. My name is Perla, and I am part of the Nahua Nation, a southern part of Mexico. And Long Beach is very special to me because we all house the sacred site of Pavongna over at Costa Long Beach. And the Hashiman and the Tonga community have taken so many of us who are trying to keep the land and women safe under their watchful eye. And we were here a few months ago, and I cannot tell you the amount of fear that people left with. People were followed to their cars, even though we were escorted by motorcycle club members. People were walking around City Hall with pit bulls. These are the same people that, following the case that broke out on August 2nd of 2021, and we held weekly protests outside JP23 in Fullerton. These are the same people that would stand in corners and follow us, that actually would come out and swing at us. And these are the same people. Right before I lined up, Mr. Pusicala said, remember that my kids are here. Right before that, when he sat next to Mr. Navarro, his attorney, right behind me, he said, my people are outside. So today you are placed here strategically by your ancestors to protect this community and the communities that...
Ma'am, your time is concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council. I'm a manager over at JP23. On just behalf of me and the whole team there, we've taken big pay cuts just because, we're not able to open fully, right? Not able to conduct business like we should be able to be. And, we take a lot of pride in being able to take care of and protect everybody that comes into our bar, women as well. We have all the drinks to order. When you go to the bar, if you don't feel safe for the women, post it in the women's restroom. So we take the precautions to make sure everybody that comes into our place is safe. We have security so everybody can be safe. But I just feel like we should get the permits that we need to run business so that people that are working with us can provide for their family and their kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Wes Wright, and I work with Jake too, JP23. And first off, let me say that I have a daughter. I have nieces, a mom, aunts, and if I knew any of this was true, what people are saying, I would not work for them. I'm kind of appalled that people are saying this because I know for a fact that none of this is true. Mr. Pusicala said, hey, if any of this is true when it first happened, call the police, come down here, and let's investigate. Now, they did investigate, and the findings came out that what that girl said, the first one wasn't true, and these people kept coming and kept coming. Another thing is, I seen the tapes of City Council, and what they did was kind of sneaky and underhanded. I had to review the tapes. It's a long time of tapes. It's a lot of tapes. I had to review the tapes, and from the emails it said, hey, let's release this, and that one lady came in and was like, no, I don't know what her beef was with Mr. Pusicala, but it was underhanded at the least. And that's basically all I want to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Tillett. You might remember that name because I've literally reached out to each and every one of you personally several times. And those of you who have gotten back to me, I just want to say thank you for that. I find the theater that we're experiencing right now absolutely insane. When I first came here and spoke, I didn't work for Jake, but I do work for Jake now. And to hear people say things like Long Beach isn't safe now, or since JP23 has come around, it's gotten so much worse. Well, I was a partner at Cuban Pete's Mojito Lounge, and I can tell you right now, way more problems at Cuban Pete's than there is at JP's. I've also been around for a very long time, so I've frequented Sevilla's. I've performed at Sevilla's. They have problems. Shannon plays their music with speakers outside. They're not here complaining about them. They're here complaining about Jake. And my question is why? To the ladies who were here before, I'm not going to turn around and approach them because obviously they're scared of us, right? For some reason. But nobody's following anybody. We all have families. I have two daughters, 22 and 9. And I would never be with somebody that would allow that to happen. But before I go, I'd like to say this. It's my job as community relations director to make sure that we ingratiate ourselves with the community. If he doesn't like women so much, why is it his mission to make sure that I'm delivering food to the women's shelter of Long Beach? This is stuff they don't know about us.
Sir, your time is concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you for your time. All right, that satisfies public comment. That is now closed.
We have people on Zoom who want to
We
provide
have people
public
on
comment.
Zoom. All right. Let's handle the Zoom.
Nicholas Stokes. Your time begins now.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nicholas Stokes, and I'm with a minority-owned entertainment company called the 1111 Network. We're partnered with the Long Beach Unified School District, Long Beach City College, and Cal State Long Beach to provide, occupational awareness, internships, and job placements for schools and the students seeking jobs in television, film, and marketing. I came into this partnership not only to work with JP23 in good faith, but also many other local businesses in the areas to increase content and bring the most professional coverage to local small businesses in Long Beach, and most importantly, increase job opportunities for the city. I think the city council, many of the minority residences and business owners near JP23 just frankly don't want them there because they don't want hip hop or a minority-owned club in downtown. And this is biased as well as extremely unfair. And this bureaucracy is the sole reason that the council, the financial management, has rejected this license. JP23 having its entertainment license would enable them and our company to extend a great impact into the Long Beach community by providing jobs to graduate students and getting their hands on training in social media marketing, photography, audio and video production. JP23 has been running a good business, but for some reason, the city council doesn't want them there. I can't believe this is happening, and I hope the city council would consider this an absurd and unfair ruling, and the penalty to vote against the financial management's recommendation. I think granting JP23 a temporary license under a probationary period would be the most fair ruling for it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Josie Embry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Hi, I want to mention that for JP23, we're really hoping that his business license gets denied. His lawyer calls it a simple business license, but Jacob couldn't follow simple rules. And history matters. Even putting all the allegations aside, there are countless videos from previous city council videos in Fullerton where they're dealing with a lot of the same issues here today: violations, citations, people rallying at meetings. A year ago this month, Samantha was allegedly drugged and raped and her body dumped, and he attempted to sue her. He's even attempted to sue the men that were robbed or held at gunpoint from guards. He mentioned financial hardships, but if he took all the money that he was using to sue all these victims into security and proper management, then he'd probably be in a good shape. This is the same owner that followed us twice to our cars, used security guards to scare us, and charges at women. This is all on video. It's all on record. We're asking that you please keep the city safe, because Fullerton is not able to step up because even their city officials have been scared. It's even in a lot of the Yelp reviews. We ask that after this, you guys just look up their Yelp reviews and see how insidious he is. He's really a scary person. Of course, a lot of the men are going to defend him. They haven't experienced what some of these women, even some of these men, have experienced. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Sean Patel.
Hi, I'd like to say my name is Sean Patel. I work with JP23. I do all the security cameras. Every incident has been recorded, and I have recordings of it. There any allegations that happen come up about this rape incident, I literally went to neighbor to get the full detail of it. So the allegations that they come upon this is just false and is overwhelming. Like they can't even prove it, and we've already have it on record that she lied about it. Number two is that JP23 has been running a very efficient business. We use the least amount of violations than any other business. The way that Long Beach has been doing him dirty is just inefficient, and it's like unbelievable. Number three, there are other businesses locally in Long Beach and Fullerton that owners have more violations and are in bigger lawsuits than JP23 and any other business out there. It's unbelievable. JP23 fully complies all the time with any regulations and rules. And I recommend a probation period with and we'll be fine. We've always done great work. That's all I gotta say.
Our next speaker is Sandy.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Cajas. I am president of the Regional Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here tonight to ask our Honorable City Council to approve JP23 Hospitality Company, their business license. We are here in full support. And the reason why is the Regional Hispanic Chamber of Commerce advocates on economic development and growth, and that is exactly what they're doing. They're providing jobs to many individuals in the city, and they have proven that they're a good community partner. So thank you very much. I hope you please take a vote, and I hope JP23 becomes a business here in the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Navigator Media One. Please unmute. Our next speaker is Diana.
Yes, hi, good evening. Yes, I'm here in favor of the restaurant to remain open. All of us here as residents in the city of Long Beach, we all have worked very hard and we all want to see nice places for this city. Just recently, I have went to Long Beach. I went to downtown, I went to the restaurant, and I had a great time at this location. Nowhere did I find any violence. Also, I would like to mention that as a female, we are all responsible for our own actions. We are responsible for our own drinks. And under no circumstances we should be blaming other people with issues that occur. And I do apologize, and I do feel really bad for other people, but this is not fair. We should all be looking at equally. We all have to be fair. And this is an excellent place. And I think it's an excellent opportunity for all of us to grow. And if this company, if somehow they made some kind of an error, as we all do, I think they deserve the right to improve that and continue. We have a lot of people here in Long Beach that need work. And as members here of Long Beach, we all have the rights to go to a place that is very nice. If this location does not have any windows, then please tell them to put some windows. But I think it's only fair for other restaurants to approve and back them up. And don't be jealous and approve of other people to have fun in this city. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Kenya R.
Hi, good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I just wanted to jump on today and say I have been employed under Jake and JP23 Fullerton for the past 3 years. In the past 3 years, I have felt so secure, so appreciated going into work. Thanks to Jake for allowing me this opportunity, I was able to purchase my first home, plan my dream wedding, and it wouldn't have been possible without Jake and the support of all of my staff, my managers, and my coworkers. I just wanted to ask that you please consider, allowing him to do business in Long Beach. Just from the 3 years that I've worked with him, I have seen him do countless acts of community service, such as participating in the Feed Fullerton program for the past few years, as well as providing breakfast and lunches to the local elementary schools. Thanks to Jake, he's given us so many opportunities, and I feel like so many people in Long Beach can benefit from JP being open. In addition, I feel like it's very unfair that Jake is, dealing with this due to some rumors that really have no credibility. Like the last speaker said, I feel like women also should be held accountable for their actions. And I think this is, a good way to learn and show the city that Jake, can do better. We will all do better. And we all stand behind Jake and JP23. So thank you for your time. I hope everyone has a great evening.
Our next speaker is Nate.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Nathaniel Jordan, owner of 7-Star VIP Transportation Services, and I also work for Disney. I come with a hospitality vibe. Jake's been nothing but amazing. His attitude towards the community has been nothing but great. And I pray that that you guys do grant him his business license. My mom's been missing 22 years, and Jake's been by my side, getting me through my tough times. As for the residents of Long Beach, they're mentioning the trash that's in the hallways or in the alleyways. You have 20 other restaurants around that community. How do you know that trash is coming from JP's? How do you know those fights are coming from JP's? That can come from any of the bars that's in downtown Long Beach. Jake's been giving back to the community. As for what the last caller said, providing free food to the people around the city. And 2 callers ago, the young lady says, you got to hold yourself accountable. If I get drunk, that's not Jake's fault that you got drunk. Jake knows when to stop selling liquor. He's I've known Jake for a very long time, and I feel like the city of Long Beach should provide him his business license. I feel like majority of the bad complaints is all of emotions and off of the allegations in Fullerton, and you can't compare that to a business. Thank you.
Our next speaker is AJ Adroba.
Hey, Councilman, how you guys doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Okay, so prior to, I actually run the security company that actually secures JP Long Beach, right? Prior to me coming over there, I was actually assaulted by the so-called peaceful protesters in Fullerton. And there's an actual, there's a police report that I went ahead and filed. I was just walking by, right? I got in their way, so I was going into JP, and I got assaulted. So I secure the Long Beach location for the security company that I run. Not once was there any kind of fight that started there that went somewhere. At the top wants to talk, we actually employ, right, securities that come from the top, right, Alegria, next door to Sevilla. They actually come to us. Shannon and at the top have numerous, and those guards that came to us that we employ are threatened and scared because of the violence that goes from there that leads to right there to Long Beach, JP. Along with the cops that are there trying to always blame somebody walking drunk from another location to come to us that we did not allow in, and saying that it came from Long Beach, JP 23. So I beg you guys to keep, this helps me, my family to feed, right? And like I said, I secure the perimeter, and there has not been any kind of threats.
Our next speaker is Devin.
Hello, my name is actually Divine. I am a mother. I work with my husband actually there. I'm speaking today to support JP23. I started from the beginning, and I will stay to the end. I'm very sad because I am not afraid of anyone that comes in there. I support every woman that will come in there, and I will walk them to their car if they feel unsafe, if they need to. I will support everything. This just feels like an attack, not only for JP, but for my family, for my kids, my finances. I've stayed in Long Beach for 5 years. This is just unacceptable, and I'm here to talk for me and my staff, my owner Jake. I appreciate everyone, and I just want to say we have windows. The fights aren't only just here at JP23, it's everywhere around there. And I do stand by everything that Jake says, and I understand it. And I just want to say that the violence is not only JP23, it could be anywhere. It could be in Long Beach, it could be on the north side, it could be anywhere, just not there. And that's all I gotta say.
Our final speaker is Nural Patel.
Good evening. After dozens of witnesses were called, examined, cross-examined, hundreds of documents were reviewed, and legal briefs were submitted, a neutral hearing officer ruled that financial management should have issued the license back in 2021 when Ms. Tara Mortensen decided it should be taken out of the city's normal process. Basically, financial management failed to follow their own rules. In a last-ditch effort, which reeks of desperation, financial management retained the defense firm, Best and Krieger, who opined that the hearing officer's decision was incorrect. This defense firm was not at the hearing, did not hear any witnesses, nor did they participate in the appeal process at all up to this point. Best and Krieger, as you know, were the city attorneys who advised the city council during the City of Bell scandal, where 5 City of Bell council members ended up convicted of municipal fraud. The 5 city council members ultimately sued Best and Krieger for failing to exercise proper care and skill when it came to advising on legal issues. That said, the city council here should proceed with extreme caution in adopting Best and Krieger's opinion over that of the neutral hearing officer who was actually present at the hearing. To the City Council, I implore you, follow the law, follow the city's own rules, respect the appeal process, and vote no to the financial management's recommendation and adopt the hearing officer's rule. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. We now will end that and bring it back behind the rail for City Council deliberation and action. We'll now go to Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It was important for me to hear individuals participate in public comment regarding this matter. My hopes with any business in the district are that they act as a good neighbor and as someone who has a responsibility to take into consideration the feedback of businesses, patrons, and residents. I must look at the facts when deliberating and, when deliberating on a decision that impacts the future of our community. To hear about and see evidence of multiple citations the business received prior to receiving their business license to legally operate brings greater concern to the type of behavior they would exhibit if they were to receive a license, in addition to the opportunities they had to come into compliance with the city's ordinances. I believe that it's best to think long-term about what may be needed for a growing community and how different elements can impact our quality of life. The safety of our residents is my priority. Therefore, I must motion to approve staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow.
I support Councilmember Zendejas' motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further council deliberation, we'll now go to a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price. Aye. Councilman Supernaw. Councilwoman Mungo. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Aye.
Councilmember Yoranga.
Aye.
Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We have one more hearing this evening, item number 16 on Tanaka Park. Let's queue up the hearing, please.
Report from Development Services. Recommendation to accept category exemption. Declare ordinance amending table 35-2 to include Tanaka Park. Read for the first time and laid over to the next regular meeting of the City Council for final reading. Declare ordinance setting aside and approving for dedication in perpetuity Tanaka Park for public purposes and uses. Read for the first time and laid over to the next regular meeting of the City Council for final reading. And declare ordinance amending the use district map to change the zoning district of Tanaka Park from single-family residential to park zoning district. Read for the first time and laid over to the next regular meeting of the City Council for final reading, District 7.
Thank you. We'll go to staff.
I'd like to introduce Christopher Kuntz, our Acting Development Services Director, to give a brief staff presentation for this item.
Vice Mayor and members of council, Councilmember Yoranga, this is a much more lighthearted item. This is about the permanent protection of parkland. We have planner Amy Harbin to give you a very brief presentation and then proceed with the vote on the item. And we're going to locate the clicker any moment now.
Batteries, flash drives, clickers. It's a night tonight.
It's been a fun night.
It's been a fun night.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Before you is a request for consideration of a zone change to rezone Tanaka Park and dedicate Tanaka Park in perpetuity as park space. Tanaka Park is classified as a mini park and is a remnant parcel from the former Tanaka farm. The Tanaka family leased the space to the city in the early 2000s for park space. The city then developed the leased space with playground area, picnic areas, and green space. To provide background, dedication is the process that applies to city-owned parkland to protect the parks in perpetuity for public open space use. The city charter specifies that the city council shall adopt zoning and other regulations for the purpose of protecting parkland. The general plan open space and recreation element provides that if dedicated park space is sold or used for a non-park use, then it must be replaced at a ratio of at least 2-to-1. This project implements the policies of the general planned open space and recreation element and the land use element, which calls for creating green spaces out of vacant and underutilized land, particularly in park-poor communities. This project implements the policies of the general plan, open space recreation element, and land use element, which calls for creating green spaces out of vacant and underutilized land, particularly in park-poor communities. As provided in the city charter, the powers and duties of the Parks and Recreation Commission include recommending to the city manager and city council the dedication of public land for public parks. In 2019, the Parks and Recreation Commission recommended to the city council the dedication of 28 existing owned city parks. However, Tanaka Park was not included in the first round of recommendations because the city had not purchased it yet. Tanaka Park is currently zoned R1N, single-family residential, which is inconsistent with the use and general plan place type. The proposed zone change to P Parks will render consistency with the use and general plan. The current recommended action is the zone change from R1N to single-family residential to P Park, which is necessary to dedicate Tanaka Park, and approve the zoning code amendment modifying Title 21 of the Long Beach Municipal Code, adding Tanaka Park to Table 35-2, which is specifically the park's dedication and designations list. An exemption from CEQA was prepared for the proposed changes considered here tonight for Tanaka Park. Public notice was mailed to all property owners and tenants per section 21.21.302 of the city's code. The location was posted as well for this meeting. Staff recommends that the City Council accept the categorical exemption, approve the zoning code amendment, approve a zone change, and approve the dedication of Tanaka Park in perpetuity as public open space use. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. We'll now do public comment on hearing 16.
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 16 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now. We do have one in Zoom. Ann Cantrell, your time begins now.
Good evening, Ann Cantrell, and of course I am in favor of more park space and the dedication of Tanaka Park. I do have a question about the list of parks that was included in the staff report. I did not find Harry Bridges Memorial Park listed as one of the public parks. I know that there has been a change from the original Harry Bridges Park. For a while, it was leased to the Queen Mary and became the Queen Mary Events Park, but I was told by Tash O'Day that it is now back to Harry Bridges Memorial Park, and the name is, there's a sign at the park saying this, but you do not have it listed as one of your dedicated parks. This was mitigation when the aquarium was built for taking of Marina Park. And I hope that you can explain whether it has been dedicated in perpetuity, and if so, why it's not on your list. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Taking it behind the rail, Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I want to thank Ann Cantrell for the support of this item. You're up late. One of the things that I'm really most proud of is being able to be here today. A very proud moment. Although it's late in the evening, can't really get that full celebration going of people to be elated about this dedication. I want to thank the Tanaka family for, first of all, having it and dedicating it and leasing it to the city as a park. It was the opportunity for us as a city to go ahead and proceed and make it a park in perpetuity. And I'm very proud and honored to bring this item here before you. And I hope that I get the support of my council member staff. Thank you very much. By the way, it had to happen because there was a developer that was interested in purchasing Tanaka Park to create a housing development in that area. The Tanaka family was hesitant about that. But I think being that we were able to at least give a responsible bid to purchase the park, and so we are here today with that to make it in perpetuity. So that's another reason why I want to thank the Tanaka family for accepting our offer and for us to be able to create it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just offer my support here, having seconded the motion. We have to look for opportunities to preserve open space, particularly in the worst portion of town. And so thank you, Councilmember Uranga and staff for leading this effort, and to the family for being partners here. Happy to support. Councilwoman Price?
This is a fantastic item. I'm happy to support it. And residents often talk about this dedication process, but we rarely ever actually do it. So this is quite an unusual thing for us as a council to be involved in. And I think it's a fantastic development for the community and for the city, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to a roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sorrow?
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga?
Very happily and very gratefully, aye.
Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Yes.
Motion is carried 7-0.
Thank you. Let's start the city council meeting now at 11 o'clock. Okay, we'll go to item number 22, please.
Item 22 is a report from City Manager, recommendation to approve substantial amendment to the City of Long Beach's 2021-2022 action plan, proposed programs, and budget for the Home Investment Partnership American Rescue Plan program, and adopt specifications and award a contract to El Sol Neighborhood Educational Center in a total amount not to exceed $1 million citywide.
Thank you. Is there public comment here?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 22 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price? No comment. Councilman Austin? Fantastic. Thank you. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sorrow?
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga?
Aye.
Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Aye.
Motion is carried 7-0.
Thank you. We'll go to 23, please.
Report from Economic Development, recommendation to authorize City Manager to execute the agreement to the grant term with the State of California Employment Development Department to implement workforce training programs and strategies, provide services to local residents and businesses, and expend program year 22 and 23 Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act grant funding in an amount up to $5.5 million, and authorize the City Manager or designee to execute all necessary agreements citywide.
Thank you. Is there public comment on this item?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 23 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow?
No comment.
Councilman Austin? Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price, Councilwoman Sorrow,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga,
Aye.
Councilman Austin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
Motion is carried
Thank
7-0.
you. 24, please.
Report from Health and Human Services. Recommendation to authorize city manager to amend contract with Illumination Foundation for Project Room Key to increase the contract amount by $1.6 million for a total contract amount not to exceed $2,476,842 and extend the contract by 2 6-month terms. District 6.
Thank you. Public comment.
Any members of the public that would like to speak on item 24 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Just happy to continue to make sure that we're providing short-term housing for our unhoused community in our district.
Thank you. Councilmember Yonga.
Glad to support.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas,
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price, Councilwoman Sorrow,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga,
Aye.
Councilman Austin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next item, please. 25.
Report from Health and Human Services, recommendation to adopt specifications and award a contract to First to Serve, Inc. to provide supportive services and operate Atlantic Avenue Bridge Community in an annual contract amount not to exceed $2,700,500 with the option to renew at the discretion of the city manager. District 9.
I think the number is 2,007,500. Any public comment?
Any members of the public that would like to speak on item 25 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Congratulations and welcome to our new operator. That's my comment. Councilwoman Sorrow, anything?
No comment.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas,
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price, Councilwoman Sorrow,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga,
Aye.
Councilman Austin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
Motion is carried 7-0.
26, please.
Report from Health and Human Services, recommendation to authorize city manager to amend contract with KJP Enterprises as interim housing for people experiencing homelessness in a total amount not to exceed $6,506,354 and extend the contract by 2 6-month terms to September 30th, 2023, citywide.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Public comment?
Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on item 26 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price?
This is a great item, and I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow?
No comment.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas,
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price, Councilwoman Sorrow,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga,
Aye.
Councilman Austin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
Motion is carried 7-0.
27, please.
Report from Report from Human Resources. Recommendation to authorize city manager to execute a contract amendments with multiple healthcare providers and any subsequent amendments necessary to maintain current benefit levels and remain in compliance with state and federal laws on all plans at the discretion of the city manager, citywide.
Thank you. Public comment?
Any members of the public that would like to speak on item 27 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Councilman Austin?
I support.
Councilwoman Sorrow?
No comment.
Public comment, please. Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas,
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price, Councilwoman Sorrow,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga,
Aye.
Councilman Austin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
Motion is carried 7-0.
Thank you. Item 28.
Report from Public Works. Recommendation to receive and file a report prepared by Lisa Wise Consulting, Inc. regarding the city's existing food truck regulations and request city attorney to prepare an ordinance to update the Long Beach Municipal Code to comply with the most recently enacted state and federal legislation regarding food trucks, citywide.
Thank you. Looking for a signal. Are you looking for a staff report on this?
Yes, we can do a very brief staff
Fantastic.
report.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce our Deputy City Manager, Katie Nomura, as along with Public Works staff to make a brief staff presentation on this item.
Good evening, Honorable Vice Mayor and Council members. I will be brief. So we're here to talk today about food truck regulations. Lisa Wise Consulting was contracted to do an initial study and help us understand the landscape as well as engage with stakeholders. So in that engagement, there were 10 internal interviews held with city departments. So anyone who has kind of interaction with food trucks from enforcement or just using their services were interviewed. We also had 6 external stakeholder interviews with 15 participants. We reached out to over 50 food truck operators, and we also reached out to all the bids, and we had, again, 15 total participants. Generally, some of the feedback has been there's good communication, but it's difficult to enforce some of our regulations. Allowing the LA County health permits has been a trouble for our health department when it comes to enforcing on our current health regulations. We would like a thriving food truck scene that is safe and sanitary for our community while also taking into consideration parking, traffic, and pedestrian concerns. From the community, there is recognition that food trucks can benefit some neighborhoods without access to fresh, diverse food options, but there are some concerns that it poses competition with brick and mortar businesses. Parking is also an issue, as well as trash and other health code violations. And there's mixed opinions on effectiveness of the enforcement of our codes. So tonight we'd like to focus on two phases that have come out of the study. So phase 1 would focus on health, safety, and municipal code consistency. And so it would require a health permit from the city's health department versus allowing the LA County health permit. It would update the code to be consistent with state regulations, consolidate and remove obsolete sections where feasible, and then allow the city manager to adopt reasonable rules and regulations to implement a unified food truck program. This would be worked on immediately should the council wish to move forward. Phase 2 would involve location-based regulations and additional permits. This would be looking at special events on private property, the creation of a public works right-of-way permit for food trucks, potentially looking at land use, looking at parking and time-based regulations, nuisance abatement, having a food truck coordinator to manage the unified food truck program. This is proposed in the fiscal year 23 budget. Explore food truck zones where food trucks can be encouraged, and exploring concerns in residential areas and business districts. We would follow up these phases with robust outreach to inform on any new rules that get adopted. And we would also want to do a robust outreach on phase 2. So any of those recommendations for location-specific regulations, we would do significant outreach in the coming months. And for anyone who would like to stay up to date on when those community meetings might be held or how to be engaged, we have this link here, bit.ly/CLB food vendor. And you can sign up there for updates. Some legal considerations is that location-based restrictions must be reasonable time, place, manner restrictions. And generally speaking, regulations must be furthering the protection of public health, safety, and welfare. So again, we would recommend to receive and file this report and also to allow us to move forward with phase 1. And so we hope to get council's input on anything you'd like to see for phase 1 and phase 2 tonight. And again, we'll implement phase 1 or work on drafting that ordinance as soon as we get the green light. And then phase 2 will begin immediately as well in terms of developing what those recommendations might be and then conducting that outreach, hoping to bring that back to council in April of 2023. And just so everyone is aware, since both food trucks and sidewalk vendors kind of are thought of concurrently, we are also working on our sidewalk vending policy and regulation study. It's already underway, and we expect that to return to council in spring 2023 as well. And thank you, and we're here for any questions.
Thank you for the staff report. Is any public comment on this item?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 28 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Eden Enamorado. So if Long Beach wants to be a part of a growing modern economy, food trucks is the bloodline of it. Many of these food trucks have gone viral for their delicious food and culinary skills. We're working with the National Food Truck Association and our local food truck association to recommend updates to these Long Beach regulations. In previous similar matters, for example, Barajas versus City of Anaheim, cities may not ban or use time limits on food trucks because they have not public safety impact. It's not safer to have a food truck move every 30 minutes. The People versus a la carte catering, municipalities cannot have anti-competitive regulations like distance restrictions from restaurants. State Vehicle Code 22455 says cities may regulate mobile vending to protect public safety. A local authority may, by ordinance or resolution, adopt additional requirements for the public safety, regulating the type of vending and the time, place, and manner of vending from vehicles upon any street. That's the important part. I've been living in LA County for 34 years. I grew up in the city of Cudahy, but this is our beach. Been coming here since I was a kid. I have never seen so much foot traffic on this side of Shoreline till this day. That benefits Nike. That benefits the outlets. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and City Council, for having us. My name is Dion Joseph. I'm the husband of Tasha Joseph, who's a founder of a food truck that operates here on the weekends. In my opinion, the issue is about one thing and one thing only, and that's competition. Those who brought this motion, that is not a proper basis to injure or limit the ability of food trucks who are abiding by the rules, living their dream of being self-sufficient, small business owners, and engaging in their right to the pursuit of happiness through food service. My wife's truck has been in business since February. She's received tremendous support from people in the city and outside who love her food and shop in the area, as well as people from all over the county who are discovering the beauty of the city and shopping in the area because of the food trucks. Our truck has passed multiple health inspections with the city as well as other cities in the county. We have our permits. We respect this city, as this is the city I was born in and I was raised in. We provide a service along with other food truck vendors to people from all ends of the socio-economic ladder, some who may not be able to afford to feed their entire families at the Yard House. I do not feel we're hurting anyone. Usually when people have it in their minds and hearts to eat at P.F. Chang's or Gladstone's, that's usually where they go. That's where I go when I feel like having some fish. The trucks do not interfere with that. But for others who are shopping or just sitting, relaxing in the grass, or just enjoying time walking with their families, they enjoy the options that we provide. I believe it's wrong to make it more difficult for decent, hardworking people to thrive when they have been allowed to serve for so long with no issues and no complaints from residents or visitors, and have been playing by the rules.
Sir, your time is concluded.
Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Joshua Lopez. I am a current chef and staff member of the Hibachi Queens food truck. I'll be one of the voices to speak on behalf of the food truck community. I have been working for the Hibachi Queens at the Pike outlet since January 2022, since they have been established. Since working within the food truck community since then, I have been seeing the increase of traffic flow within the mall. And since January, I have also seen the increase of food trucks that have come from other places to come to the Pike and feed the people of Long Beach. Seeing families come and enjoy the entertainment and food and amusement that the Pike provides brings so much joy to me, and I'm sure it does to other hardworking truck owners and staff workers. We're also like family within the food truck community here. With so many varieties of foods to eat, they choose to come and enjoy the foods as we, a community, provide at the Pike outlets. It's a place to come and enjoy family time, do some shopping while waiting to grab a bite at one of the food trucks available. With foods such as hibachi queen style cuisine, Mexican street food style, fresh mariscos, desserts such as ice cream to delicious funnel cakes. I simply urge the council to come down one day to the Pike yourself and see how crowded the business gets around that time, meaning a possible growth in economy and revenue due to the service we provide. They pay their taxes just as everyone else. We work just as hard as any other restaurants out there. We cook and prep while holding the highest standards that a restaurant provides and provide the best customer service we can while keeping the area as clean as possible as a team. The Pike wouldn't be right now what it is if it wasn't for us food trucks. I speak for the whole food truck community.
So your time is concluded.
All right, thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello,
My name is Isabel and Jorge Ramirez. We own Inglorious Funnels. We've been in business for 4 years, coming up in September. We love what we do. We cashed out our 401k and opened up a business. We love what we do. It's our life. It's what we live on. Let
me take over. Sorry. When we start working at the Pike, that's where we basically start our business. Was maybe close to
end of 2018.
End of 2018. Back then, the Pike was empty. It was barely business at the Pike. More trucks start coming in, and right now, if you guys can take a look at the Pike on a weekend, it's extremely packed. And we strongly believe that the food trucks bring a lot of business to the Pike. And when the restaurants are complaining that we're a competition for them, that's impossible that we can compete with the big change. Whatever we provide, for example, us, that we provide the service, there's no restaurants cross street that provide the same as we do. We urge you that take in consideration, keep us there, because I believe that we're a big asset to the economy of this big city.
So your time's concluded.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Vice Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time. My name's Andres. I've operated a food truck for about 6 years. I applied for my business license 6 years ago, and I still have it for Long Beach City. I've applied, I have all my permits, pay everything that I need to pay, sales tax, whatever it is. Just want to say, I feel whoever brought this motion is not really targeting the food trucks. They're really targeting my family. This is like she said, this is our livelihood. With this, what's most dear to me is my 2 daughters, me and Camila. With this, I work 7 days a week just so I could provide for them. This is my livelihood. I've been following all the rules for the past 6 years that I've been working here. Sometimes it's been tough. We've been kicked out there before, but thankfully and gracefully, something has changed and we've been allowed there for a little bit more time. I'm appreciative of that. Just so you know, again, this is not about the food trucks. This is going to affect like our families. Again, my wife's a homemaker and I work all these hours. I get home and I kiss them while they're asleep, and I walk out in the morning even before they wake up, so I barely see them, but that's okay because this business has like helped my family nourish, and I'm very happy to comply with any new regulations, but we just ask that you keep us at the Pike outlet.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Joshua Gonzalez, and I'm here as part of a food truck at the Pike on Shoreline. We are a strong small business community. Unfortunately, we have some restaurants that are trying to bring us down. We have become an essential part of Long Beach by providing fast and good service. We cater to all. We cater to all good, to local tourists, and there's enough business for everyone. We ask you to work with us to create a permit or a system where we can, work together and continue what we're doing, because we do sacrifice a lot of hours just to run a business, and we're not big corporations, so we don't have a union or we don't have other help as corporations do, and I just feel like we should have the same chance that they do. If we pay our permits, we pay our everything, we have the same thing to be able to work, and we have food trucks, and we just sacrifice a lot of time for our family, and not only for that, but for our lifestyle. Like as everybody says, we're here at the Pike. Back then, it was never really busy how it was now. I feel like with the food trucks, it actually brings a lot of people to the Pike, and not only that, it brings more business to all the businesses close by, like the clothing businesses or everything just close by. It's more convenient for everybody to have fast food service. Then nobody wants to wait like 2 hours or an hour with the big food truck, with the corporations of the businesses close by. So I feel like you guys should just listen and, just bear with us and try to help us continue what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Dom. I actually own the Hibachi Queens food truck. So I had the whole list what I want to talk about, but I think what is the most important that we are so united. We become such a huge community, and we feel like we brought so much exposure, so much business to the Pike that we should stay there, and we're fighting about right to like every brick and mortar to be united together. We created a lot of work when our community was struggling during the COVID. We are really united. Since I started working there, I never seen people so united. Everyone is just working towards regulation. We all have our permits. We all have whatever is needed to be there. And we've seen all this regulation that's coming. And again, we are more than willing to do anything that needs to be done in order to stay there and support our community. Whatever needs to be done for all the people that we're providing work so they can still support their families. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Just bear with me. I'm very nervous. I'm not good at public speaking. I would just like to, thank you. I would just like to touch on a few things. First and foremost, thank you all for being here. It's very late. I know you guys are all tired and hungry. I just wanted to say really quickly that I believe the pandemic
Thank you. Give him an extra minute.
I believe the pandemic changed the whole world. And the industries that were affected the most were the food industries. I feel like we are all here just trying to regain a sense of normal from what has happened. And I feel like the food trucks are a good addition to the Pike. I feel like we can all work together and make good business for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Brock Coward. I'm with the Downtown Long Beach Alliance. And it's been a long evening, and I appreciate everyone that stayed here to speak about this issue. It's a challenging one, and we recognize that, so we appreciate your consideration and the hard work that staff and consultant has put into this. As mentioned in our letter to City Council, which I hope all of you have a chance to read, DLBA represents around 1,400 businesses in downtown. 200 of those businesses are restaurants of differing sizes and cuisine, and who are struggling to stay afloat after 2 years of the pandemic. I'll be brief. There are 4 points I just wanted to leave with you tonight. We support the need for a transparent and well-coordinated permit system that encourages responsible operators of trucks. That transparency includes adequate regulation and enforcement support. We don't have to recreate the wheel. There are actually examples out there in San Diego and elsewhere. Brick and mortar restaurants have invested quite a bit into the community, so keep that in mind when you're thinking about valuing that investment. There are hidden costs that really we don't think about that are passed along to property owners, the city, and business improvement districts who must maintain the sidewalks, the curb line, and other things. And finally, given the time frame before the ordinance is in place, we encourage the city to develop interim steps to better enforce existing municipal safety code and parking codes. Thank you so much. And Pike Outlets was here, the management company was here. Unfortunately, they had to leave, but they share our feelings as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Wanted to ask the chair, since I left over 30 seconds, if I can just say 20 seconds worth of stuff.
Sure,
that I totally
go for
forgot.
it.
Thank you. So pretty much the reason why we're here, because there was one man named John Sagmeister who is waging a one-man war, which is Gladstone's. There's only one person that is against the vendors, and he has supposedly quote-unquote political power. So it's unacceptable that this person is trying to puppeteer the situation when we do have a democracy. Another thing, every single street food truck has more than 2 or 3 employees, where it gives them a chance to walk to the restroom, where they can use a restroom and have someone occupy the lunch truck as it's going, because the fear is that the city does not want anyone using the restroom while in the lunch truck. But every single food truck has more than 2 or 3 employees that allows them to walk to the
Your
restroom.
time's concluded. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that satisfies public comment.
We have one speaker in Zoom.
Oh, online.
Lee Charlie, your time begins now.
Thank you so much. I live in District 1 and walked down to Shoreline Village and actually love those food trucks. But I also worked at as a bartender and manager at P.F. Chang's. I've worked at Outback. And I want to tell you that those businesses also have families with children. Those families and businesses and brick and mortar stores also have sometimes up to 30 or 40 employees on a Friday and Saturday night. When I worked down there, I would argue that the Pike was actually busier pre-COVID. And I also want to say this one thing, that I have 30 friends that live in District 1 that their income comes from the brick and mortar stores, and these food trucks go and prey on people waiting in long lines and hand them coupons. And it's actually hurting these businesses. So I think that having a food truck zone where they can cooperate would be great. I think food trucks are amazing, but I also understand that there are families that work, and there are a lot of residents that rely on the tourism business. And so as tourism kind of weans in the winter months and school went back, it's really important that we also take into account all these brick and mortar stores that actually employ and live in District 1 that actually have 30 to 40 employees. And maybe we could add an amendment or ask that these food trucks can't go prey on people waiting and get free coupons and take that business away. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. We'll now take it back behind the rail. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I know that this is pretty complex issue, but at the same time, I think that it's very clear that, we in the city of Long Beach have been loving on food trucks for a very long time now. I remember having certain locations throughout the city where we celebrated our food trucks, and I hope that we can get there again. And I know there still are spaces like that right now. I want to thank everybody for staying this late and providing their public comment. I really admire you for doing that. And I also want to thank you for all the work. And not only are you providing delicious food, as some of you mentioned, because it is delicious, but you're also providing affordable options for a lot of our residents here. That's exactly why they go to food trucks. But we also have to, take into consideration our brick and mortar businesses that are around. So I'm really looking forward to our city staff, really digging deep into the possibilities that we'll be able to better coordinate our food trucks. And I can't wait to hear more and to see how we can incorporate them into our everyday life, and also with having respects to our brick and mortars who are concerned about our food trucks. But as we all know, the food trucks are part of our culture right now, of our Long Beach culture. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what staff will be coming up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and then thank you for everyone for staying and sharing your comments about this. I agree with Councilmember Zendaya. This is a hard issue because I think that it is important we consider ways that people can become entrepreneur at a low-cost level, but also wanting to make sure that we're considering public safety as well as parking issue. I did have a few just basic question is, I know it probably seems straightforward what a food truck is, but I wanted to just get that definition. Is it like anything with a motor, like a vehicle with a motor that serves food? Because I'm thinking about ice cream trucks, ice cream cars.
So Katie Nomura, Deputy City Manager, I can respond to that. So as part of this process, we will be cleaning up what the official definition will be of a food truck. So it's still under review, but just generally speaking, what we're talking about is something that's motorized, that's on the road and vending from that location. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing I do want us to take into consideration are really exploring opportunities where food trucks or food vehicles can be helpful in activating or contributing to economic revitalization, or filling in a complementary restaurant, actually, or a business. For example, I have adjacent to my district is Signal Hill, and there's 10 Mile Brewery. They don't serve food, so they have vendors who serve food there, such as Button Bong Barbecue. So it's like a complementary food truck with a business. So I love for us to explore where there can be complementary ways where we can do that. I would love to see more food trucks in Pacific Avenue corridors in ways that, even if you want to test to see if you want a brick and mortar, right? Because sometimes it takes being at a location a certain amount of time and seeing if you want to transition. So I like to see ways we can support our entrepreneurs who do food. I mean, I know it's not food vending yet, but that's what somebody did at Pacific Avenue. Was Wrigley Barbecue was popping up every week at this specific location to see if he wanted to transition to becoming a brick and mortar, and he did. And he's doing really well now and helping to, activate our area that needs businesses, and our residents want these businesses in their district so they can walk to a food establishment. So that's my comment and consideration of, while I think some areas may not see it complementary, I kind of like us to see it from that angle as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Allen.
Yes, I just want to say thank you also for everyone that came out and spoke tonight. I do have a question with regards. I absolutely support the city permitting process, but I do have a question. Does LA County not come out when we have complaints? Is that why we need our own permitting process? I just want is this going to be a little bit more laborious for all the food trucks? I just would like to understand that.
Sure. To my understanding, LA County does not come out to Long Beach for those food trucks that have their permit, because they see the city and they're like, you have a health department. And so, but we are not able to enforce on LA County's health permit. But I will defer in case Judith Long from Environmental Health, if she would like to speak on this.
Yes. Hi, good evening. This is Judith. And you're correct, Katie. LA County does not come into Long Beach because we have our own Long Beach Health Department. So it is within our health jurisdiction. When they do get a permit with the Long Beach Health Department, we do inspect twice a year as part of our permitting process.
All right, thank you. So I just, I absolutely support the food trucks. I think they play an important role in our city. I'm a patron. I enjoy having that option. And I know from many of my constituents, they like having that low cost option as well. And so I think it's like, us just finding a balance, because we want everyone to operate harmoniously, within our city, brick and mortar and the food trucks. So I trust that staff will come up with a solution that works for everyone, because we want to keep them around. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Price.
Thank you. So, just so I'm clear on the timing, we're voting tonight on phase 1, correct? And that's really just the ordinance cleanup, making sure we're compliant with state regulations, because right now our Muni Code's out of date, correct?
That's correct. And also to require the city health permit.
Okay. And then, what about, in parking impacted areas, are we going to be changing the municipal code to change the parking rules, or what's going to happen? I just don't know if the state legislation addresses parking.
So we believe parking impacted areas are going to be looked at as part of phase 2 in those regulations.
Okay, so for phase 2, and looking at the staff report, that's spring of 2023 is when and is phase 2 going to involve more outreach with all stakeholders, including brick and mortar, including the bids?
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that I didn't understand is this new position that's in the FY23 budget. the coordinator position. And if we're not going to be making any policy decisions regarding food trucks till spring of 2023, why are we funding that position now? And what's that person going to do, assuming we fill that spot even by January, which I know is unlikely. But my point is, why wouldn't we put it in the budget for half a year as opposed to a full year, since we know the person's not going to be coordinating any food truck operations until policy decisions are made?
That's a great question. I will take a stab at answering, but I'll also allow Public Works to chime in if they would like. We actually have quite a bit of work for this food truck coordinator to do right now. They're going to really help us do this robust outreach, coordinate this policy work, and really bring these recommendations before the council. And so we actually, as of right now, we're having somebody kind of act in that role in the meantime until we can get a full-time position on board.
And is this a position that we're creating as a result of a state policy that now has an unfunded mandate for the city to comply? That was more of a rhetorical question.
Okay.
The state passed legislation that we're now required to figure out how to implement in the city, but they didn't offer any funding to help us with that process, right?
Right. So when the state made the choices that they did, we do have to relook at what we had in place for food trucks and revamp that.
Okay. And is it envisioned that this position would be a long-term position, or only until the program gets underway?
I believe that this is understood to be a long-term position, but I'll defer to Public Works.
Yeah, another great question. Joshua Hickman, Business Operations in Public Works. As far as the position is concerned, we had a consultant come in as part of this first initial phase to really develop a suite of options and look at different scenarios that we could look at over the next few months. So while there may not be an ordinance before you until next spring or summer, the idea is that we would be working hard to really develop the ideas and the concepts over the next few months when that position's on board. And then once that ordinance is enacted, we would move forward with implementing it and enforcing it and whatever else we may need to do in the future.
Okay. And then I really like the idea of these food truck zones, and there was some reference to other cities. Are we going to look at that as part of phase 2 as well, to come up with what makes sense when you're trying to strike that balance between the brick and mortar and the business improvement districts? Because for a business to operate in a business improvement district, there are all sorts of fees. And it's very, very expensive. And there's benefits that come with having a business in the business improvement district, which justifies that extra cost that you have to pay. And so I can understand the frustration if not everyone's operating under the same limitations. So I'm curious to how other cities that have a program that's a little further along than ours have managed that balance. And I'm hoping that that comes back as one of the recommendations when it comes back in the spring.
Yes, we'll definitely be considering those in our policy recommendations.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I want to basically just lend my support to this item. Just to give it a little bit of a historical perspective, back in the 1980s, when I was a community activist, I had a number of food truck vendors come to me to help them resolve issues that they were having with the police department and with the city of Long Beach. They were being cited, they were being harassed, and they were basically told they were unwelcome to be here. So we've come quite a long way in the last 40 years in regards to this issue, and I'm very happy to see that they're here representing, speaking up for their rights, as they rightly should. And I'm glad to really see that this is coming forward, and looking forward to the second phase of this issue when it comes back to us in the spring. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Austin.
Thank you. And I'll just add my comments briefly. I am in support of this item. I think it's long overdue. I think health is the number one issue here that we need to be focused on. Everything else is secondary. These are businesses, right? And I think we need to, number one, respect that and understand that food trucks really add to the character of our city. And so thank you all for the work and the service that you provide to Long Beach. That said, we do have to find, and I love the word balance, where we're coexisting in our communities, and we have maybe designated areas and understanding. And I would like to get to a point where these food trucks are part of our business improvement districts and collaborating with. So because we have a lot of, they bring a lot of character. DLBA, Bixby Knolls. I don't know if I see too many food trucks on 2nd Street, but if we could come to a collaborative space or recommend that or facilitate that from the city, I think that would be great. But I think the important work in front of us right now with phase 1 is ensuring that the health component is taken care of, and so I'm supportive of the item. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just offer my comments here. First of all, thanks to all of you. It's been a long night. You've been here the entire time. We see you. We appreciate it. I appreciate the stories that we heard, particularly one that stood out was the person who said, hey, this was a part of our dream. We cashed out a 401k and we bought a food truck. There are so many people in my district who, they cashed out their 401k or they sold their home to pursue their dreams, start their first business, buy a food truck, buy a big rig, and pursue the American dream. And I can think actually of one tangible example, Sal's Gumbo Shack. She had the very same story. She was my neighbor from across the street. She pulled out her 401k and pursued her dream and opened the first Sal's Gumbo Shack, a brick and mortar. And now she has 2, right? She has one now in Bixby Knolls as well. And these are people's dreams, and they deserve to be able to pursue those dreams. I also think that it's important, as people are pursuing their freedom, their independence, pursuing their dreams, that we do acknowledge that it is in many ways a disruption to existing businesses, and that there is a natural tension if there's a business improvement district that pays fees for certain services and some businesses who don't. It's a natural tension. It's going to happen, and it's a challenge for local government to lean into and figure out. That's a good thing. It's a good thing for us to roll up our sleeves. It simply allows us to manage the problem better. By having a local ordinance, by having a local health permit, it allows us to have a boutique approach that makes sense for all of our very diverse city. I can tell you the issues that we have in North Long Beach with our Uptown Business District. We depended on food trucks for a long time when we had lots of vacant lots. It actually helped make our neighborhood safer. Having a local ordinance that has incentives to say, how can we get food trucks to come to these areas even more in a way that it makes sense for you financially, but it also helps improve or create more business activity the way that you've helped create it in the Pike, right? So those are things that we want to encourage. There's a term that came to mind as I was listening to folks and hearing the discussions: good fences make good neighbors. By allowing us to put up zones and incentivize different activity and understand, what are your needs from a health standpoint and what are the restaurants' needs from a parking management, curb management, where does valet fit, all of those issues, that I think that's important. I think it's also important just to think about mobility. Mobility is incredibly important. People are out walking more now, and if people are using the public right-of-way to make with a restaurant on wheels, we have to think about what happens when a kid runs in the street. Those are things we can consider. I mean, when I was younger, my younger brother, he ran out in the middle of the street, got his leg broke by a car. Where was he going? He was chasing the ice cream truck. These are things that local government has to figure out. And so I think where we are is actually a good place. This is the process. It begins here. you participated, you'll have more opportunities to participate. This is not the end, but through this process, I think we're going to have a better environment for food trucks and for restaurants. So I think that's incredibly important. So thank you all for your comments. We'll now go to roll call vote.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price. Aye. Councilwoman Sorrow. Aye. Councilmember Uranga.
Aye.
Aye.
Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
Motion is carried 7-0.
And I think we're just about done. That's my late night humor there. Thank you. We'll next do our general public comment number 2.
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on second agenda public comment, non-agenda public comment, in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. In person?
Good evening, Dave Shukla, 3rd District. I've asked this question a couple of times during the community budget meetings. I'd like to ask it again of the City Council. What is the current surplus from oil and gas sales above what was budgeted? How much surplus money has the city received? We're nearly at the end of fiscal year 22. Should be in a position to judge based on profit levels what that surplus is. There's a couple of items during the budget hearing today. You may have heard this past Wednesday, the 17th, the Long Beach Unified School District passed a green schools policy. Significant because they're one of the largest landowners in the city. And like some of the library facilities, their facilities can be co-beneficial as cooling centers, as well as other community kind of waypoints in certain events. And the monies that are currently being pursued to retrofit not only the HVAC but the roofing systems, one hopes, one will ask, one will keep asking, that the possibility of including rooftop solar and battery storage in a microgrid that is owned by the city, where you don't have to pay Edison a dime, and the city gets to just use those investments to not only charge vehicles, but to offset load, other neat things that you can do nowadays, and can see the benefits to transitioning to a clean energy economy and increasing the share of its contracting and budgeting towards that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, it's us again. We just want to thank you guys. It's been a long night, and the whole night was really worth waiting just for those nice comments and really support. So we just want to thank you guys and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
I just wanted to reiterate, thank you guys again so much. Can't wait to work with you guys.
I hope you leave some cards or something and
We will,
what you
definitely.
actually, what's on those food trucks, because it's been a late night and we're hungry.
We can easily go bring you guys some food anytime you guys would like. We're really close by. We can drop by menus, business cards, whatever you guys
It's a
would
little
like.
incentive to hurry up and get this process done.
Gotcha, yes.
All right,
Good
thank
for
you.
everybody. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Next.
I really would like, and some of you guys have already done it. I understand some of you guys patronize some of the food trucks, but please come on down and take a look. We clean up after us. I have pictures on my phone of how we leave the area. There's no health and safety issue. We clean up. That place looks better when we leave, and we make sure of that, because I love this city. I love this city. I love what these folks are doing, and I watch them. There's a bathroom that anybody could use. We take breaks. It's a family. All the stuff about kids running in the street, and sorry what happened to your brother. I appreciate that.
He was
We're parked right there. No kids running the street. As a matter of fact, we keep kids safe. We have tables set up, chairs where people can sit there, enjoy a meal like a family meal. And these are people, a lot who are disenfranchised. They're disenfranchised. They can't go to the Yard House or Gladstone. They can't. And they're glad to see these incredible trucks. I'm not just talking about my wife's. All of these trucks. So please just come and take a look at it. Don't just listen to what these people, these are wild accusations that aren't true. I have pictures on my phone of how we leave the area. Clean, because we respect these people respect this city. So please consider that, and please come check us out. Check us out. Nobody's gotten sick off our food yet. That's why they keep coming. That's why they keep coming.
Thanks for all you do, Mr. Joseph.
Next speaker, please.
I wanted to thank Councilmember Roberto Uranga. I'm also a community activist, so I see myself, well, I guess we both see ourselves, I see myself in the future with you and stuff like that. But so I guess we're kind of just wanted to appreciate the fact, well, kind of focus on the fact that I feel like we're too worried about the aesthetic. I mean, what is the difference between having legal food trucks compared to having Hooters, P.F. Chang's, and multiple restaurants competing with each other? We are in a, this is capitalism, right? This is what this country wanted. They wanted competition. We're not a socialist country. We're not having, the workers don't own the means of production of the company. And then on top of that, we also have pictures of them being harassed by this person named John Steigmeister, who's from Gladstones, constantly going there, trying to pickle and find anything negative about the vendors. And the coupon thing, it's a lie. So just, yeah, that's basically it. But I really appreciated the comments. And like I said, let's support our vendors. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. All
That
right,
concludes public
is it online? No, not this time. All right, I got it right this time. That satisfies public comment. Now, is there any council comment before we adjourn? Councilwoman Sorrow.
Okay. Yes, I just want to invite everyone to come out to Wrigley Tavern this Thursday, 6:30 to 9:30. It's Turn Up Rig. And then Sunday, we're celebrating 1 year of Snow Corner, and it's a back-to-school Nike backpack raffle there. You'll want to come by because it's... Yeah, we can add, what goes well with snow cones? Barbecue. Let's bring a barbecue truck out there. Thanks. That's my event coming up.
Thank you. I'll just add mine this Saturday, August 27th at 11 a.m. Come join us at the 11th Annual Uptown Jazz Festival at Houghton Park. This year's festival will feature legendary Stephanie Mills as a headliner. The event is free to attend. Bring your friends, family, and neighbors. Visit longbeach.gov/Uptown Jazz Fest for more information. Next, on Thursday, September 1st, my office will host an Uptown Hall at the Doris Topsy-Elvert Community Center. Get it, Roberto? Uptown Town Hall. At the Doris Topsy-Elvert Center from 6 to 7:30. So I want to invite all of my constituents to join this discussion, highlighting progress on key initiatives and projects in our community. Special guests include City Manager Tom Modica and more. For more information, feel free to email district9@longbeach.gov. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. The City Council meeting is now adjourned.